Okay. Uh, hey, greetings, Fright Nights and Monster Girls. Welcome to the Count Jackula stream. We're doing something a little early today because we're talking to Mars Girl.
How's it going?
Yeah, I'm doing. Hopefully, I'm doing okay. How are you?
Good. I'm tired, all things considered, but I'm still going somehow. I don't know how, but I'm still going.
Yeah, well, when the shit hits the fan, it hits the fan.
It sure does. Boy,
Yeah.
are we in full shit-hitting fan mode right at this moment.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, Mars Girl has been involved in the Kick Vic hashtag. Which did you start that one?
I guess by accident I did. Yeah. I was just looking for a means of how do we follow happening, and I was just kind of fooling around like, does this need a hashtag? Do we need to try Kick Vic, or is that not good enough? And then everybody just started using it.
Yeah. Well,
So
that's pretty much
that's how
that's
that
pretty much how
happens, I
that
guess.
works. You throw it out there and maybe it catches on. You know.
Right?
But yeah, for those of you who don't know, Vic Mignola, I believe is
Mignana.
Mignana. Vic Mignana is being accused of let's start at the low end. At the shallow end of the pool, he's being accused of very gross misconduct with his fandom. That being kind of like, basically kind of a touchy creeper guy.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but on the high end, in the deep end of the pool, like, it goes all the way to where you would expect it would, to like full
Right.
on like sexual assault and rape allegations. And these are, I was looking this up earlier, and yeah, whatever it is, it's not isolated. There are no isolated incidences on this.
Mm-hmm.
I've spoken to people who have told me that yes, Vic Mignogna is on a blacklist in some shows. Um, and there are a lot of people who've been to shows with him who don't know him personally, but mentioned to me that he had always had this really creepy vibe to him that they
Mm-hmm.
did not. They were just like, no, avoid. I don't know what's going on with that guy. I don't want to know. And another like interesting aspect that kind of filled in a piece of the puzzle for me was that he's like a born again Christian, like hardcore.
I don't even know that it's born again. It seems like this has been his whole life. This is a guy who, I didn't realize this until recently, but if you're at all familiar with the Christian like rap hip hop group DC Talk, he worked on producing one of the songs on their very first album, and I think that was 1989. But you can check his wiki page, and you can check the DC Talk wiki
Oh my
page. He's
god.
credited with working with DC Talk. So, nah,
Oh
this is
god.
this is his identity, man.
Yeah, so like man apparently loves touching the underage girls and some Jesus, which is something that unfortunately
Which
is
is
not
which is really
mutually
it's really
exclusive.
strange. It's sadly no. It's really strange though because he would have all these panels. There you can still find footage of these panels
Mm-hmm.
of having a Sunday service at various anime conventions. And it's just so strange. He'll talk about his faith, but if you're at all familiar with like the prosperity gospel, this is like
Oh
a
my
version of a
god.
prosperity gospel where he just says, God loves you, God wants the best for you, you know. And very rarely does he bring up Jesus or actually having to get saved by faith. You know, there's a video that people
Oh man.
use to say Vic is a great guy and he loves everybody and he's going against these evangelical people who are shouting on the street. But in personal opinion, when I look at that video, it looks very theatrical on Vic's part. Like he
Yeah.
knows this, he's the center of attention, and and he's dodging the evangelicals like they're quoting from the Bible. They're doing it in a really shitty way, but
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
using
that's
quotes from the Bible, but Vic is like dodging it to say, "No, God loves these kids, blah blah blah." And he's just
yeah, yeah,
dodging
yeah.
biblical text as hard as he can to make it look like he's this incredible person. And so in personal opinion, I don't think that's a great example of him being this great perfect dude.
Well, no, if being a religious leader had anything to do with one's ethical and moral qualifications, then we would not have had the Crusades. You know, that just would not have happened. You
Mhm.
know, but unfortunately it's not. You know, like what do you do about, like, Pope Leo, who had his daughter Lucretia like marry men, and then like the family would have these men killed so they could inherit all the wealth, and that man became pope. You know,
Right,
like
exactly.
what the hell? You know. But yeah, oh man, the prosperity gospel. That's something we've actually talked about on the stream
Ah, yeah, yeah.
before, because me and Yogi are very familiar with the prosperity gospel, because it is it is the it's a strange offshoot of American Christianity, almost specifically.
Mind you, I
And
haven't
yeah,
heard him saying like he wants you to be wealthy and all that, but
yeah, yeah,
I have seen him. What lots of people will corroborate too, and in fact, I think he still sells this thing on his fan page store. Is he's got readings from, I believe, the Book of John that he has voiced in characters that he has voice acted as. It just feels like a vehicle to further
whoa,
his fame rather than I don't know. It's strange. It's a strange
no,
thing to
no,
look at from an outsider's perspective who's not like a hardcore Vic fan or part of his Risen Bull Rangers fan club. They're a whole other can of worms, mind you.
yeah, yeah. Now, for those who may not know who Vic
Mignana.
Mignana, Vic
It does not
Mignana,
matter what his last
yeah,
name is. Everybody, I think my favorite is Vic McEggnog. That's
Vic
probably my
McEggnog.
favorite.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll go with that. So Vic McEggnog, he there's the story that's kind of like coming to light, is that he's turned his fan club into this kind of a cult following, like a la fucking Charles Manson, a la David Koresh, a la R. Kelly, and they all, it seems to operate very similarly, particularly to the R. Kelly comparison.
Hmm.
Where these girls are very young, like way too young, like illegally young.
Yeah, these girls,
Um,
they often get into his fan club around the age of 14 or 16. At least they did way back in the heyday of when Full Metal Alchemist was initially really, really big. This was, God, this like 12, 13 years ago, if not longer than that. But still, because they got in so young, they're still pretty young. So many of them are
yeah,
in their
yeah,
early 20s now.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So like, yeah, they'd be early late 20s, and that's the Risen Bull Rangers, because like, what character did he voice in the dub of Fullmetal
uh,
Alchemist?
the main character Edward Elric,
Edward. Okay.
whom because Vic is so very Christian and very strong in his beliefs, um, he likes to imagine that Edward maybe is a Christian, but it's funny because Edward is an atheist, very very staunchly atheist, especially considering all that character has gone through,
Yeah.
uh, having lost his mom, having practically and almost entirely lost his brother. He's got no faith, and he's going up against people of faith frequently throughout the course of that series.
Yeah, yeah, and well, the funny thing is that there's actually a technical word for what Edward is, which is a theurge.
That makes sense.
Yeah, which is a person who basically uses the miracles in order to have some sort of communion with the divine. Be that a it's very heavily based off of the work of Hermes Trismegistus, and Middle Age alchemy and all that jazz.
Mm-hmm.
But basically there's a lot of stuff in like Full Metal Alchemist that is straight up, from alchemical texts.
Yes.
But yeah. So he's like, well, how to put it, like being called Christian is how a lot of Theurges hid, so I'm not surprised he would be able to make that claim.
So a lot of people are like claiming this is only coming up because oh, he's a Christian guy. Nobody likes Christians, blah blah.
Oh God, yeah.
You know what? Like, I will openly say that I have considered myself to be a Christian, and I do not think Vic is a good guy. I don't.
Yeah.
That in personal opinion, I don't think he's a good guy. I've met him 3 times in small instances, and the first 2 times, sure, he's a super charismatic dude. This is how we got here, because he's an incredibly charismatic person.
Right.
The first time I interviewed him for a really stupid YouTube videos way back in the day. This was almost 15 years ago. He was sitting
before
in
Channel Awesome even.
Yeah, it was way before Channel Awesome. I don't even know that video has still survived all sorts of YouTube purges or anything. And it was super brief, and I realized, man, I'm nervous talking to this person, but I don't really know if that's because of fame or like he's sitting right next to Kyle Hebert or somebody in this voice actor line. He was very charismatic. The second time, he had this fan film called Full Metal Fantasy, in which he filmed himself falling asleep and turning into Edward Elric, and he had this showing of this fan movie, and he said, all right guys, I'm gonna need you to not be filming this movie because this is fan-based, it's never gonna be on a DVD, and I probably shouldn't even be showing it, but I'm showing it to you out of the kindness of my heart. And people were filming it, and because he's so charismatic, I was like, oh no, people are filming his movie, I need to go tell him something. And so I did. I was like, hey, you just told all these people don't film your movie, and they're doing it. I just thought you should know. And he's like, oh my God, thank you so much. I'm gonna get up there right now and let people know, don't share this thing. He'll get you to do things in his favor. But it was the 3rd time that totally changed my mind. And this is where I need to say, you can totally take my story with a grain of salt. But I remember being in an elevator with my boyfriend at the time, and I think a couple other friends, and this was at another anime convention, and I believe it was in Houston, and I believe it was the mid-2000s, and we're in this glass elevator, and you can look down and see the hotel bar, and that bar, I see Vic coming up to the elevators from the bar, and he's got his arm around this girl. I've got no idea how old the girl is. I can't claim that she was underage or anything because I legit don't know. And he gets in our elevator, and we're starting to ride the elevator back up to the hotel floors, the floors where you sleep. And he's got this arm around this girl, and there's a lot of other people in the elevator at the time, and he's just drinking in his celebrity, and he's got the biggest shit-eating grin on his face, and his mouth is just all up in her ear and neck. And the girl
and this is your friend?
No, I do not know this person.
Okay, this is someone else in the elevator. Okay, got it.
Yeah, this was somebody else that he brought up with him from the bar.
And, okay.
And she, for whatever reason, looks really uncomfortable. And what am I going to say, because she came up with him. I thought it would be kind of weird to say, hey, are you okay? Are you comfortable right now? But she didn't look comfortable. I think people don't understand how difficult it is when there's the power of a celebrity there. You feel like you can't speak up. Maybe that's how she felt too, but she was looking like either like she didn't know him or she didn't want to know him. And then they both got off alone on that elevator and went down, I'm assuming, to his hotel room, and I have no idea what happened after that. And it just changed the way I looked at him. Like, I thought he presented himself as a particular kind of character, especially a good Christian man, and this was
Right,
like
right.
the
This
total
is
opposite of what I thought his image was, you know?
yeah.
And so that changed my mind from that point forward.
Oh my god. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's that. I actually think I read the some I think that girl was actually interviewed because there was like a big elevator incident that was referenced. You know.
There's apparently been 2 or 3 different elevator incidences of
Yeah.
one girl claiming, and again this is an allegation, that he just full on grabbed her ass in this elevator, which apparently that's happened at least twice. Those are again allegations, but for as much as I say these are allegations, I would also like to say I believe these women,
Yeah.
specifically based on what I witnessed.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. A man who's going to persist in behavior despite the fact that his companion is uncomfortable. That it's not a good look. You know, it's not a good
Mm-hmm.
look at all. Yeah, and it's oh god damn it. Why is it? What? Man, I hate to bring up like the specters of the past, but like
Sure, sure.
this is gonna hit both of us, especially you, in a very personal place because of Justin.
Yeah, yeah. And
Yeah.
believe me, people are attempting to say that I don't care because I didn't say something about Justin. These people are going to believe what they want to believe, and I don't feel like fighting it too hard, but I sure do wish that the superiors at Channel Awesome had said anything directly to us a long time
Yeah,
ago.
yeah, yeah, no kidding. Because like, well, that was the big betrayal. That's why everyone left, which is like you knew and you didn't tell anybody. Why
Exactly, yeah.
didn't you warn us? Why didn't you warn any of the conventions? Why didn't you tell somebody about it? And like the fact
Mm-hmm.
that that was like if you were involved in the management of the company, like you knew about this
Mm-hmm.
apparently. And that was the huge betrayal. That's why everyone was mad, because everyone knew the accusations, but it was all like kind of knitting circle talk, and no
Mm-hmm.
one would ever get specific, and
Yeah,
that was a big problem.
it never came directly to me. For now, when I say that, I do want to say that I am sorry for my ignorance. If at any point somebody felt like I didn't do enough to step up and step in, I'm so sorry that I didn't have the ability to do that. If I thought that other people were getting hurt, if I had known, you better believe I would have stepped in at some level and said, "Hey, maybe don't invite him to these cons because I go to cons quite a bit. If anybody feels like Channel Awesome got told about this and Mars Girl didn't stand up for me, I'm sorry. I like legitimately feel so bad that the message didn't get passed on and there wasn't anything I could have done any sooner, and I didn't find out until 4 years after he was already dead, you know?
Yeah, well, I definitely would not blame yourself, because I am a person who prides himself on sniffing stuff out,
Mm-hmm.
and every avenue was blocked. Every avenue was blocked. They had the fucking bases covered, to the point where they had even successfully obscured who the victims were,
Mm-hmm.
and that became a problem. And because there was this culture of shame and silence,
Right, exactly.
it hooked right into the culture of shame and silence, which is like, oh, we can't out her, that might be dangerous. And it's like, yeah, it might be dangerous, but the problem is that if you don't, it allows the situation to continue. So you can't make that decision for the person. But if you're like, oh no, be quiet, don't do anything, like, you're not doing them any favors,
Right,
you
exactly.
know
Yeah. And I feel like that's where we're at as far as Vic is concerned, too, because, I feel like a lot of important people have known about Vic for a long time. And then other people who kind of sort of new. They're not in a position where they can just speak up, because it does start to sound like hearsay after a while. You can't prevent things based on hearsay. But if a con themselves knows, or if people who hire Vic for voiceover work know, I feel like those people are in a position where they could do something, but they haven't for years.
Yeah, well, it seems like he has a little cadre around himself, like a little cabal. You know, not even talking about like his fan club, but like his peers, some of his peers. Because there are stories coming out about people that he is heavily associated with doing similar things.
Right, right.
You know, and so like they're in this little protective circle, and that's what's making it so difficult. Much like how well, like it's even more pernicious than the thing that happened over at Channel Awesome with Justin, because like these are people who are kind of in on it.
Right.
There's actually a ring. There's like a ring of these guys, if allegations are to be believed. You know, and that's completely fucked.
It's so strange. So I believe it was yesterday. I think it was yesterday that semi-famous cosplayer Jessie Pridemore, it might have been day before yesterday, she put out a story saying there's a totally separate voice actor who you know, got me drunk and then took me back to my hotel room, and before I knew it, I blacked out, and then I woke up and I didn't have pants on. I'm not going to name who this guy is. The story is about Vic, because this other voice actor who got me blackout drunk then went around telling everybody that I was obsessed with him, blah, blah, blah. He told Vic, and then Vic later on took an opportunity at another convention to put his hand up back through my hair and grab my hair and whisper his name into my ear.
Yeah, I read that. That was disturbing, you know?
So she's not trying to entirely make it about this other voice actor, but she does say, hey, there's another voice actor out there who's also not a great dude. Lo and behold, way early this morning, voice actor Todd Haberkorn basically outs himself as the person in the story, and says,
"Oh my god!"
Says, "Hey, this was consensual. Let me tell you all about this. I've got conversations of us being cordial with each other after the fact, blah de blah, as proof that that it was consensual and not actually a rape." And then he gives himself a hashtag of truth for Todd. Like, who gives themselves their own protection hashtag?
Yeah. Todd Haberkorn. Is he like part Asian or something? Like
I'm not entirely positive. I really don't know.
Yeah, I see, like, okay, he's like got a long face, a sharp nose, and black hair,
yes.
right?
Yes.
All right, yeah.
But then this morning too, like he names in the story, I was drinking with Jesse and my friend Adam. Well, his friend Adam has now brought up, look, man, I don't know why you thought this was a good idea to throw yourself into the scenario when you weren't named, and while people are trying to talk about Vic, you don't even like Vic. I was there, and Jesse was definitely drunk past the point of being able to make any judgments of her own kind, and so this is going way beyond
Whoa.
Vic at this point.
Yeah.
And it is kind of showing that it is entirely possible that other voice actors within this circle are predators and are like protecting each other. So this is rough. This is really rough.
Yeah. Anyone with any amount of celebrity has the potential to do this kind of thing, simply because there's the opportunity. But good fucking God, like I've dealt with, I've dealt with so many friends who deal with like celebrities and organize the autograph lines and all that stuff.
Right.
A lot of them really do keep a list, and if allegations are true, the pressure is what makes all the difference.
Sure.
Because the only thing that the convention really has to defend itself with is public opinion. You know, so there are a lot of things that happen where they just sort of quietly shuffle notes between each other and go like, don't talk to this guy, don't hire that guy, don't do that, come over here. And it's like, well, why is he here? It's like, because we can't kick him out. you know.
Yeah, exactly. He like Vic specifically because it's so hard not to start to try to get off towards the Todd Habercorn stories, right?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
really it feels like a huge distraction from what people were trying to accomplish. But in regards to Vic, absolutely that is the case that they're just kind of quietly whispering to each other, man, Vic sure is a dick. He's a dick to staff members. We've
Mm-hmm.
got all these
Mm-hmm.
stories of him behaving this, that, and the other way, not just in a sexual manner, but also just in general, the stories get around of him just being an asshole. I've got tons of friends in the convention circuit, in the industry, who would like we would just sit around and have the "yep, everyone's got a Vic story" discussion.
Oh,
We just have
jeez.
those
Yeah.
discussions, but nobody is doing anything about it. And it's because Vic makes money,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
he's
yeah.
got these hordes of fans. The Risen Bull Rangers are the scariest of them, but yeah, he makes Funimation money. He makes these conventions money because people are like, Vic's gonna be there. I've got to buy a badge now. So of
Yeah,
course
yeah,
they have to
yeah.
get
There's a
rid of
lot of
him.
that. That's the anime equivalent of fucking Daryl Dixon showing up to your show, you know?
Mm,
So that's money that people are a little more a little reticent to piss away until it's something that they can't ignore anymore, and it be once the fame goes sour, when it becomes infamy rather than fame, now you got a problem, and now you can actually be like, all right, no, we're not gonna, you are now not making us money, you're gonna cost us money, you're out.
exactly, and that's why we've seen this week. I want to say like 4 or 5 different conventions
Mm-hmm.
have dropped him, or
Mm-hmm.
there's a possibility too that Vic himself has decided I need to pull away from conventions because this isn't going to help me. In some cases, they're reporting he decided to cancel, or there was a mutual decision to drop him. There's a huge string of cons that are no longer having him. Anime
Yeah, yeah.
NYC, New York Anime, whatever, New York Anime Con. Um, One convention that is still keeping him on and is proudly keeping him on is Anime Matsuri, which is in Houston. Vic is a
Oh
Houston
god.
local. And
Oh,
Anime
okay.
Matsuri, I don't know if you remember, like last year specifically, was just this huge, like Houston local news outlets are like, well, the con chair is full of his own sexual assault allegations. Uh, Tons and tons of stuff about
Oh
that
my
organization.
god. So wait. Local news got involved?
Oh yeah, local news got involved with Anime Matsuri. The Houston Chronicle, I believe, is one publication that published a
Oh
news
my
article about
god.
this. Like, there have been years of allegations of the con chair of Anime Matsuri. Um,
Oh my
and
god.
I can say from personal interaction with him that he was an uncomfortable dude. So these guys just protect each other.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
really.
yeah.
In fact, Anime Matsuri has gone to social media to double down, saying we are not ever going to drop Vic. We keep getting emails asking us to drop him, and we won't do it. So they've doubled down.
Wow.
It's amazing.
Yeah, sounds about right. But I mean, there's potential light at the end of the tunnel, because one of the other things that I know every convention that I have ever dealt with has a list, and it's a list of people who are on the sex offender registry, because if you're doing a public event that involves children, you can't let anyone in
Hmm.
who is on that list.
Right. Um.
That so the Megan's Laws things are actually a real big deal. Um,
Mhm.
like like there's some really creepy shit that has happened. You know.
Yeah, and it's so hard too because there's going to be a lot of detractors from this. There's going to
Mm-hmm.
be people say that, oh, this is only coming up because old yaoi fangirls were just mad that Vic wouldn't sign their gay porn.
Oh, you gotta
Which
be kidding me! Come
which is
on.
totally not actually the case. Now, Vic states he made a statement earlier this past week saying, I'm not signing yaoi because I'm homophobic. I'm not signing it because it's not canon." Which is not true because there's an entire deviant art gallery of fans who got their fan artwork signed by him, including one of my best friends who drew his own original character next to Edward Elric and got Vic to sign it. So, like, he could have come up with any other reason why he doesn't sign yaoi or boys love. Like, it doesn't even have. I feel like this needs to be clarified too. The way Americans use the word yaoi, and we hardly use yaoi anymore. We frequently use BL or boys love.
Is that the new hotness to say?
It is the new hotness. The way Americans use the word yaoi does not always necessarily mean of the pornographic variety. Americans will use the word yaoi just to mean two gay dudes just being in a relationship together. It could be very subtle, you know? So people are like, oh, it's just angry yaoi fangirls because they're such a rabid fan base. No, it's really not. Vic is on video saying other things that could be possibly construed as homophobic. You just do some YouTube video searches, you'll find them. They're saying this is only happening because the new Dragon Ball movie about Broly came out and Vic voices Broly and the timing is too convenient. No, it's not that either, because this was also tied into, well, we've learned about other creepers within the anime and the convention circuit, and people were starting to have this discussion, and Vic's name came up because he's been regularly talked about for more than 15 years.
Yeah, like this, the conversation is coming up because of the movie, but not in the way they're claiming.
Right, exactly. So there's tons of detractors. It doesn't help that Vic went to his Risen Bull Rangers Discord channel and said, everybody's a liar. They're all just trying to get attention. And if you see people saying these false things about me, please correct them. Go on the internet and help me and correct them. And he's been saying that for years. There's footage of him 10 years ago telling his fans to defend him from people on 4chan. So he directs the Risen Bull Rangers to come in and like people are coming in and attacking the victims. They're going into almost 10-year-old live journal posts about Vic and saying, this is slander. And the person writing this live journal entry is just blown away. Like, where did this come from? This is almost 10 years old. What are you doing?
Well,
it's like, insane. It's so I want to warn you too. Yeah. This is going to get downvotes because the Risen Bull Rangers are going to come over here and be like, you didn't do your research. They're going to detract in every way possible.
Well, they're already going to hate me because I worship the devil. So, you know.
Yeah, that's true too.
That's not going to.
That's true too.
You know?
But they're going to everybody's YouTube videos and just downvote. It's insane.
Yeah. No. This is not libel. This would be slander because it's spoken.
Exactly. People have not been able to tell the difference between libel and slander. And mind you, most everything we do need to say these are stories from other people. We're discussing our own opinions about the situation. I think that is really important. It's also important to say I think it's okay if you say you believe the stories.
Yeah, because that's an opinion.
They're not our stories, but we believe them. So.
Yeah, we can't say that he did these things absolutely, but we can say it doesn't look good.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't look good, and it does fit the sort of behavior that I am very oh God, it fits the kind of behavior that we have come to recognize as having these people come off as very innocent. You know, they're very charming. They come off as very innocent. They come off as somewhat childlike themselves, and that is bothersome. That's why I get really uncomfortable around people who don't swear.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
That makes sense.
yeah, yeah, because it's like, what are you hiding? If you refuse to swear in front of me, what are you hiding? You know, like, what are you hiding? Which is, by the way, Lewis does not count in that because if you talk to him in person, he cusses a blue streak.
Oh
He
yeah,
just
people
doesn't
are
do it
like,
on his show. You know?
I'm always shocked at the people who are like, oh my god, I've never heard Lewis swear before. Nah, man, you just haven't been
Yeah,
there.
yeah, yeah. You just haven't hung around him. You just sit there. He's like, fuck! You know, like, he swears just like anybody else. He's a
He does.
normal
He really
person.
does.
You know? But yeah, but this is ooh, man. I don't know what to say because I was really interested in this because of the kind of cultist angle that it
Right,
seems to have
right.
taken. Like that, the Risen Bowl Rangers kind of fascinate me because
Mm-hmm.
I keep looking into it and it really is that kind of like, no, you can't tell me that the person I've chosen to base this huge part of my life around is bad.
Exactly.
You
Yeah, and
know?
it's so strange the behaviors, everything around the Risen Bull Rangers, and they're on their discords right now, going, "Oh my God, they're bad talking the Rangers again, and we got to go defend Vic's honor and our honor." Like, look, um, you've got your own wiki page for the Risen Bull Rangers. I don't know a lot of fan clubs for voice actors that have their own Wikipedia page. If you want to join the Discord,
Yeah.
you have to join the Yahoo groups first. Like they've put a number of steps in before you can get into the Discord, and then you get the Discord invite. Vic has been chatting pretty intimately with his fans for years. There's any number of Risen Bull Rangers who have left the Risen Bull Rangers who have said, yeah, he had regular AOL Instant Messenger chats with both the group and with people separate from the group. He'd have group phone calls with people. He just gave girls his phone number, and we would have these group phone calls, and nobody asked, hey, is it okay with your parents if I have these conversations with you?
Yeah,
He
especially
emails people
considering
back
that they're
very fast.
underage. That's the big
Yes.
deal.
Yes, he emails back his fans almost immediately, and so all these people feel like, oh, he makes me feel really important. He's really gotten me through a lot of tough times, but they don't realize that they don't really know this person. So they'll come to the detractors and be like, well, you've never met him. I've met him like 12 times, and so I know he's a great guy because he says he is. It's amazing that this is the hill they want to
Yeah.
die on because they don't really know him. They really don't.
Yeah, yeah, that's kind of yeah. Well, it's weird. It's something you know, I deal in occult circles all the time and this is the type of behavior I see people attempting to uh um uh cultivate and
Mm-hmm.
I am always annoyed whenever I see people do it because it's one of those things that when you study like weird things there's always this kind of tendency to like fantasize that you're like the dark sorcerer, you know, and all that
Yeah.
jazz, but it's always been upsetting to me to watch people actually try to do it because I'm always like I'm gonna punch it, I just want to punch him in the face,
Mm-hmm.
you know. Yeah, consequently I don't get asked to a lot of symposiums anymore. um, you know, but you know, with that said, that's oh god, it does remind me a lot of the Escaping R. Kelly documentary series.
I sat super fascinated with that same series. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, and it's really interesting because like it and you can see that it's happening here too,
Mm-hmm.
where basically what is happening is that if you splinter people off from the group, you can make sure that they are a lone voice at any one point in time
Mm-hmm.
so that no one gets the sensation that this is something it feels like an isolated incident,
Sure,
you
sure.
know, and it's only when someone really starts paying attention that they're like, hey, wait a minute, there are actually like five of these,
Yeah, exactly.
you know.
It's just so strange that Vic has used the Risen Bull Rangers at his disposal constantly throughout the years. One story that came up was that a pamphlet for a particular convention had a whole bunch of different like voice actors' faces in it, and
Yeah.
this one guy was getting drunk at the bar with some other guests or something, and they were just doodling all over this booklet for the con, and Vic's face was in it. They like put a mustache on his face. Like they were doing it to everybody, but he also did it to Vic's face. Well, he was rooming with some of the Risen Bull Rangers who found this thing, and they're like, we need to tell Vic that this guy did this. Vic then messages the guy on AOL Instant Messenger saying, hey, my fangirls told me you did this, and I just need you to take photos of this thing and show me. And like the Risen Bull Rangers were like, you better just be honest with him. It's going to be a lot better for you if you're just honest with him. So that was a story that came up through the course of this. The Rangers, man, they think that it is like their sworn duty to defend this guy. And just why? Because you like the voices that he does? Because he wrote you back an email once? These are children who have not fully grown into themselves.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, that kind of comes with the territory of the anime fandom, or any fandom of that for that matter. Oh, but yeah, that's.
And again, it is just a story, but a lot of people have said, yes, this was in fact his AOL Instant Messenger name. Yes, he did chat with people a whole bunch. Yes, he has sent his Risen Bull Rangers to attack me, blah, blah, blah. So you have to start to be like, so many stories are coming up, it can't be for no reason. Nobody just decides,
something.
Let's all steamroll this guy. It doesn't happen. The same thing with Channel Awesome last year. Like, we didn't all just decide one day, like, today's the day that we tear the whole motherfucker down. Like,
yeah.
That's not how it works.
I was already long gone, but I was very familiar with the way Channel Awesome communicated with itself. So when people are like, "Oh my God, they're doing this on purpose," and I'm like, "What? Quitting all at the same time?" Yeah, it's because everyone now knows.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, "No, it's a conspiracy," and I'm like, "It's not a conspiracy.
It's really not.
Everyone's pissed because everyone came on with promises of greatness, and even if you lowballed those expectations, it did not quite deliver."
Mm-hmm.
And that was super, like, unless you were like Brad or Lewis, like, it did not pan out the way you wanted it to.
Exactly, yeah.
And that was kind of rough. But the one thing I do have to say is I did get a few thousand new audience members out of it, so it wasn't a loss for me at all.
That was totally not the goal, I'm sure.
I was thinking like 100,000.
You weren't even part of it. You weren't even part of it, so it was just kind of just an added effect of everything that happened.
Yeah. I definitely wasn't part of the change the channel hashtag, except by being that guy over there, who just happened to know a couple of things, and that was about it. And a lot of people ask me, like, how do you know that the person who told you the story was telling the truth? And I gotta tell you something that was taught to me by a really, really, really smart guy, which was, hey, a drunk mind speaks a sober tongue.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's ooh. So there's some Columbo shit going on there. Yeah. Oh, just one more question,
Now why is that?
Yeah. No, seriously. And the thing I thought was so amazing about it is that it's one of those things that people fall for, even if they know it's a trick you're doing, which is what makes it so amazing. It's like, oh, like, you just let that slip. Okay, I'm going over here now and looking into this,
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, but like, this is really weird because, like, sure, there's an industry that is kind of protecting Vic here, but the real fear seems to be the fan club. That seems to be
Yeah.
the real fear. Is like, what are the Risen Bull Rangers going to do? And I found myself going like, is everyone afraid of the fucking fan club? Like, who's afraid of the fan club?
I'm definitely not afraid of the fan club, but I am very angry about it. I'm
Oh
angry
yeah.
that they've been manipulated. That I think it's a combination of just youth and people that are just really susceptible to just being tricked. I think it's a combination
Oh,
of those things.
that's definitely something that happens. Yeah.
Oh yeah. And I'm just so upset that there are so many of them, and so it looks like the fight is way bigger than it actually is. Of course, there's going to be people who are like, "This is an SJW," blah blah blah. There's going to be those people on the outside who are like, "You're just trying to bring Vic down." Vic doesn't. By the way, Vic doesn't seem to care whether he's got men's rights activists, like really hardcore men's rights activists defending him. He's not going to be like, I don't stand for this type of person and this type of person saying these kinds of things in my honor. He's not going to stop them from doing that. But there's a lot of Risen Bull Rangers, and so it sounds like the cry to defend Vic is a lot bigger, I think, than it actually is, when you can just say, oh, this is just like Vic's fan club or people who like Dragon Ball Z a whole bunch. It's kind of just this corner, and they're just really loud about it, and they're shouting everybody down on forums, on Twitter, on YouTube, everywhere, whereas everybody else is like, no, we can see that if this is a pattern, this is kind of a problem. And it's totally possible to see something right in the middle, right? It's totally possible to see these are allegations, these need to be brought up in a court of law. I understand trying to remove him from a scenario where this might be possible, but let's not hang him before he's gone through
Oh,
trial
by the way, just to let you know, no, it's not just harassed women and been rude con staff. That's just the shit that can be proven. Like the things that have been alleged have gotten, they go all the way up to rape.
Oh yeah, he's totally been alleged of those things. I cannot say whether or not they happened. I can say that some things seem likely to me, but that is not me saying these things definitely happened.
Well, yeah, like how to put it? Like if you're doing the inappropriate touching thing, it's not that far a walk down the block.
It's really not, especially when he's been so brazen about it and so public about it, and we've basically given him every reason to believe this is something that he can get away with, because he's been doing it for more than a decade, pushing 2 decades.
Yeah. Let's see. GL Knight's asking, whoa, have you guys brought up Tob Halbercom? Yeah, we did. We talked about him earlier. Yeah, Jesse Pridemore and all that stuff. Yeah, we did talk about that earlier. But man, like it's all. I remember I am old enough to remember when anime fandom was almost entirely sweaty dudes.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So this whole turnover where the fandom has become much more female based was shocking to me. I was like, oh my god, when did this happen? Like I went to an anime convention and all of a sudden I felt weird because there were just all these girls around, and I'm like, I'm not unhappy, but it was
only
new.
Weird because it's different now.
Yeah, exactly. But one of the things that I did notice, and I don't know how else to say this, so I'll be blunt. As that changeover happened, there was another changeover that also happened, which is before the anime convention, at least the convention goers, skewed much more, pagan atheist.
Sure.
Christianity was just not something that they worried about, but especially because there were always protesters outside.
Right.
So when this gender flip happened, there was also the introduction of a lot of a lot of Christians who would make like their little separate Christian alcove of the anime convention and all that
Sure,
stuff.
yeah.
You know, like that was
And
that
Vic
was
was a
always
big
weird.
part of that
He
too.
was, yeah. And that was I was always strange to me because I'm sitting there going like, you're. I'm not saying you can't dress up as a Shinto priest because I'm not a big like I don't worry about cultural appropriation too much,
Hmm.
you know, but don't you think it's a little weird that you know, you're all dressed up like Shinto priests but you're talking about how Christian you are?
That yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And it's similarly with Vic. It's weird how secular he allows himself to be, the characters he allows himself to take, but he wants to profess all of these very Christian ideologies, and he knows like he's in a community where there's a very large LGBT community.
Oh
Um,
yeah, oh yeah.
and he still wants to talk to these people about it. He doesn't he's very PC about the way he talks about this, but he's been directly asked on camera before, what do you think about gay marriage, about it becoming legal, and he'll very delicately dance around it and be like, I believe that this country should do what the people want for it to do, and clearly the vote is in the favor of gay rights. And but he will not say out loud like, I do or I do not personally believe that this should be happening, you know. Very
Yeah,
carefully
yeah.
dances around that.
Yeah, that's oh, that's not good. You know, that is not good, you know. Yeah, I keep hearing then now that's a campfire tale I've heard several times about this guy. You know, they're like, "Oh yeah, he will always dodge these questions. If you know, really press him, he'll get mad."
Yeah, yeah.
You know?
If you heard Anime News Network's interview with him, I want to say this was like 2012.
Oh, I didn't
That
see
he
theirs.
got
No.
it's an audio interview, and it gets really uncomfortable, and he just goes on and on about religion, and when he's pressed about it in any way, he starts to get kind of aggressive, and they're trying to like calm him down a little bit and move him on forward. And it's just so strange how commonly he'll make any number of panels about how he's attacked for his religion, how he's attacked on the internet by people who just want to make up stories about him, who are just trying to get attention. Every panel he does, he feels the need to go into this territory, and that's already kind of a little suspect. He had one panel that was entirely, and it's on film and everything, entirely about dispelling rumors. What voice actor have you ever heard of that stands in front of a whole bunch of people for an hour and says, "Did you hear this one about me? Let me clarify what the story actually is."
Yeah.
Who does that?
The only
That's
other
just
person
strange.
I've ever fucking seen do anything like that was Harlan Ellison.
Mm-hmm.
But to be fair, two things. One, there are a lot of rumors about Harlan Ellison that everyone knew
Right.
about. And two, he would just come in and he's like, I want to know what people are saying now because I am fascinated. Because I want to know what people are saying, and I will tell you if it's true or I'll tell you if it's false, because I kind of want to pinpoint what actually happened to start that rumor.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite being, didn't you hit someone in the face with a baseball bat with Philip K. Dick? And he went, look, the only story I have about Philip K. Dick is we went hunting one fucking spring, and I was like, yeah, let's do this. And he'd never gone hunting before, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna check out this cave. And then Philip was like, no, I'm going in. He charges into the cave. He charges out, and there's a bear following him. Now it's a small bear. It's a little black bear, so it's not that bad. But yeah, that's the only thing about like violence and Philip K. Dick that I've ever been involved in. You know, but like that's not the same. That's not like him defending his reputation,
Right, right.
you know? But here, this is very obviously, this very much sounds like, oh, I have to defend my reputation. To which I kind of find myself going, I'm always suspicious of people who need to get out in front of things like this.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
And
because,
that's true of Todd Habercorn, who we were talking about a second ago, too. He just
yeah,
decided he needed to get out in front of whatever might have been coming, even though he wasn't even named.
yes, like that's the weird thing. Like I would have, I would have thought like, oh, she didn't name me. All right, well, I guess I'll just. You would think that if you were someone who had done something like that, you would have been like, all right, like pay no attention to the guy behind the curtain, like
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, but no, I think that's where that narcissism comes in.
Exactly.
You
Yeah.
know, because people who do this kind of stuff are super narcissistic. Like you think you know what narcissism is. You do not know what it is. It's nuts. It's fucking nuts.
It really is.
You
Yeah.
know? It is so bizarre, like running into you know, running into people who are just absolutely narcissistic. They're real super destructive too.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
know?
And sometimes it's really covert. Sometimes you don't even know it's happening, and before
Oh
you know
yeah.
it, you're sucked up into it, and you're like, "Ah, how did it even get this bad?" That covert narcissism is the most terrifying of all because it'll
Yeah.
happen in your everyday life, and you just didn't even notice.
Yeah, because they know how to neutralize people that can spot them.
Hmm.
They're really good at it. Like they're masters. That's how they live. That's how they survive.
Exactly.
You know, and yeah, I've been on the business end of that several times. Where it was like,
Same.
hey,
Yeah.
yeah, hey Jack, did you know so and so doesn't like you? And I'm like,
Why are you telling
why?
me this? Yeah.
Why are you telling me this? And B, what did I do? And then like a couple years later, it was like, oh yeah, so and so, blah blah blah, and I'm like, oh, so and so is a child molester. Got it. Or so and so is a really insecure narcissist. Got it. Okay, I understand now. I see where this is coming from. But it is weird. It is
Hmm.
very strange how these people operate because they are operating in this like different way than people who don't do this.
Right. I think I've heard it said that maybe a very small percentage of the population is narcissistic, but it's enough that you are probably going to run into a narcissist at some point in your life, and you're just
No,
not
yeah,
going to notice until like you're just blindsided by something. Um,
yeah,
and somehow here we are today with somebody who's done this for more than a decade, and now we're having this conversation. So,
yeah, exactly. Like, it's so funny though because it was. I have to ask. Like, I saw pictures of the guy, Vic Mignola, Vic,
McEggnog,
Vic
whatever.
Eggnog, Vic McEggnog. He's a short guy, isn't he?
He's I 5'10"
Oh,
maybe.
okay.
Like
Oh, okay. So he's like
he's
average
not
height. Okay.
he's not 6 foot or anything, but
Right.
not he's not like I think he might be my height or sure I'm 5'8",
Right.
so
Okay. So
I
he's
don't
not
think he's
like
that.
he's average height.
Yeah, yeah.
Got it. Okay. God. Just this is all crazy. Oh,
It
it
is.
is almost 4:30.
It is, and I do need to kind of scram, but I really wanted to make sure that this is an important thing to me because I
Absolutely.
did see I did see some of this behavior for myself, and I have been privy to just sitting down and having those conversations with people for years about, oh, let me tell you my Vic story, because everybody had them, and anybody saying that it's just coming up now just because it just means if you haven't seen it, it's new to you. So
Yeah, this
that's what I want to come in and say is that detractors are gonna think that this is brand new. It's not. it's been here for a long time, and I understand how it might have escaped
No.
everybody else's view for a while, but if you've been around the con circuit for some time, this is not news, and
Yeah,
it's finally all coming to a head.
yeah, I
That's where I'm at.
actually, yeah. I'm like, oh well, that explains why I never heard anything, because there is definitely a period of time, and it was about 2006 where I checked out of the anime convention circuit.
That would be the right time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and yep, that's basically it. You know, oh
Mhm.
man, well, this is so crazy.
It is. It's insane.
You know, oh my god. Well, um, good luck with everything. You said you're going to go see.
I'm seeing Alita Battle Angel
Oh
tonight.
right,
Yeah, good early screening of Alita Battle Angel. I'm excited about it. I hope that it's a
yeah,
good anime adaptation. We'll find out.
yeah. Let me know, because like that's one of those manga that I'm looking at it and I'm like, I really want to see this, but I don't want my heart broken.
So
And
far,
by
it looks
heartbroken, I mean
okay.
like it sucks. I know the story is gonna break my heart. That's what it does.
Yes,
Okay, well, say hello to your husband for me.
will do.
Um, it was good talking to you. Thanks for being on.
Well, thank you for inviting me. I'm so glad to talk to you again too. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Same here. Same here. It's apparently all we need is some sort of like sexual molestation thing to happen in the fan community, and then we're talking again.
Oh boy, let's make it under better circumstances next time.
I think we should. I think that's an excellent idea.
For real. All
All
right, I'm
right.
gonna take off now. Thank you so much, and thank you to everybody who's watching and listening right now too, for taking the time out to hang out with the both of us.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Take care, Mars girl.
See you
We'll
later.
see you later. Oh man. So yeah, that's happening. That's happening. This fucking manana thing is happening, and it's just so weird. Now, as a lot of you can probably tell, we started way early, just so that we could get Mars Girl on, because definitely like it's something that you want to talk about as as it's happening, but you also want to see the screening of Battle Angel Alita. I mean, like, come on, like I'd have been like, I'm sorry guys, like if someone had been like, hey, here's free tickets to a screen tonight, Battle Angel Alita. Do you want them? I'd have been like, streams canceled, like I'd been out of there. Oh man. So all right. So here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to have a cigarette, because that was kind of heavy conversation, because woo, yeah, I like Mars Girl quite a lot. I always got along well with her. And when I get back, we'll open the call lines, so to speak. And so if you want to get on, like, a $20 donation guarantees it. Other than that, it's a host's choice. I pick someone out of the chat. And maybe I'll even, you know what? I haven't spoken to IOGL Knight still, so I'd like to get him on. So that would be good. I also wouldn't mind talking to Razorvine, because I haven't spoken to him in, Coon's age. God, I mean that's the south of the Mason Dixon for me, which is I know phrases like cotton picking and Coon's age with both of. Funny enough, believe it or not, Coon's age actually does refer to raccoons. It's not actually racist. Cotton picking, on the other hand, is totally racist. I am Pseudosapien. I'm largely on Discord, but I do everything through Google Hangouts. So basically, the way it works is I send people a link to, the current Google Hangout, and we move from there. All right. So, do me a favor. Razorvine and GL, if you're up for like a little bit of talking, which I hope you are, do that Twitter thing, and I will be right back after I have like a little cigarette, because like conversations like that are a little rough, you know. Talking about, I have to always try, because I'm such a like pro sex guy. I feel the need to really highlight when things have gone wrong and when things are bad, because if we're talking about like creating, the irony is that oh hey Vasari Arts. Vasari.
No worries about putting me in the chat. Just want to say
Oh, thank you, Vasari Arts.
While working on art commissions.
Cool.
NSFW Valentine's art woohoo.
Hey, tell you what, Vasari Arts, do me a favor. Send me a DM with like some of your favorite pictures that I can put on the stream, and I'll put them on the stream for you. You know, with the, you know, like your email address, or your Twitter deal. All right. I'll be right. Oh, yeah. Of course, Dead Girl disgusted you. It's a disgusting movie. It's supposed to fuck you up. You know, that was, at one point, that was going to be a misogyny and horror. You know, the problem is that that movie is so about its premise, I don't know what to say. You know, it's sort of like, oh, they've turned this woman into an object. It's like, yes. You know, it's like, they're done. You know, ugh. You know, it's a movie all about like boys turning a girl into an object. It just turns out that the girl is a zombie. You know, that's what makes that cool. You know, All right, I shall return. Be back. Maybe we'll put on some tunes for you. It's gonna be tunes. Come on. Do. Whoa. No, not that one. Here we go. this out of here. Oh, shit. Okay. Come on. There we go.
What's up?
Hey! Hey, what is going on, GL? How's it been? What it do? What it do?
It's been a rough kind of hell.
Yeah. It was like, what's been going on? Because, like, if you don't mind talking about it, because, like, we've been trying to get you on for a while because you donated, like, ages ago, and it was like, yeah, sure, something happened. Yeah, sure, something happened. And like, after a while, I was like, is it an anxiety thing or is something happening? You know, like, what's going on? So what was it?
Well, my Aunt Carol died near the beginning of the month. Broadway dimmed its lights for her, and Lin-Manuel Miranda wrote a really touching tweet that...
Wait, why did... you never told me who your aunt is, so I don't know why Broadway would be dimming their lights for
her. Carol Channing. Yeah.
Wait, you're related? You're related to Carol Channing?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Sorry, like, that did not fucking register. Like, you never told me that.
Well, I brought her up on stream before and a few times, so...
Yeah, but I think it was always in the context of your aunt.
Yeah.
As opposed to who's Carol Channing, by the way, because that might be a thing. Damn.
Yeah. Actually, I got a funny story about when I found out I was related to her. I was in the midst of being in my first musical in middle school.
Mm-hmm.
And... it was Hello Dolly, and yeah. Then my mom brought up, "Hey, did you know we're related to Carol Channing?" I'm like, "Wait, what?" She's like, "Yeah." Then she put me in contact with her, and
oh my god,
I got a picture of I got a headshot from my Aunt Carol for the girl who was playing Dolly in the musical, and
oh man.
Yeah. I won a lot of brownie points that day.
I think I only have one big question. Does she actually talk like that? Did she actually talk like that? Oh my god.
Oh, dude, you have no idea. We actually got her to do a show at a local theater where we live for our Missing Children's Foundation, about a decade ago, and she did a one-woman show, and afterwards she was hanging out with all of us in the bar, essentially by the green room, and she goes up to the bartender and goes, "Give me a beer." And yeah, and the bartender goes, "Well, we have some nice wines, we have like some of the local distilleries." She's like, "No, I want a goddamn beer."
No, honey, I want a goddamn beer. Just give it to me.
And keep in mind, the entire time she's doing this, she has a cigar in her hands, and she's waving around like a big black dick right at.
Oh my god!
It's like, okay, yeah, I am glad. I know.
Oh my god, that's fucking great.
Yeah,
that's fucking great.
But outside of Aunt Carol dying, my mom's best friend died. It was long and drawn out, and then one of my dad's best friends died, who was connected with the Moody Blues community, which we're heavily involved in because we got permission from Justin Hayward to use one of the Moody Blues songs for our actual videos and shit.
Oh, dude,
Yeah.
which one?
I know you're out there somewhere.
Oh, nice. Man, the song I would always love to have the rights to use in something, is Timothy Leary's Dead.
No, 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 he's outside.
Yeah, Timothy Leary's dead. He's on the outside, looking in.
Yeah, it's a shame Ray passed last year.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I nearly fell into an existential crisis, nervous breakdown, essentially. My third great niece, Hope, had to be delivered by C-section yesterday because they found out her umbilical cord was wrapped around her neck.
Ew.
And they were afraid she was going to be born brain dead. So.
No kidding. Like that's a real potential risk with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, my friends keep on trying to drag me out, trying to get me to get out of my shell and everything else, and it's probably why I couldn't come because my friends kept on pulling me away. I'm like,
so they're being good friends basically.
Yeah, but then it turns out I have to do shit for them afterward.
Like what?
Helping them move.
Okay.
Hey, we're pulling you out of your house because you're in a fun. Let's just move shit. Why? Because you're the big guy.
Oh my god.
Thanks.
Oh, by the way, Vasari Arts sent me a picture. I think the one that is probably most appropriate for this is a quick sketch that she did of a naked witch, but it's got little censor hearts over it, so we're good.
So you could say it's a love witch.
It's a damn it. Like I fucking oh god. Like I man, Love Witch, that oh my god, is that a divisive movie?
As it should be.
No. That's not what I mean. If it was a divisive movie in the way that I had expected, that would be fine because I would have expected it. But
yeah,
it's one of those weird things where I started to realize what was different about me and a lot of the other film critics, which is I go by a very my code is kind of this: a bad review makes you a hero. A bad review makes you an underdog. A good review makes you a star. But there's no review that I can make that I can write that will make you anonymous. So if I really truly don't like something, I don't say anything about it. You know, that doesn't mean that every movie I haven't said anything about I've hated. I might just not have wanted to fucking talk about it, or, you know, probably what's more likely is I ain't seen it yet.
Yeah, the shit you hate is usually the stuff you have something to say about. The shit that you feel nothing for is the stuff that usually you remain quiet on.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, when The Witch happened, I was like, oh, yeah, tell people about this. Like, when Hereditary happened, it's like, oh, yeah, tell people about this. This movie's great. You know, same thing with, like, Lords of Salem and Get Out and, like, all that stuff. You know, those movies are all, like, fantastic. And I felt the same way about The Love Witch because of all the things that I saw in it. But other lovers, I do not get along with other lovers of that movie.
That's understandable.
Yeah, it's very weird. It's very weird because they get really offended when I bring up the things that it shares influence with. They get really offended. And I'm like, why what's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong with you know, do with taking these influences, like, because those aren't the influences, and I'm like, yeah, they are.
They're clearly on the screen.
They're clearly on the screen. Like, I am seeing panels. I am seeing shot for shot recreations of things that I have watched, and going, yeah, okay, you know. And one of the problems is that the director herself has said that people like Mario Bava were not an influence, but I find myself going like, bull fucking shit. You know, bullshit, you know, like, you gotta be kidding me. They're like, no, it's really golden age of Hollywood. And I'm like, okay, maybe. Well, here's the thing. It's like, well, if we're talking about, actually, it wouldn't even be the golden age, it'd be the silver age, because it's color. But I found myself going like, yeah, but you know why they started making movies that looked like that, right? It's because of Mario Bava. Exactly. You know, that's like people Black saying, Sunday. Yeah, Black Sunday, great example.
There are some shots that are clearly taken from Black Sunday, just like there's some exterior shots that are taken from fucking Planet of the fucking Vampires.
Yeah, no, totally. No, totally there are, you know, and I found myself going like, I thought that was fine. I thought it was a great idea to like use those film techniques, basically let us use the exploitation lens, but let's apply it to a story about the obsession with not lust but love. And I'm like, oh, that's a great idea. Like, it's like we're gonna film a love story, a tragic love story, kind of like a porno. Like, that's kind of cool. That's cool.
Porno, we're talking like mid-80s porno.
Well, no, it's not mid-80s porno. We're talking like Eurotrash cinema. You know,
so
like Jesus.
1984.
Yeah. So like Jesus Franco, a lot of the Italian giallo directors from like the 50s and 60s. You know, a lot of those dudes. And I thought that was a fantastic idea. I thought, to the point where I actually thought that was the point. I thought that was actually the point to do that. But the director has said that wasn't the point. So I always find myself at like this weird crossroads with that movie, because I'm sitting there going like, everything I love about this movie is stuff that I see that is very clearly there, but everyone is denying it. Yeah, everyone is denying it. And I've noticed that there is this very particular this segment of film critics who get really offended if you discuss a story about women and giving it any connection to art which they consider to be low class.
Yeah. People seem to have a problem with lowbrow because they want to seem like they have a higher level of esteem than they actually seem to be putting on. Yeah,
that just basically means that they don't watch movies. That's what I found.
It's like the people who love B movies who say trauma movies suck. It's like,
no, exactly low production quality. I wouldn't say that they suck. I would say they have low production quality.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, there are some awful movies in there, like Demented Demonoids. But
how dare you fucking question the artistic integrity of Fatty Rides the Bus?
I'm not questioning the artistic integrity of Fatty Rides the Bus, nor am I talking about the humongous hungry like Hungonoid or something. I'm talking like Dead Dudes in the House, okay?
Or like Redneck Zombies.
Redneck Zombies.
Actually,
or Butt Crack. Butt Crack would be another one.
I really like Redneck Zombies just for existing. It's a shot on shitio movie. It's got all the production. It's really low production value, but the thing that I was always impressed by was how well they did, given with how well they did, despite the fact that they literally had nothing. Yeah. You know, they had a fucking shoulder VHS camera and that was it. And from that, they built their they built Redneck Zombies. And you might be like, well, what really? Yeah. Did you talk about the shotgun, the shotgun to the head scene?
No. I'm talking about the shot where the gay soldier is pinned down by the zombies, and one of them sucks out his eye.
Yeah.
So well done.
It's really well done given what they were using, you know.
Yeah.
And I was always really kind of I was inspired by that. I was like, yeah, you actually made a movie. Like, granted, like, you know, you made no money off of it, but
yeah,
it's fun to watch.
Yeah, it's like Nail Gun Massacre.
Mm-hmm.
It's so awful.
Oh my God, Nail Gun Massacre. Oh my God, how many times have I seen Nail Gun Massacre? Oh. Okay, like it. Oh my God. Sorry, that one took me back. Nail Gun Massacre fucking takes me back. You know, it's like there are 3 movies. There were a bunch of movies that were very, very, very similar. They were all horror movies, and they all had dudes in motorcycle helmets.
Yeah.
And there's only one. There's one, and then there's all the others, and all the others kind of blur together. And that one is Wraith.
Oh God, yes, Charlie Sheen.
Yeah, Charlie Sheen. You know,
dude, the chase sequences in the Wraith are.
Oh
awesome.
yeah. Wraith is a great movie, but all the others, like, you know, like Nail Gun Massacre, or what was the other one? What was one of the others? Was it Toolbox Murder? The original Toolbox Murders?
Yeah, Toolbox Murders.
Okay.
We also have to bring up The Exterminator.
That might be the one I'm thinking of. The Exterminator. Let me see. Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the flamethrower gun. Yep.
Yep.
Man, they pushed too far.
The Vietnam veteran who always seemed to be on the edge pushed once too far when his best friend was killed.
Yeah, it's like someone was trying to cash in on fucking First Blood.
Or The Punisher.
Well, no. It would have been First Blood.
I know.
Because when did the Punisher actually? When did he start? Hold on.
Punisher is 1972, I believe.
Let's double check. Let's see. The Punisher. No, not the show. I was talking about the character.
Although the show is pretty goddamn good.
Oh, it shows. I had to stop watching it. 74. I had to actually stop. I keep meaning to go back and finish it, but like, here's the problem. That thing is so good at depicting PTSD that if you have PTSD,
it causes it to.
Yeah. It can actually trigger it.
Yeah.
You know, and it's one of those, like, oh man, it's such a great artistic statement. But like, even the thing I liked about The Punisher was that it created sympathy for characters that you would not normally have even attempted to humanize.
Oh God, yes.
You know, like, and we're not talking like Jigsaw and that. We're talking like the fucking, like, kid who becomes the drug addict. Not even the drug addict. The kid who starts becoming like the crazy, like, who almost becomes a white supremacist.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're just sitting there and you're just like, oh my God, this poor fucking kid. He's just so fucking lost. And he ran into exactly the wrong guy at the wrong moment.
Yeah.
You know,
and the Stolen Valor motherfucker. That guy got me so goddamn hard.
Yeah.
That guy got me so goddamn hard.
Yeah. Oh man. But like, it's actually the moment where I was like, oh my God, this show's amazing, was when the Punisher finally breaks.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, and they start playing Tom Waits. They start playing Hell Broke Loose. You're just like, oh shit, here we go.
One of the things I love about season 2 is they open so goddamn strong with an attack on a bar that is so goddamn brutal. We're talking, Frank is just charging at people who are firing guns and quickly stabbing them under the ribs and pushing them down to the table, stabbing them in the neck, throwing them off. And one guy tries to fight him with a bottle. Frank just grabs the guy's head, holds the knife on the fucking counter, and slams his head down on it so hard, so fast, his head bounces off the knife.
Oh man, sorry. Oh man, I saw a clip of the Exterminator. I forgot how racist that movie was.
Oh fucking A, that movie was so
Yeah, like, there's how to put it. Get your fucking get your helmet on, because them gooks and chinks gonna come flying at you. Good God, like, oh, I forgot about this part.
Yeah.
Oh geez.
Growing up on movies like that is why I want to make my own movies, much in the same vein. Like, I got an idea for a trauma-esque superhero movie called Pizza Man. Yeah.
Wait, did they remake the Exterminator?
No, they made a sequel back in 1986, I believe.
Oh, okay, that would be it. Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, did they remake that shit?
I'd rather see a remake of Frankenstein 1980 before anything.
Oh, what are you talking about? It's all about Frankenstein Unwound.
All I'm saying is a robotic spacesuit Frankenstein movie could definitely be remade in nowadays culture. Come on, man.
No, Frankenstein Unbound. Come on. Yeah. Yeah, Frankenstein Unbound, starring Raul Julia and fucking John Hurt, and directed by Roger Corman. This shit is that shit's dope. Oh,
it's like asking for a remake of Black Scorpion, dude.
And what's wrong with that?
Not much. Just doesn't feel like it really fits anywhere outside of its own time frame.
But we're talking about Frankenstein Unbound here, motherfucker. This is gonna pack him in for years to come. I'm telling you. Do you want? Hey. This is gonna be. People gonna be talking about this one for years to come. Is that what you want? Do you want some flash in the pan? No, this is Frankenstein Unbound we're talking about.
Yeah, fuck you. I'd rather have Frankenstein 1980. It has Pam Grier in it.
That is a good argument.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I'm convinced though. Let's see. Frankenstein 1980. Let's see if I can remember this one.
It's also known as The Vindicator.
What?
Yeah.
No. This isn't The Vindicator. Frankenstein 80 also was a movie done in 1972.
Oh, yeah.
Because there is a movie called The Vindicator. It is a Frankenstein story, but it's not actually Frankenstein.
Oh, yeah. Like
it's a RoboCop ripoff.
Yeah, but I would love to see a remake of that before anything else.
The problem is we already have the perfect Vindicator remake. It's called the original RoboCop. I don't know if I need another one. Although I'll tell you another movie that they should never remake: Spontaneous Combustion. You just leave in a vault.
God, yes.
It's perfect.
Brad Dourif was fucking awesome in that.
It's perfect. Don't touch it. You don't touch that shit. Spontaneous Combustion. It's awesome.
Another one that's awesome.
That's like Scanners, man.
Another one that's awesome that's underrated is Of Unknown Origin.
Ooh. Hold on. That sounds familiar, but I can't remember it off the top of my head.
It's Peter Weller versus rats.
Of Unknown Origin. Really?
Yeah. It's underrated as all fuck.
Wait. Okay.
Yep.
Quick. Is this the one where they bust open the wall and there's a giant rat in it?
Yep.
Holy shit. I saw this movie. I saw the last scene of this movie back when it was on cable once. And I never knew what the fuck it was, so I could never find it.
Dude.
I didn't even realize that was Peter Weller.
Dude, remember what you said about me last stream? How the fuck do I know all this obscure movie shit?
Oh
This is
my
kind of
God.
my specialties.
Oh my God. Holy shit. Oh my God, is that fucking... Holy shit. This actually got a real cast in it.
Yeah.
Like a bunch of people who were in this are like went on to become like stars.
Yeah. The movie's really good. And there's a whole sequence with Peter Weller just going through his house, armed with rat traps, just trying to fight him off.
Yeah. Oh my God. Where is of unknown origin, a filthy rat on fine china? Okay, holy shit. Okay, of unknown origin. Let's see, giant rat. I gotta at least see if I can find a clip of that shit. Come on, oh man, no one has a clip of that rat. That fucking rat is amazing.
Like I said, this movie's underrated as all fuck, dude.
Yeah, no shit. It's on Scream Factory. Oh, okay.
Yep.
I get me a Blu-ray. Hold on. Yeah, all right. Hitting the rats.
Did
Hitting
you
the
see
rats.
the collectors?
I haven't seen the collection yet. I'm just
the collector's edition.
There's a collector's edition. Oh man.
I believe there is.
Come on. Oh man, they're not letting me. Just fucking let me. Just show me that one fucking clip of the fucking giant rat, man. I'm pretty sure this is it. I'm pretty sure this is the movie. I kept looking for this thing under like rat or rat something or rats in the walls or giant rats. And
yeah, it's surprising how like versatile the rat horror genre is. Like it's...
Well, let me see. There's got to be a... Oh, my fucking God. Okay, so there's one of the giant rats. There's one of the other... Oh, that's a Sumatran rat monkey. All right, so did I imagine this? Or does one of the giant rats actually have a hat on?
I don't exactly remember. I haven't seen it in like over 12 years, so.
Okay. Because I remember there was like some sort of weird... I for some reason, I kept thinking it had a Civil War hat on. I'm not saying it did. I'm just saying that's how I remember it.
Now remember, your memories might not be all they're cracked up to be.
Yeah. Also, God damn it. Okay, Rat King. No. Wait. Is this it? No. That's like from a video game. Come on, Rat King. Give me a Rat King. No, those are rodents of unusual size. I don't need that. That's not... All right, looks like I might just have to like get the movie and watch it and find out if I'm remembering this for real. Jesus Christ, this is I have found a picture of a real rat. Like, this is real. That is like huge. Damn. Like, hold on. I feel like we gotta put this one up on the fucking stream, man. I keep waiting.
What I think it is.
It's like London. It's like a London sewer rat that they found, somewhere.
Massive.
Yeah. So, okay, all right. Hang on. Let's resize that so that we can actually see it. All right. Okay, here we go. Behold. It is a rat the size of a large cat.
Yeah.
That, good God.
I'm gonna call him Ben.
Yeah, that thing's alive too. Like, they didn't actually kill it, you know. But well, apparently them motherfuckers get big. You know.
Jesus Christ, they get big.
Yeah. I'm looking at that and I'm just sort of like, yeah, level 1 adventurer, go kill 10 of those. Because I find myself going, well, yeah, because adventurer can't take on 10 of those. You ain't gonna make it against no baby dragon. Forget it. This ain't happening.
It's like, fuck. Roadkill from Comic Zone got his hands in some Super Mario mushrooms.
I know, right? Oh my god. Oh, Rat Kings. Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah, it's...
Sorry, I'm now freaking myself out by looking at fucking rats.
Why? Rats are cool.
Well, when they're that big, they freak me out. It's sort of like
that big freaks you out.
Yeah. Well, it should. You know, either in large, either that big or in large volumes. Like a million like 10,000 ants in a small space is terrifying.
Yeah. It's the concept of the swarm.
Yes.
It's partly why Stung is so goddamn good at being a movie. It gets the concept of the swarm very, very down pat.
Yes. Oh my god. Oh my god, Rat Trap. Someone's bringing up like Transformers.
Yeah.
Shut up, Rat Trap. You know. Oh man.
I'm just trying to do my job.
Yeah, but that show was so weird. I actually knew some people who worked on that. I don't know what to say, but when computer animation, television animation became a thing, there was a lot of people who didn't know what the fuck they were doing making stuff for like television.
Oh yeah.
You know, like that wasn't even like that show kind of looked, that show did not look great for the time.
No.
You know?
The voice acting was phenomenal.
Oh no, the voice acting was was great. Like the show was fun. It's just the animation is bad.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god. Rhinox's Tankor. Okay, whatever. Yeah, whatevs.
Actually, a surprisingly well animated show for the time period was Starship Troopers Chronicles.
Really?
Yeah. Given the time frame, like mid to late 90s, and the fact the show was entirely in CGI, it was pretty good.
Huh.
Yeah.
Huh.
Plus, it actually copied from the book a lot more than the movies.
Oh, wait, someone send me a message. There's a message. Ba 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 ba.
Drink more Ovaltine?
Drink more Ovaltine? What the fuck is this shit? You know, like pieces of crap.
Yeah.
Like, are people like, huh? Nope, I've got nothing. Character Creator 3, 3D character design animation game, ARNUR. Oh boy. Make your custom 3D avatar. Okay, well,
yeah,
maybe.
No.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like that was something I worked so hard on to try to do in college, and then I just sort of lost my taste for it. Yeah. You know, I mean, granted, I wasn't very good at it. So meh. You know, where is this fucking like scuba sound coming from? Is bloop. Yeah. It's like I never know where it's coming from, because I'm like, okay, if it's not Twitter and it's not Facebook and Discord fucking is not up, then what is it?
Could it be Skype?
Skype?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me see. No, that shit ain't up.
Thank God.
Yeah. Like, I'm not. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. It is up. What? What? This is still installed? Like, what the fuck?
What the hell?
Why the hell is this thing fucking... Why is this thing... Oh, okay, we're getting real. Okay. All right, kids. This is... We're gonna fucking... We gotta get this off the startup menu, because I'm sick of this crap. You know. Yeah, exactly. There's some like, no. I don't need you. Oh my god, just fucking get out of my face and let me like click on the things.
Yeah, 1,000 fucking hills. Go the fuck away.
I know. Like, it's like, find contacts easily, and I'm like, skip. Update, skip. Test your video. No. I want to test the video. I need to get into the program. All right, fuck you. We're doing fine. You want to do this the hard way? We'll do this the hard way.
Yeah.
You know, like bastards. Bring up System Mechanic and get that shit off the list. Oh my god.
Cannot remove vital part of the overall OS.
Yeah. Oh, did it take over the mic? Yeah, it might have done that. It might have tried to do that.
A little bit.
Oh, God. Both holes, but no lube. Awesome. Okay. Let's see. Startup. Toolbox. Do. Internet cleanup. Windows cleanup. Okay. Temporary files. Bum. Assholes. Okay. Privacy guarding. I don't need. So what else has been going on, man?
I have been trying to dive back into working on Axiom for a little bit. Axiom's one of the comic properties I've been developing for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Essentially, it's an Astro City-esque kind of environment mixed with a little bit of My Hero Academia and a little bit of interdimensional hopping. Essentially, it's about it follows mostly the up-and-coming superheroes of a city that has a system in place for those who are unable to fully survive on their own in an environment. Essentially, they got a program called the Social Hero Services, where it helps them with financing, jobs, superhero work, so that way they can help with the recognition, medical shit, like helping them with psych evaluations. And the initial focus of the story follows Stalker, who is a superhero who is dealing with their an identity crisis of their own gender. A couple years ago, they were involved in an accident that left them radically altered. As they are now, they are over 7 feet tall, like super strong, slight regeneration powers, slight, like durability, and they have enhanced senses. And Stalker is like this incredibly powerful figure. Like, they stand well above everyone else. They put on this presence of the ultimate male hero.
Right.
However, when Stalker was altered when they were a normal human, she was a ballerina. And yeah, so essentially it's this person dealing with gender crisis, trying to figure out who they are, while at the same time living in a world full of superheroes. And their partner is trying to help them along with everything else. And like, she's got a team of her own involving a plague doctor vigilante superhero called Despair, who speaks in ellipsisms. Despair usually refers to himself in the third person, and like, he's got like this high-tech plague doctor outfit that he uses to fight crime, and occasionally for some funny shit, like when they're out in a bar, he's still in full costume. Yeah, when they're at a bar, he's out in full costume still, and everyone's asking, how the hell are you going to be able to drink a drink? His mask pops open, and a straw comes out that's long enough to get to his glass.
Nice.
Like, he's that kind of superhero. And then, of course, there's the Australian exchange student who is in library sciences, who is essentially twin-souled. When she got her powers, she literally birthed a sister soul, and they are able to switch forms and shit. So,
right.
You've got Barbara, who is the like nerdy, fastidious, serious one, and then you got Barbie, who is essentially an OP'd goddess, who is incredibly ditzy.
Okay.
like there's literally a situation I wrote in her backstory where on an event where this essentially a lich was reviving what was raising an army of the dead. Barbie took one look at the army, went ew, and brought them all back to life.
Hmm.
Her reason?
Okay.
They had such icky skin. I just wanted to give them good skin. Everyone likes good skin, don't they? It's like, so you brought them all back to life?
Yeah, I have to ask. Have you ever read a story called "The Wicked and the Divine"? Apparently the answer is yes. All right.
Dude, care to look over here? I got an entire stack of comics. This is my monthly reading.
Oh, well, okay then.
Yeah, trust me. I understand what you're talking about.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. I got everything from Lumberjanes to Wicked and Divine, got Infinite Kung Fu, got Istra City, Volume 7, The Dark Age, Part 2, Southern Cross, Rat Queens, Volume 2, Incognegro, God Country, The Goddamned, Volume 1, just... I got a lot.
Yeah. All right, so I have to figure out. Let's see. I don't want to open Skype. I want this shit to go away.
Yeah.
Sick of this. It's like, I'm like, oh no, we're doing it, motherfucker. You fucking get the fuck out of here. Like, wait a minute. How has it turned on, but it's not in the among startup programs?
You might have to go into the control panel just to get rid of it. I know. Bullshit.
Son of a bitch. Okay. All right. Control panel. Bam. Let's see. What a
outside
fucking...
of that,
outside of that?
I'm still trying to put together my list of initial reviews I want to do for Eastern Gate. I still want to do 36 Chamber of Shaolin. I've been thinking about doing Why Don't You Play in Hell? The movie I told you about. Partly because it's Sion Sono doing Quentin Tarantino. And in what is possibly a bit of a spoiler, he reveals he's not actually doing Tarantino. He's doing Tarantino by way of Jodorowsky.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's actually phenomenal. And it's fucking bloody.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, like, no joke. Like,
yeah.
Oh my god, people on cocaine, like, going around swinging swords and firing guns. People, like, gleefully cackling in joy as they're holding the cameras and shooting people. It's... Oh my god, this film. It is so goddamn good.
What's it called again?
Why Don't You Play in Hell?
Why Don't You Play in Hell? Oh, wait a minute. I think I have heard of this. Yeah, okay. So I think you buried the lead on this one. The idea of Why Don't You Play in Hell is that a Yakuza boss decides that he wants to make a movie, and so he hires, like, this young director to make the movie, but here's the thing, all the stunts and all the guns are gonna be real.
Because he wants to record an actual Yakuza battle.
Yeah, exactly.
But
and
here's
so
the thing, that's not the entire story.
Right, but that's the important bit. The important bit is a guy who is brought into the Yakuza specifically to film the boss's movie, becomes super fucking invested in the whole thing to the point where he is stopping real gun battles in order to get another take.
Actually, no, that's not it.
Okay.
Essentially, the daughter, who is the one that's in the promos with the guy spraying, like, rainbow blood and shit.
Yeah.
That's part of a coke sequence involving the guy that she inadvertently dragged into the entire situation because she ran away from filming a movie that she didn't want to be and her father, the Yakuza boss, thinks she's running away with this guy that she dragged in. So so he gets his whole Yakuza group to learn how to make a movie, and they think he's the director. Meanwhile, there's this other group of filmmakers called the Fuck Bombers. Yeah, Fuck Bombers. That's a great name. The Fuck Bombers, who are low budget, practically no budget, hardcore exploitation fan filmmakers. They've been inadvertently tied into this whole story since they were kids. Because when they were kids, they recorded some footage of some of the people that become the major figures. And they left a note in this box to the god of movies that this guy who got dragged in...
Wait, who's the god, like the literal god of movies?
There is no literal god of movies. It's someone they pray to, because...
Yeah, but I mean, okay, so they literally have a thing that they are like, this is the god of movies, but it's not like it's not like a character that appears in the movie. It's just...
No, they just play to a quote-unquote god of movies. That's it.
Okay, all right.
And this guy, after puking like 400 gallons of vomit from the stress and freaking out, finds the letter that these kids wrote back in the day, talking about making the ultimate movie.
Okay.
So they find the group, and it gets really stupidly convoluted in some parts, but it is so goddamn good. It is just so well made.
Yeah. It looked like a really good movie. Like
you had Takasuguchi as their star, who is obsessed with Bruce Lee.
Yeah, I was about to say that one of the things about Why Don't You Play in Hell is there's obviously part of it is an homage to Game of Death.
Oh yeah, actually, Sion Sono considers that the ultimate Bruce Lee movie.
Yeah. Because, well, I mean, this is pretty good. Like the shit that he actually filmed, the stuff that he actually filmed in that movie is pretty good.
Oh yeah, the Pagoda Battle. The Pagoda Battle was fantastic.
Yeah. But basically, So basically, I haven't had a chance to see this movie. It's a fairly recent film too. Like, it came out earlier last year. Oh no! Wait a minute.
2012.
No, it was 20. No, it came out in America in 2014.
Yeah.
Really? I only just heard about this thing like 6 months ago.
Yeah, I try to keep up to date on Asian cinema, as you know. Like,
right.
Like, I fucking got Lady Snowblood collection recently, Happiness of the Katakuris. I'm in the process of researching a whole bunch of Asian films that I want to special order from like Japan and China. So that way I can just get my hands on them.
Right. I'm trying to figure out is this available on anything? Huh.
Why don't you play now?
Is it on Netflix?
I don't think it is.
No, it is not. Damn it.
Well, you can actually submit a request for them to put it on.
Hold on. Let me nope. Yeah, like I have got to there's a bunch of shit I gotta do. But, let's see. Hold on. Okay, so I could rent this for like $4 on Amazon.
Yeah, this one is definitely worth a vlog, because holy crap.
Right. Ooh, what is this? Oh man, what? Oh god. Sorry. I'm just looking at like all these fucking movies that you could find on the Amazon and such, and some of them are just like patently awful. Well, what is this? Delivery: The Beast Within. Young couple agrees to document their first pregnancy for a reality show. Oh God, I don't know if I want to pay $4 for that. Like,
not worth it. It's not worth it.
Have you seen it?
I have.
Not that bad.
Not worth it. It's boring.
Is it as bad as Atrocious? Which is another movie that they keep like fucking saying, "Hey, you might want to watch Atrocious," and I'm like, I don't want to watch that movie again. I hate that movie. The movie's terrible.
I'd rather watch Inhuman Witch.
Inhuman Witch?
Yeah.
Okay, Inhuman Witch.
It's about an astronaut that gets launched into space, and while he's having lunch, which is a man-witch, he gets exposed to cosmic radiation, which turns him into this man-witch monstrosity after he lands back on Earth and goes on a rampage.
Huh.
Yeah.
I'm all right. I'm looking at this trailer. All right, low budget as hell.
Yeah, this one is on Amazon, by the way.
Yeah, that's an Amazon Prime movie. Okay, come on. Oh my God, this is like fucking Channel Awesome quality of production, man.
Yeah. Think about that.
Well, these are the kind of movies I want to make, fucking bastards. Anyway, Inhuman Witch. Okay, so where is? They're not showing us the Inhuman Witch in the trailer. Why
would they?
I don't know. Let's see, like a man burns up on re-entry and is fused with a sloppy Joe that is on the fucking space shuttle.
Yeah.
He is now Inhuman Witch. Oh my God.
See, that is enjoyably bad.
Oh man. Oh. Come on, I want one good shot of the Man Witch, the Inhuman Witch. Give it to me. Give it to me. You know I deserve it. I want it. That guy's dead. That guy is also dead.
Yeah.
I wonder who lives. So that guy is licking a dude's skull. I wonder.
Hold on, I gotta talk about something real quick. Courtney, your boyfriend's a fuckhead for skipping out on you for Bright.
You don't like Bright?
That's not it. It's the principle of the matter.
What fucking principle? The only principle of the matter is that Bright was a pretty good movie. What are you talking about?
He skipped out on being with his girl for a movie like Bright, which he could have watched with his girl.
This is sounds like a relationship based on lies.
Lies and scandal.
Yeah, lies and scandal. Let's see, never mind, my boyfriend flaked out on me to watch Bright. Why'd he flake out on you? What were you supposed to do? I'm now confused. I I like Bright, but
that's a fuck nugget thing to do.
Yeah, that is kind of a fuck nugget. See, he's already seen this shit. Well, then why does he need to watch it again? I mean, like, I mean, granted, I watched it earlier today, but like, I was in cyberpunk mode.
Yeah.
So, like, I was like, I'll just have that on while I'm working on some other shit, But okay, so Inhuman Witch, we've scoped that out. Let's see what else, what other like complete retardation can we discover here on the Amazon Prime? Let's see, it's Haunting of Helena. What the fuck is this? Watch trailer. All right. Huh. Haunting of Helena. This looks like this might actually be a movie. It might not be that good, but it at least looks like a real movie. I've seen a lot of things that do not look like real movies.
Well,
but are still an hour and a half long.
Well, if you want another one that's like that's incredibly bad, so bad it's good.
Yeah.
Were Rooster.
Well, I get the feeling that that's not. What the fuck is this? Okay, hold on. the fuck am I looking at? What's this called? Hold on. It's called I Don't Know because they won't tell me. Oh, Phase 7.
Oh, Phase 7. Phase 7's actually okay. It's slow quite often. It's not well made, but it's still pretty enjoyable.
Oh, God. They're talking about Monstered in the chat. Yeah. Monstered. It's the shit.
Well, they could have also been talking about Septic Man.
Septic Man? One word or two?
2 words.
All right. Have I seen this? I might have seen this. Is it Russian movie?
No, it's American.
It's an American movie. Then I haven't seen it.
It's from the makers of Pro Wrestlers vs. Zombies.
Oh, okay. So basically, it's shit, man.
Yeah.
Okay. It's shit, man. That's what that is.
Septic Man is kind of a more gross out version of fucking Toxic Avenger, but yeah, it actually does its gross out moments pretty goddamn well.
All right, let's see. Oh man, there is The Barons, which is the only good Jersey Devil movie that exists. Every other Jersey Devil movie is pretty bad.
Chaotic Doctor, where do I get the time to watch this shit? It's called I Don't Sleep. No joke. No joke. I'm lucky to get 5 hours.
Oh man, you and Flashman are kind of in the same boat.
Yeah.
Like he also has like really bad insomnia. Yeah. And I only get like true insomnia if I'm really high. And that is
Hanger.
What?
Oh, Horror Struck 666 brought up Hanger. It's
Hanger?
about a botched abortion gone wrong. Yeah, it's
Hanger.
it's pretty good.
Oh, is it the one with Debbie Rochon in it?
I believe so, yeah.
Title is currently unavailable. Oh, never mind. Can't see that one. They don't have it no more. Blood Slaughter Massacre, The Night of the Devils, VHS Viral. Oh, God. Oh, God, Yellow Brick Road. You ever seen Yellow Brick Road?
I have.
That everything was so good until the end. The last 5 minutes ruins everything. You get to the end of that movie and you're like,
that's the reason?
That's the end? Like, that's the end you went with? That is retarded. You know? Like, I don't even know what you can call that. It's not a twist. It's not really a reveal. It's like, oh, I guess there's no real good answer. Then I'm like, well, then I guess you don't have a fucking movie.
You're like that horror movie that fucking told us to go to a website.
Oh my God, yeah. Fucking, what was that, Devil Inside?
Yep.
You know? Oh, God. Like, Yellow Brick Road. Fucking, oh, I'm not gonna, I can't forgive that movie. That movie pissed me off.
It's kind of like how I can't forgive The Last Exorcism.
I love The Last Exorcism. What are you talking about? Like, that one's great.
The ending itself kind of...
You didn't like the ending of The Last Exorcism?
Not exactly, no.
Why? It was all building up to that.
I had a lot of issues, though. That's the point.
Yeah, but but how was the movie supposed to end?
Well, I remember giving out 4 endings, but I can't exactly remember them because I lost the article years ago.
Yeah, but like I actually loved the ending of fucking The Last Exorcism. You know?
Katie, are you talking about House, the American film with William Catt, or are you talking about House Suit?
I'm assuming when she says House, she's talking about the one with You know, believe it or not, I'm walking on air. That guy.
Yeah, William Katt.
William Katt, yeah.
Appeared in the first and the fourth one.
Yes.
Why the fuck do I remember this shit? Oh yeah, 172 IQ.
Because it's House. It's House. House
I
is a good
personally
movie.
love House 2. I love House 2 personally.
Oh, House 2 is great. Yeah, that movie is fan-fucking-tastic.
Actually, one movie I kind of need to get before the price jumps to like over $100, because Criterion Collection lost the rights to it, is Jigoku. Jigoku, aka Japanese Hell. It is a surrealistic horror film where one of the characters is in hell, having to be just out of reach of a burning wheel of skewered babies.
So what's this called again?
Jigoku. Jigoku.
Ah, okay. There we go. That's all right. Gigoku.
No, Jigo.
Ah, there we go. Jigoku.
Yep. Jigoku.
Jigoku. Okay. Oh, it looks like the kind of movie I would dig. I'm seeing a lot of hello, I am sexy woman, and I am this. Okay. So this is a movie made in the 60s. All right. Let me put in context what I am looking at here. You know that sequence from Godzilla versus the Smog Monster, which is in the nightclub and it's all shot like a psychedelic 60s thing?
Yeah.
All right. As far as I can tell from this trailer, Jigoku is that the movie.
Yeah, for the most part.
Like
it's about a bus full of people who die in a crash and are sent to hell, and all of them have to be exposed to their great sins for essentially either all eternity or until they can be reincarnated. And one of them has to be chained down in front of a fire wheel of burning babies skewered on spikes who are wailing for all eternity.
Right.
Yeah.
Jigoku. Jigoku.
Yeah. In fact, it's been remade a couple times. So there's one from the early 90s and I believe one from 2014, but I could be wrong.
Right. Oh man, gonna have to get some of that shit. Let's see who all is what's all happening in that chat now. Let's see, talk about Meatball Machine. I haven't seen that. I gotta see that one. I know about it. I know about it. Yeah.
The original or the full film?
I haven't seen either. So like,
do so, dude. It is so good. When you back to back it with Tetsuo, actually Tetsuo 2 Body Hammer, it works so goddamn well.
I've never seen Body Hammer. I've seen the original Tetsuo the Iron Man like 1 billion times. You know,
Body Hammer is gay. It's gay. It's super fucking gay. Oh my god, it's super fucking gay.
Okay, so they just made the subtext the text in the second one.
Like
because that first one's also super gay. It's just that the gayness is like, look, all right. Maybe Tetsuo Body Hammer is even gayer.
It is.
But that first Tetsuo the Iron Man is all about being gay.
Yeah, I mean, look at all the phallic imagery.
Yeah, well, it's not. It goes beyond that because like the whole everything is turning into metal. Like that's like a big AIDS metaphor.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's crazy. You know, like I love that movie. It's great.
Yeah, but in Body Hammer, the film is packed with, pardon the pun, it is packed with sweaty men in a factory smelting metal, fucking fist fighting, like being shaved and grappling, and instead of like this monstrosity thing, the main guy turns into a fucking tank.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Let's see, Body Hammer. Tetsuo 2, Body Hammer. Oh man. Yeah, I've never actually seen Body Hammer. Now, obviously, I've seen the shit out of Tetsuo the Iron Man.
Oh, fuck yes. Come on. Industrial tentacle sex.
Oh, yeah. I love that movie. Oh, man.
And then, of course, there's the third movie, Tetsuo 2 Bullet Man, which is more of an action movie, with starring the voice actor of James from Silent Hill 2.
Wait, what?
Yeah, the voice actor for James, both in the Japanese and American productions. Same guy, by the way.
Yeah.
He plays the son of the main guy from, well, essentially Body Hammer and Iron Man.
So, Tetsuo 3, the Bullet Man. Okay. Bullet Man! Okay, let's see what, All right. Oh, shit. Damn. I didn't know that. So, like,
yeah,
Tetsuo Bullet Man stars a white guy.
Actually, he's half Japanese.
Oh, okay. Well, he's the least Japanese actor in the whole movie.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, yeah, this looks more like a straight up action movie. I'm sorry. I got to the point where I saw like the fucking, for lack of a better way of putting it, like the creature effect, you know?
Yeah,
oh my god.
It's fucking hilarious. I mean, it's cool, but it's hilarious.
Oh my god. Pushes the dial well past 11. Oh, we'll see, man. Whoa, wait a minute. Hold on. Why do I need to watch this? Soundtrack by Trent Reznor. Oh yeah, baby. Make sure them nails is 9 inches.
Oh god. Yeah.
Oh my god. Like, didn't a guy named Pig do the theme for Body Hammer?
I believe so.
Yeah. God.
And,
oh my god.
Of course, I also need to see 80,000 Volt Dragon. The director of the Tetsuo series essentially made a superhero movie about two guys who have electricity powers, one of whom channels his powers through his guitar.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Okay, channels his powers through his guitar. Okay.
Yeah. So he's able to do like sonic effects and everything else. It's all about a detective and this basically this nobody who both gain electricity powers, like doing a superhero battle. And it's like all heavy industrial guitar, rock, and metal shit.
Well, I'm looking at this and going like, I think G Goku is going to be the
must buy.
Is going to be the must find. You know, yeah. Like. So you're saying they got somewhere in the. Oh, let's see. I love movies with that look, by the way.
I do too.
Oh man. Oh, but that's DVD.
Yeah. Oh, I don't think it's available Blu-ray.
What? Why not?
Yeah. That's how long Criterion Collection held on to it.
But the last release they did was in 2010. They should have totally done a Blu-ray.
Again, this is Criterion. They didn't jump on Blu-rays until 2014.
No, they did it before that. Japanese TVC. No. Jigoku Blu-ray. Come on. Don't give me this. Don't give me this shit. Yeah, you're right. Apparently it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Jigoku was never popular enough to get its own Blu-ray with Criterion, unlike Quite On, which admittedly is one of my favorite Japanese movies.
Wait a minute. Nope. All right, Jigoku. You can only get this shit on. Oh, but if I buy it directly from Criterion, I can get it for like $20.
Yeah. They're losing the rights essentially. Main reason being, I think I had a very good hand in influencing Criterion Collection because I told you how I recommended that they put out King Hu films, like A Touch of Zen, right?
I don't remember actually.
Yeah, I'm essentially the reason Criterion Collection got their hands on A Touch of Zen, and that ended up selling very well. So
Mm-hmm.
they put out Dragon Inn, which has been out of print with any other any other Western company for over 12 years, and that did very well. So apparently, their next release in April, that's anything Asian, is going to be Police Story.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh god, Police Story.
Yeah.
It's been so long.
But honestly, my goal is for them to put out a Chinese Ghost Story.
Chinese got Criterion?
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be pretty good. Yeah, the Soy Hawk movies. Yeah, the Soy Hawk movies are really awesome.
Peking Opera Blues would be fantastic as well. Honestly, I don't think they're ever going to put out the Once Upon a Time in China series, despite it literally being one of the best action movies Hong Kong cinema's ever put out.
I don't know. Okay, let's see. Continue straight to hell. Bum bum. Oh my god, yeah, this thing has never been out on Blu-ray.
Nope.
Like ever.
Neither version of the film has ever been out on Blu-ray.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's how fucking obscure that movie is.
That's weird. Okay. So
hey Yogi.
Hey Yogi, what's up, man? Japanese movies in fear, China #1. That's right. Ha 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 ha. Let's see. Seeding of a Ghost. This is another...
Seeding of a Ghost.
Yeah.
That one's actually pretty good. It's super cheesy, super exploitative, and it's just great, awful Hong Kong cinema.
Have you ever seen Calamity of Snakes?
I have.
It's a good movie.
You ever see Snake of June?
Snake of June?
Yep.
No, can't say I have.
Japanese
all right,
movie.
Snake of June. A Snake of June. Okay, that. Let me see if this is. All right, find this trailer. All right, giving it a look. Oh, weird. What the hell? What? All right, question. Does someone actually turn into a giant snake in this movie?
Yes.
Okay. All right, then I'm in.
It's a story of Lady Greensnake.
It's Madam Whitesnake or
yeah.
Oh, okay. Huh.
But from the director of Tetsuo.
Huh.
Yeah.
A Snake of June. Okay. Dash PQ. When was this done? 2002. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's not that old. Okay.
No, it's not.
Oh man. Okay. Damn. Yeah, sorry, I'm like finding a lot of these titles.
This is partly why I wanted to do Eastern Gate, because there's a lot of great Asian cinema that's going unnoticed.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, even if it's like super fucked up bizarre, like Curse of the Dog God. Okay, Curse of the Dog God is a Japanese movie from the 1970s that's essentially a super psychosexual twist on The Exorcist.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. 1960. Hold on. Come on, Jigoku. You can. Aha, here we go. Do 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 do. Do do do. Here we go. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, God. Wendy Lee. Why do I have a thing open on Wendy? Oh, it's probably because of anime voice actors.
Yeah.
Who is Wendy Lee? A lot of people don't like Wendy Lee, but I don't know who the hell she is.
Wendy Lee was in a lot of shit. A lot of low budget productions, and she was also in. I need to check this real quick. I believe she did the voice of Faye Valentine in Cowboy Bebop.
Let us check that out. She was in Soul Calibur, whatever. Let's go back to the 90s. Where's the 90s? Where's them 90s?
Yeah, Yogi. It's essentially it's essentially an Asian mix of the Entity and the Exorcist. And thank you. She was also Fu in Samurai Champloo.
Okay, I have a better way of doing this. All right. Oh boy. Whoops. Gotta spell it right. Cowboy Bebop. Cowboy Bebop. Yep, she was Faye Valentine. Mm-hmm. You know. All right, let's see. Faye Valentine dub. All right.
It's not that people don't like her, Yogi. It's the fact that she's in everything, and her work is incredibly uneven.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it seems okay to me. Well, it's really weird. Like I noticed that there was a lot of hate for Wendy Lee, but I that probably has a lot to do with Bennett the Sage, because he complains about her voice acting, and I really honestly never understood it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does that on his show, and I'm just sort of like, I don't fucking care, you know? Like, I give a shit.
Yeah.
I give a shit. What are you listening to it for anyway? You know, like, fuck, that's why God created subtitles, bitch.
Well, I like watching both.
I don't. I don't. Unless the dub is amazing. Unless the dub's amazing. Like, we're talking, like, Princess Mononoke. Like, if it's that good, well, of course I'll watch it. Because, like, that one is super good. You know? But so many of these goddamn things. And talk about being a purist. Yes, I fucking am. Because let me tell you something. Do you want you fucking review your ass some fucking movie? You know, do you want to have to deal with? Do you want to deal with the dub? I don't do that. I don't do that. I don't like it.
Well, I definitely
I like
do
it,
that.
sir. You know,
I definitely do that because I want to make more profit off my videos, but that's probably just me.
yeah. Well, like, but it's just one of those things where it's like, oh, I really hate this dub voice actress, and I'm like, okay, why you listen to the dub? You listen to the dub, you poser. You know,
Yeah.
like, you know.
When it comes to shows like Cowboy Bebop, the dub is far better. That's not just me saying that.
You can keep talking, but all I hear is quack, quack, quack.
Motherfucker, I grew up in the Chop Saki days, okay?
Go
fuck yourself.
Look. No. Nah. You gotta make sure that your girl is pure, you know? Like, that was it. I wouldn't...
Do you remember me talking about one of the first subbed movies I ever came across? Catch an Eagle by the Claw?
Never seen that.
Catch an Eagle by the Claw is a Taiwanese wuxia film. that when it was brought stateside, it was English dubbed, but the dub was translated from Japanese subtitles from Chinese subtitles.
Yeah, that sounds fun. Yeah.
And it also had English subtitles on top as well. So you had 3 tiers of subtitles and the English dub going at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah. That's how they did.
And
that's how they did.
And the movie sucked.
Well, here's the other thing. Like, the actual, like... It's really weird because the title gets retranslated several times. One of the translation is Dragon of the Swordsman. But this is one...
But are you talking about Catch an Eagle by the Claw?
Yeah, To Catch an Eagle by the Claws.
Well, the original title of Catch an Eagle by the Claw is Treasure of the Dragon Blood Pass In. That is taken literally from the Chinese.
Oh my god. Okay. Like, shit just goes down, people. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
So, well, this is also one of the Wu-Tang films.
Yeah.
You know, as in, this is the Wu-Tang Clan gets its name from. Yikes.
And on top of that, it was an Ocean Waves dub as well. So, or no, Ocean Video, not Ocean Waves, Ocean Video. Ocean Waves is a record company that went under pretty early in Northern California. But yeah.
No, I gotta hear it. You know, that's. I love watching subtitles of Asian films sometimes because I feel like I'm watching bad dubbing in reverse. It's kind of amazing.
Yes.
But like
actually,
yeah, but no. I was always one. Look, back in the day, like subtitles was one of those like separated the hardcore from everybody else. That's where I got. Yeah. That's where I got like fucking a little. That's where I got kind of elitist, you know. Because to me, yeah, I don't know what to say. It's just the way I am, man. Oh boy. So, all right. I'm thinking that I should probably take a break. We've been chatting for like almost 2 hours at this point. Yeah.
Oh, actually, if you want a really good recommendation for a film that is a live-action adaptation of a Japanese manga / anime, the easy answer is fucking City Hunter with Jackie Chan.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
But if you want a hardcore answer, have you ever heard about The Peacock King?
The Peacock King? I have not.
It stars Yuen Biao, and it is essentially a martial arts horror film.
Huh.
Yeah.
All right, I'm finding a trailer. Oh, this is... Ooh. Oh,
yeah.
I'm liking what I'm seeing here. Oh man, you guys got to see some of this shit.
Yeah.
This shit looks kind of crazy. Hold on.
It is kind of crazy.
Okay. No. That is not. We don't want. Add new source. There we go. Bam, bum, bum, bum. Done. Shrink this down so we can get it on the screen here. Wang. Okay. Let's put that down there over the chat for the moment. All right. Wheel it back.
Yeah.
That's them's Chinese words.
Yep.
Ashura, Hell's Virgin. What was that apropos of? No idea. Throwing fireballs at people.
Yeah.
Peacock King! That's right. All right, fucking Shaolin monk. Yeah, guys just running.
Now, great thing about Peacock King, it's technically in the public domain now.
Wait, now, what? What just happened?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that guy's shooting lightning. All right, we're back to things that we know. That dude exploded. Okay, I know what that is.
Yeah.
Don't forget you have a kind heart. Oh. Will there be titty? Oh, well, there's the peacock. Well, that was that. Hold on. Oh, shit. Yeah, hold on. Let's do that again. Let's do that again. I'll watch that shit again. All right. There we go. Got thunder and lightning.
By the way, yes, I am glad I exposed you guys to Boxer's Omen too.
Oh, Boxer's Omen.
Yeah.
That thing is great.
Yeah, Seeding of a Ghost is just as crazy as Boxer's Omen, by the way.
All right, we got about another minute of this, kids.
Yep.
All right. Did I actually see a woman jump off of a dinosaur there?
Yes and no.
All right. Say no more.
It's actually slightly more twisted than that.
Okay.
Gordon Liu.
There's the Peacock King for like half a second. So I'm afraid to ask, but why is it called Peacock King?
Because that is his astrological ordination.
Huh?
Okay. The reason he's called the Peacock King is because the Peacock King has the mystical ability to keep the Dragon Princess in order in the manga.
Okay, that's got it. Think I got it. All right, so I think I'm
going to smoke.
I think I need to go smoke. I think we should bring. I feel like we should bring someone else on. How's Yogi doing? Is he like feeling like conversation? Because I haven't talked to him in like a week. I haven't talked to him in a hot second. Love to do that.
It's been a little while since I've talked to him too.
Yeah. All right. So I think I will let you go for now, GL, and we'll see what happens in the next section. But I had a great time talking to you.
Well, anytime you want to talk about Asian films, I'm pretty much the go-to guy. So
Yeah, you got it. You know, like
also if you need anything obscure, because apparently that is my mystic arts name, the Master of the Obscure.
the Master of the Obscure. Yeah, like let's see, what was it? What was that one that we found? We found like of unknown origin.
Of unknown origin. Last stream was Wizards of the Lost Kingdom, and I brought up Spookies.
Wizards of Spookies.
It's like God. I can't help it. I don't sleep, so I have all this time to watch shit like fucking School Life, which is about schoolgirls surviving a zombie apocalypse. And the main character we follow is fucking insane. Like legitimately insane. I watched a bunch of shit because what am I gonna do? I don't sleep.
Right. Okay, let's well, I think we should probably hit the intermission. Dude, it was great talking to you. I learned a lot. And I'm gonna check some of this shit out. You know, that'll be great.
You actually really will love the Peacock King. It's proper insane Hong Kong cinema, much like the Seventh Curse is.
Yeah.
With Chow Yun Fat, Blood Curse, and Bloodworms, and like Mummy's Curse, and all this other shit, and the rocket launcher.
Right. Okay, man. I will talk to you later. You take care. I'll let you know what I think.
Man. All right.
Oh, man. Did Yogi bail on us? 'Cause that's too bad. Oh, man. Oh, I want to thank GL Knight for being on. You know, I found out about a lot of movies I didn't know about. You know? That's always fun. Dun, 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 dun. Swallow's still here. You know, while I slur my words for no adequate reason. 'Cause I'm not actually that drunk. I'm actually not even tipsy. Nah, dude, you're in a car. Oh. Okay, so when will you not be in a car at any time soon? Oh, man. Oh, man. No, I think my list is large enough at this point for the moment. Like, I've obviously got homework to do. Let us see. Bump, bump, bump. No. What the hell? Where? Huh. All right, let's try to find. All right, here we go in a few minutes. Let's find some like video. Oh. Oh God, no, I don't. I was thinking, hey, let's All right. Tell you what, let's learn a little about cultural Marxism and whether or not that's actually a thing. Strikes me as potentially an interesting point of reference. First of all, I don't know, why is a picture of ham up there? There, that's why. Let's fucking get that out of there. There we go.
Some questions, and then for the last 15 to 20 minutes.
If you want to survive this evening, don't ever call me again Professor Zizek.
I was waiting for you to tell me.
What did I do? Did I rape your mother in public to humiliate me so
Careful,
much?
my mom's watching.
Please, no, because when you call me Professor Zizek, where is the professor here? It cannot be me.
Right, Slavoj, as you wish.
Thanks.
Okay, so,
All right, so this is
at the Union last week.
I know, our great spiritual man. Yeah.
And he said that he hoped that the Democrats got badly beaten in the midterms so it would give them a kick up the arse, effectively. And you said in a recent interview with Owen Jones that you think that Clinton is the problem, not Trump. So I was wondering whether you agree with... Hold on.
What is it? Whoa, we're having some problems here. Transition, dudes. Bonk. There we go.
Professor Peterson. And whether you think that the Democrats got the
you can call Professor, that's okay. Yeah, I got your point. Yeah,
and whether you think that the Democrats got the kick up the arse they needed this week in the elections.
Okay, let's not lose too much time with this. I just wanted to say that I'm quite convinced with some analysis which show that the reasons of this relative success only in the Senate of Republicans is the obvious, incredible injustice of American electoral system for the Senate. You know the principle, each state gets 2 senators.
Okay.
So we have a small state, small by the number of population, like
all right,
Montana and so on, which gets the same number of senators as California, although California has around 60 times more population. And it's strict. Do you know that Democrats nonetheless got some 15, 20 millions more of the votes, you know. But you know, where do I more fundamentally disagree with Peterson? On the one hand, it's not that I am for, in any sense, for Trump. He is a horror. But maybe this is my wildly Leninist, speculative, brutal mind. I am always obsessed by this idea. I don't blame them. They can be well-meaning and so on. That, again, as you said and I said, the problem is the disintegration of this old centrist liberal democratic consensus. And this is what is really in crisis. And I see Trump as somebody who further undermines this consensus and thus create a need and maybe even a chance for a new consensus. I claim no Bernie Sanders and so on, no democratic socialists without Trump. Now, I know this is an extremely dangerous game because some idiots who criticized me at this point use this idea, but this is the same as to say, some crazy communist did say in 1933, it's better to have Hitler in power. Now, the fronts are clear. No, I'm not saying this. It's a specific statement about United States. For example, I am not saying that you should get Boris Johnson Prime Minister or France Marine Le Pen. European states are organized in a much more centralized, different way. So, back to Jordan Peterson. First, I think that with all his pseudo-scientific reference, you know, he cannot talk about women and marriage without mentioning lobsters, apes, or whatever, all of them, that if you go to the end in this direction, mirroring relations of domination among animals, projecting them onto humans, then we humans are doomed, my God. Because humanity as such is unnatural. What is the idea of equality, freedom, and so on and so on? This is human madness. And not only this, I cannot go into this now, but my first point is, and I will quote here somebody who is also my enemy, but a little bit more honest, Steven Pinker, so-called rational optimist. I saw on YouTube a debate between two of them where Jordan Peterson went strongly in this direction. Today there is so much violence and so on. And then Steven Pinker said, sorry, your facts are totally wrong. Like, no, if you look at it globally, with all the horror, you have here those knife crimes and so on, the last decades are still much better than any time in history and so on and so on. So first, I doubt many of his facts. As to his theories, first, I was not in the sense that he uses it, but I think at the beginning...
Oh my God, what is he talking about?
He became famous for his brutal reaction to some transgender people's idea, he, she, ze, it, whatever. I don't agree with him, but I think he did draw attention to some problems there. There I had not a sympathy but half understanding. Then catastrophe emerged when he fell into this stupid trap and started to use the term, which is today the main term of contemporary right, cultural Marxism. And it would be so interesting, I don't want to talk too much, to follow, to deploy in front of you the entire background of this nation. It's incredible. There is a whole conspiracy theory narrative. It goes like this. After communist revolutions, direct political, failed in early 20s, communists, Comintern, Lenin, whoever was there, Stalin, decided that we failed because we underestimated the strength of the Christian moral convictions of Western people. So we should first undermine them morally, and this is why it's a beautiful theory, I like it. Through the detour of some Argentinian millionaire, they financed Frankfurt School, Western Marxism, which then culminates in today's...
oh, hey, Yogi.
In today's,
okay.
what they call cultural Marxism. Okay, to cut a long story short, I talk too much, I know. I'm totally opposed to this narrative. I think that today's political correctness and so on, its failure is not that it's too fanatically Marxist, it's precisely that it's not Marxist. That is to say, basic question of social power, economy, and so on, it obfuscates these powers, these questions, as cultural problems, and so on and so on. Then there is the third moment. I'm not giving you now full critique. I cannot have just
what
mapping
the
topic.
fuck are we talking about?
Peterson, even more problematic, his attitude. He wants to be a wise guy, wisdom, giving advice to people, Jungian approach, and so on and so on. Here I react like Goebbels. I pull out my gun. Like, I have such a distrust towards any form of wisdom. Wisdom is for me, by definition, stupidity. You know what is wisdom? Wisdom is totally opportunistic. I'll give you a simple example. In my country, let's say you do something risky and you succeed. Then I can immediately comment on your success by 5-10 proverbs, like we have it rhymes nicely in Slovene, only those who risk profit or whatever, this type of justifying risking. Then let's say again a series of wonderful vulgar proverbs, like my most popular one.
Holy crap, what is he fucking talking about?
You see, here's the problem. The problem is you were not totally strapped in on all levels to listen to everyone's favorite mountain troll, Slavoj Žižek.
Yeah, like there was like a hot second where I felt like I understood what he was talking about, and then I'm just sitting there like, yeah, no.
See how to put it. This is the thing. Slavoj Žižek is a very smart, very thoroughly intellectual man, and he has a sense of humor. And when he's focusing on points, like when he has like a script and he's written out a statement, he tends to be funny and well articulated. But when it's up on the spot, his brain just starts vomiting out shit.
Yeah, because I'm like, dude, he is not making any sense here. The only thing that I'm getting is that he doesn't think Peterson is very smart. Okay, fair enough. But I was kind of hoping for something a little bit more than that.
Okay, so to make this very simple, to the question, is cultural Marxism a thing? No. It is not a thing. That is a piece of bullshit.
Well, it's weird because, like, it's really weird because, like, it's a statement. Because it is a statement that is designed for you to fucking put the meaning into. Because it is a...
Okay, so basically, so how to put this? This is actually a lot more simple to track than a lot of people give it credit for. Which is that so the Frankfurt School, that was a thing.
It's a thing that existed. Yeah,
it was a bunch of like German and Austrian communists and leftists who made a school based around philosophy and logic and thought processes to try to expand on the various different Marxist-based arguments based in the United States. And
yeah. But the thing about I can't stress this enough. The thing about the Frankfurt School is it was by no consensus communist. There were communists in it. Yeah. But they never came to any sort of consensus on that. Whether it was good or bad, they argued back and forth. Like you had like half the founders were like a percentage of the founders were super fucking Marxist, but an equal number of founders were super fucking capitalist, and there were people in the middle.
Yeah. Now, how to put it? The thing is that pretty much everyone was on the left side of the spectrum, but how far left they went, that was a completely... You'd be hard pressed to find like extreme conservatives.
Oh yeah. You wouldn't find extreme conservatives in the Frankfurt School, but anyone who was in the middle of the right, all the way to the far end of the left, that's Frankfurt School.
Yeah, pretty much the Frankfurt School collectively agreed that both Hitler and Ayn Rand were pieces of shit. That's pretty much. Yeah. So the thing about this is that because a percentage of them were some level of Marxist or socialist or that side of the left, conservatives in America started to get worried about them because they were introducing the concept of criticizing and critiquing everything about culture, including the things that the status quo did not want you critiquing about culture, because that was a problem for them. And so they came up with a buzzword, cultural Marxism, which is, it's pretty much, you know how like cultural Bolshevism wasn't a thing, but it was a thing that the Nazis made up to scare you? Yeah, no, that's exactly what cultural Marxism is.
Cultural Marxism, like, because someone is bringing up, like, cultural Marxism, going back to the thing I said, which is the thing about cultural Marxism is that it is a phrase that is intended for the listener to insert their own meaning into, because it's when you really think about it, you don't really understand what it means in and of itself. You have put that interpretation there, and I say that as someone who did that, because I've been very critical of Marx, and my understanding of what that was supposed to mean was that we were talking about the the cultural consequences of Marxism, and how, and that I thought it was like, well, we can debate that, like that's actually a decent thing to debate. Because one of the problems that extreme communism had, or, well, it's at this point, it's just Stalin, Stalin and Russia had, is that a lot of the cultural consequences that the version of communism that they implemented were almost identical to the social consequences of Hitler's Germany, with the added awfulness that it was also bad for the native people, for the people who lived in the country.
Yeah, because that's the thing. It doesn't matter how far left or right you are. If you get so far into authoritarianism that it goes into totalitarianism, there's going to be horrendous atrocities and oppression. That's just
exactly. But if we hold fast, like, one of the great things that America has is this whole statement of principles. And there's this, which is actually one of the things that keeps that type of authoritarian communism completely at fucking bay. In fact, we're overzealous on that shit. We're way overzealous to the point where we use communism as a boogeyman to not fund social programs, which is, oh yeah, that's all right. I started this thing. Me and Mars Girl started this thing by both commenting that we both live near firehouses.
It's like, that's a fire truck.
Yeah. That was actually a fire truck. Like, one went by her thing when I was talking to her, and I was like, yeah, I got the same thing going over here. Because it's San Francisco. For some reason, we're really fucking worried about fires.
Timing is perfect.
Yeah, San Francisco, we take fires seriously. The symbol of the San Francisco Fire Department is a phoenix. We take fires extremely seriously around here.
Oh, by the way, I'm not sure. Did you see my new ring came in? My new ring came in. Like,
I did not see that.
I hope you can see the emblem.
You communist piece of shit! How dare you!
You see,
How dare you, comrade!
No. It's very clever because you see, this way, when I eventually have to punch Nazis and other neo-fascists in the face, I can claim that this right hook of mine is the people's hammer.
Oh, someone is saying socialists and capitalists are natural enemies. No, they're not.
Actually,
no, they're not. They are not natural enemies. You know. Well, I mean.
Well, okay. It depends. They technically can be.
Well, obviously, but that's not. That's how to put it. It just so happens that in America they're fighting over a mutually exclusive space.
Yeah, it's like, look, how to put it. What I can definitely say is that pretty much everyone on the left agrees that unfettered, unrestricted capitalism is a bad idea.
Okay. He's actually like paraphrasing a joke. Because the whole thing is socialists and capitalists are natural enemies, like tankies and socialists, and social democrats and socialists, and socialists and socialists, damn socialists. They ruined socialism. Okay.
Like, it's really interesting because there's a couple like older people who I work with who.
And we can have Zarian on in a little bit.
Yay. But there's a couple older people who I work with who. They define themselves as far righters, but what's interesting is like when you talk to them, it doesn't quite seem that way. It's one of those things where I'm like, I think you're more human than anything, but okay, you know.
Wait, what are we talking about now? I'm lost.
Oh, okay. So I was saying, like, you know, in relation to all of this, there's a couple, there's one or two like older people who I work with. Like in their like late 50s, early 60s, who they define themselves as people on the very far to the right.
Mm-hmm.
But then you sit down and talk with them, and it's like, I'm not quite sure that that's actually what you believe, and I'm not sure if you realize that that's not entirely what you believe.
Are you talking about like pundits, or are you talking about like regular people?
No, regular people.
Regular people. Oh, okay. Yeah. I would agree then. Yeah.
Yeah, just regular people. But it was really funny because when they found out that I was a socialist, and specifically like an anarcho-socialist, so I'm way over on that.
That's very left-leaning. Yeah,
it very much so. They went, what? How dare you? And I was just like, well, you know, because and I started to state things that I believe, and they're like, oh, so you're not a real socialist? And I'm like, what do you think?
What do you think a socialist actually is on about? You know,
it's really interesting because they're like, okay. They even asked me, they're like, okay, so how do you define socialism? I'm like, the way it is, which is the socialism, in a nutshell, is the belief that the wealth and status of a society should be put back into the collective welfare of everyone in that society. That's all it is. And from there, it goes into a bunch of different shit.
Yeah. Well, like from there, it's one of those things where we're talking about degrees and where it should be placed.
Exactly.
Which is a problem that I don't know how to say this, but like when I talk to socialists in Europe, my head implodes. My head completely fucking implodes. Like, because at least in the online discussions, like, I don't know how to say this, but I find myself going like, I thought we both spoke English.
How to put this, man? My European comrades are they're of a particular flavor.
Yeah, definitely. Because like one of the things that they keep like doing is they're like, all capitalism is bad, and I'm like, I don't know if I don't know if that's a good idea, dude. You know, all capitalism should go. That seems weird because first of all, under what circumstance is that even gonna fucking happen? Someone's always gonna want to have more than the other guy. You know?
Yeah, no. It's one of those things where, like, example, like, for example, and this is some other like anarcho.
Meowcat
like
says socialism leads to human rights violations and mass starvation. Capitalism actually feeds people, leads to innovation.
I need it.
No. Okay, here's the thing you gotta understand, which is the problem with capitalism is that it assumes that everything is a zero-sum game. So someone's gain causes a loss somewhere else. Why do we have so much good shit in America? We stole it, baby. We fucking stole it. You know, that's the age-old tradition of just taking people's shit.
Also, you're forgetting like that capitalism by default needs some level of unemployment.
It does.
It does, because if you have it, unless you have unemployment, you cannot create the market tension necessary specifically for capitalism and the free market. So no.
Well, that's where I get really annoyed, because I'm like, well, that seems like a really good place to slide that socialism in, because then there's a balance.
Exactly.
And there's a tension, there's a sustainable tension that you can have.
Now here's the thing. I will argue that all capitalism is inherently exploitative. It is.
Oh yeah, totally.
It's all inherently exploitative.
I am like if I sell you something, I am taking your money.
Well, yes, but that's the thing. Like, all capitalism specifically is inherently exploitative. So, do I agree that it'd be great if we could get rid of capitalism and the free market having, and instead of free trade, have fair trade completely? I would love that. That'd be great. But that, even if it's a possibility, is a long fucking way away.
Well, yeah, so, like we have to, like I said, like the problem is greed. Like, someone's gonna be greedy.
Exactly.
You know, like, someone is gonna be greedy, and then what do? You know, and that's a huge question. That's a real question, which is, what do you do to make sure that things don't? What do you do to make sure that you don't have one group of people tanking the entire country's economy, which is what we've got right now?
Exactly.
You know, and the answer is, well, you have to regulate it. You have to say some things aren't for the free market to decide. You have to say that, no, sometimes in some circumstances, the public good is the most important. And also, in some cases, the government does a better job than private industry. You know, that myth needs to be fucking dispelled, because you know what's worked, despite a government shutdown that lasted over a month. Post office. I still got my mail. It still arrived. You know, motherfuckers pushing shit through the slot.
As if by magic.
Yeah. You know, as if by magic, because like they're like, no, we're the post office. We have one job, getting thing from point A to point B. And they're actually really good at that.
Mm-hmm.
And
not going on tonight. Just pre-booking for another night. Got a few appointments tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, service. We can bring you on like on maybe Sunday or next Thursday. No problem.
Capitalism
it's like how to put
capitalism
it,
does not leave. Yeah, slave trade. Fucking Flash is bringing up the slave trade. Yeah, man. Like the fucking slave trade. Jesus Christ.
No, you know what? I'm a join Flash in that. But only in the sense of I assume he's bringing up the Atlantic slave trade, which is the one that the Europeans and the Americans are involved in.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget the Islamic slave trade. The Islamic slave trade sold more black people than anyone.
Really?
Oh God, yeah. Here's the thing. You know how okay, this is what I think is really, really weird. So you know how Islam likes to do that whole thing of like, we don't believe in slavery, and that's why like a lot of black people ran to the nation and all that other shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really like slavery. They just don't like to talk about it.
Oh, holy shit. Whoa.
Oh yeah. Oh
holy
yeah.
crap. I'm looking at this and I'm like, no, you're not kidding, man. Like it's
God,
one of those when did this stop? In the early 20th century. Why did it stop? Because people stopped buying slaves. You're like, what? It's like, no market demand, no demand, so no supply.
Oh yeah, no, it's oh yeah, no, and specifically the first and second caliphate really loved black slaves specifically because they felt they were a subhuman race that were expert at working. And interestingly enough, they actively tried to keep black slaves from accepting Islam.
Really?
Well, yeah, because according to Islam, you can't enslave another Muslim. So as soon as they accept Islam, you can't enslave them.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Yeah. Here's the thing about this. Anytime, boys and girls, a Muslim tries to tell you about how great their religion is because they don't believe in enslaving, that's bullshit. They believe in enslaving non-Muslims. So if you're a Christian, a Jew, or anything else, they got no problem, like, selling you. They got no problem.
Yeah. Wait, what's this? Social programs are not socialism?
Yes, they are.
Yes, they are, like, technically speaking.
Again, by definition, socialism is when you believe that to some capacity, the wealth and prosperity of your society or nation should be redirected to the social welfare of the nation or society in general.
Yeah.
That is socialism.
It's like, well, you know what the biggest socialist thing that the United States has, right?
Social Security.
Oh, no.
Oh, the biggest thing. Okay, no.
Biggest thing by country mile. Military!
Oh, yeah.
Military is socialist program. That's how it's funded, baby. That's funded with taxes. Yeah. It's that's the way it is, baby. The military is socialist. In fact, usually in most countries it is. Most places don't have private armies because you don't want to split loyalties. You may have noticed that they tried to do that very recently with that second Iraq war, and it didn't go so well. Someone's asking where the demon boobs. No, they got to be covered on YouTube, man. Sorry about that.
It's some bullshit, I know.
It's super bullshit. Like I can't do that on Twitch. I can't do that here. Like I feel like I'm letting the whore of Babylon down, man.
Also, just because I like being a shitheel, just because I'm assuming.
Kage Yojimbo just brought something up. Split loyalties. Look at Rome. Ooh, yeah. Oh. Although speaking of military, the United States and Rome and split loyalties, one of the things I think is really fascinating is the way that America has organized its military. Because it's specifically designed so that what is currently happening in Venezuela doesn't happen here. Despite the fact that we obviously had something to do with the fact of what's going down in Venezuela, but
wait, Venezuela or Brazil? What are you talking about now? Like,
Venezuela. Talking about Venezuela.
Okay.
That place that used to have all the oil that doesn't anymore.
How to put it? I honestly don't know what's happening in Venezuela anymore, and the reason I don't is because I literally don't trust any of our news coverage of it.
Here are the things that I feel have been confirmed is that there was an attempted military coup. It didn't go well. It definitely didn't go smoothly, and our foreign policy was directly involved.
Because what's interesting? You know how example with everything with like Chavez and everything. Now here's the thing. I may have disagreements with Chavez because he's rather totalitarian, and even if he's a socialist, he's a totalitarian socialist.
Yeah. By the way, chaotic doctor. Yeah. Venezuela was Slafer was here. Yeah. I'm actually worried about that guy.
I know, right?
Because like.
I keep seeing him like retweeting and like commenting on my shit, so I'm like, okay,
so you must still be alive, But like, actually, was he Venezuela, or Guatemala?
Venezuela.
Okay, yeah, but yeah. They're going through. They're having a fucking like, levels of civil unrest that are fucking insane. Yeah. Because the problem is so you got the fascists who are trying to assume power, because the non-fascists in Venezuela are terrible leaders.
Shame, really.
Yeah. But it's really bad. So the military tried to take over. As far as we can tell, as far as we know, America funded the coup, so we got a Bay of Pigs again, which would be, how to put it, which would be America. Okay if we were backing democratic forces, but we're backing fascist forces. And one of the biggest problems with that whole thing is, guess who's in charge of foreign policy? Who's our main ambassador? Our dude. It's fucking John Bolton. Fucking Bolton. Like, I didn't find out about this until yesterday, where all of a sudden I saw Bolton's fucking picture in the news, and I'm like, what the fuck is Bolton in the news again? Like, that guy's a fucking dinosaur. That guy's like, but no, like the Tyrannosaurus Rex in fucking Jurassic Park. He just won't fucking die. He just keeps coming back. Like, he is a fucking old fucking George W. Bush neocon failure. And I mean failure. Like, he couldn't fucking, I don't know how to put it, but he couldn't negotiate between America and Britain in the late 90s. Do you know how bad you have to be in order to fuck that up? And the answer is John Bolton.
Pretty bad.
Yeah. That's one of those things that Hillary Clinton actually fucking repaired.
But fun fact though, because we're talking about Venezuela, and I just wanted to clarify the reason I say, like, I don't trust any of our news coverage ever, beyond the fact that all your major news networks are fucking owned by some type of either private interest or political interest. So why the fuck would you trust anything?
Yeah.
Beyond that, I watch Democracy Now, kids. Anyway, I'm crazy. But beyond that, like, example, like, did you see, like, how, okay, you remember how, like, during, like, everything, like, with Chavez and shit, how we kept showing, like, that footage of, like, grocery stores that were empty and there was no food on the shelves and shit?
Yeah.
Okay, did you ever see the contrasting footage?
No.
Oh, it's really interesting. See, here's the thing. Those things that had, like, which housed a lot of, like, import goods and international brands, those stores were empty. But, like, the fucking farmers markets, which are open on the street, were fucking bursting with food.
Interesting.
There was even issues about there being too much of a surplus of produce in certain areas, so they had to, like, hide it in certain things and then, like, redistribute it again. So yeah, no, it's one of those things where, like, you do just a tiny bit of digging, and it's very obvious that literally everyone is only covering fractions, and then it just becomes like, why the fuck would you trust any of this?
Well, this is, oh god, yeah, the Guatemala and Venezuela, this whole Guatemala's slow motion coup. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, apparently it's Guatemala that's having the coup. I'm sorry. I don't know South. Look, if it's south of Mexico, I have no fucking clue. There's Texas. After that is Mexico, and then there's some rainforest, and then there's a little squiggly bit, and there's a Panama Canal, and anything after that, all I know is that there's a Brazil and a bunch of shit, and then there's a Chile on which coast? The west or east coast of fucking South America?
Chile is on the east coast, I believe.
Oh, it's on the east coast? Okay, so that I think that's over there. So, yeah, me and South America, I don't know. Me and geography don't get along.
There's also a Peru!
There is a Peru. I have no idea where it is. I know it has a coast, right?
It does, and it's in the Andes. It's like it's in the northern part of South America.
Okay, so I kind of know where it is, but not really. Isn't Argentina west? I don't know. Argentina could be on the southern tip for all I know.
Well, you know, don't cry for me.
You know, Argentina. Let's see where Argentina is. Oh, it is the southern tip.
What is that a reaction to? What is that?
Okay, turns out it said that could be the southern tip of the continent for all I know. Yeah, turns out it is.
Huh.
So apparently, I know. Oh, it's actually pretty big. She's actually pretty big. It's almost as big as Brazil.
Oh, speaking of which, we got a Central American in the chat.
Also, Chile is on the west coast. You piece of shit. You were wrong.
Okay, I'm okay with being wrong. Yeah. I'm okay with that.
There's only one country that I am in that place. I am pretty sure I have a good idea where it is, and that is Ecuador, because it's named after the equator. So I'm pretty sure it's in the center of the globe.
By the way, to Ghost the Explorer, greetings, and to you and your because he said greetings from the squiggly bit. I'm like, Central American. How are you doing?
Oh, you're from the squiggly bit. Would that be Panama, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Honduras, or Guatemala? Or are you like in Colombia, but like on the other side of that Panama Canal?
It's like the Colombia where the Shakira comes from.
With the what?
Where the Shakira comes from. Oh, he's from Costa Rica.
Oh man.
Costa Rica, you know, that place where a bunch of fucking rich Americans keep buying up land like fucking hotcakes.
Yeah. Oh, Sharika. She's got that one song I really like. Everything else, I just kind of find myself going, not really for me. You know. But she got the one song I like. She-Wolf.
There's a she-wolf in your closet. Let her out so she can breathe.
Yeah. Absolutely. So yeah, Costa Rica. Okay, so he's in Costa Rica. So far enough that you don't have to worry about what's happening in Guatemala.
Personally, by the way, just to bring this up, just because we like quoted a Shakira song, I believe I should put out a spoken word album of like doing the most white guy voice I possibly can to early 2000s rap songs. It'd be the most hilarious thing.
Dark put those two things together. Shakira, not Sharika. Shakira.
Oh, he's commenting because you slurred.
Oh, did I say Sharika?
Yeah.
Speaking of Sharika, dude, so fucking Michael Cernovich is converting to Islam.
No, dude, my initial response still stands, which is, I think the construct is cracking.
No. I'm like, no, the simulation's breaking down, man. I'm just sitting there going like fucking Guru told me about that, and I was like, what? He's like, dude, just when you thought you knew what reality is, you sitting down. I'm like, you're looking at me, and I'm standing in the kitchen, so clearly not.
You gonna want to sit down?
Yeah. He's like, all right, brace yourself. And if you fucking start flailing around, just try to go limp. Which, to be fair, ended up being excellent advice. Because when he told me Mike Cernovich is converting to Islam, I did fucking flail. Because I couldn't comprehend this concept. And then he hits me with the 1-2 punch, which is, one, Mike Cernovich converting to Islam, and I'm like, okay. And by the way, for all you kids, Mike Cernovich is the fucking son of a bitch who started the whole, like, James Gunn is a pedophile rumor. You know, he's done many other super shitty things, and he is, like, a white nationalist. That Mike Cernovich is he's a nashi. He's a white nationalist.
You mean a racist, homophobic, conservative nationalist is embracing something like Sharia? Huh.
I know.
It's almost as if it complements each other.
He started saying the Sharia law is the only hope for the West, and I am like, how the fuck did we get here? And by the way, get out.
Oh, because
out. I share a continent with you? No, in the ocean, the bottom of it, because I don't think you should be on any continent. Let Aquaman deal with your ass.
So that was the 1 punch. You said 1-2. What was the second thing he told you?
Apparently, this is a trend among white nationalists right now.
Yeah, no, it's super weird. But how to put it? I'm not surprised. I'm not in any way surprised because
I am. We just spent like fucking 2 years of these people telling us that we had to be afraid of the Muslims. You know,
because again, dude, that's the thing. They're not afraid of the content of Islam. Because if you look at the content of Sharia law,
they're just afraid of the brown people.
Exactly. That's it.
We got brown people. We got the brownest people. We got some of the brownest people in the world, man. You know, fucking get over it. You know what I learned today from a black man?
What'd you learn today from a black man?
You're supposed to eat cornbread with collard greens with your fingers.
How have you been eating it?
With a fork. Like a honky.
I'm just
like a fucking cracker. I had no fucking idea. I had to watch fucking Killer Mike's trigger warnings to learn that shit. And I'm sitting there, I'm going like, you never. It's the gazpacho soup moment from fucking Red Dwarf. I'm like, you mean that? Whenever I was in a soul food restaurant, and I mean that with a fork, I'm being an asshole.
A little bit.
God
oh my god!
God damn it!
Oh my god! No, Jack. You're like the white person who asked for a fork at the Chinese buffet.
I did. Yeah, I was. I didn't even know it. Nobody fucking told me. You know, like nobody fucking told me. It's not like someone's like, oh no, you gotta eat the collard greens with your fingers. I'd have probably been like, okay, oh, you know, like I'm not a proud man, you know. Black grandma tells me to eat it with my fingers. I'm probably gonna do it, you know, because I'm a liberal pussy that way.
What's really weird about that though is that's actually that is how I gained the trust of the older people at the temple I go to. Because
really,
because like for Sunday feast, like when they were handing out the prasadam at the end of the service, and everyone was like sitting down, I refused the plastic silverware and started eating that shit with my hands and get like the naan bread in there and shit, and they were just like,
man.
they were like, you know how to eat it, that's very good.
Oh my god, here's the thing. I like having that shit on rice.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I get the buttered chicken. I like having it on rice. But
because the rice soaks up all the sauce. You can
it,
get
it does. It does. You can just like just eat it that way. But you got the naan is tasty, but it's not absorbent. You know. But you always have that bit at the end. Yeah, you always have that bit at the end where it's just the sauce, and if you don't, you have failed at eating Indian food. You somehow failed. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. You know, and when you got that, that's when you bring out there are two moments when you bring out the naan bread, bare minimum. One, very beginning. You know, because you know you like if you start pouring that curry right on, that could be like when the cup's too full, big splash. So you gotta put the bread in, you eat it. And then at the very end, when you got nothing but sauce, you just like
to mop that shit up. And
yeah, it's fucking like, you know, like fuck a fork with that, you know. But yeah, it's I still remember the moment where I'm sitting there with an oyster, trying to figure out how to get the oyster off the goddamn thing, and like someone's like, stop, I am so disappointed in you. And I'm like, what? It's like, I thought you lived on an island. And we're like, I lived in a city in an island. You know, like I didn't live on the beach. I'm not like out there going like, hey, go back, go look away. You know, like no, I was in a city because I am a city creature. I like being in a city.
I'm a country boy. I'm sorry, I just am.
Yeah, I'm a city boy. You know, I love being in a city. I can live in the. I'll tell you what, though. I love... My grandparents had the perfect setup for me because they had an apartment they had a condo in the mountains and an apartment in the city that they would alternate
go back
between.
and forth.
Yeah, they would alternate between. Because in Taiwan, you can do that because you can fucking retire at 52.
You know. Like you should.
Like maybe you fucking should. You know, like I'm like, you're 50 fucking, it's like you're 50s. Like, no, fucking chill out. Like, no. My opinion is like, look in your 50s and you live that long, you have earned a certain level of not doing anything. You know, and if you were a lazy motherfucker before, guess what? Everyone still hates you. You know, it's like, it's not like that changes just because we say work more. And I'm like, he's 50. What's he going to do? You know, like that ain't no spring chicken no more. Like don't fucking, that you're trying to get blood out of a stone, man. And China's like, oh, so at least Taiwan is like, well, yeah. Look, granddad and grandma get to chill the fuck out in their 50s, okay? You just get to chill the fuck out. And it's like, hey, do you want retirement? Yup. Okay, your retirement benefits. And the retirement benefits really do come down to rent and fucking whatever money.
I'll be honest with you. If when it comes to places in Asia that I might flee to at some point in my life, if I need to, Taiwan wins.
Oh, it tops the list, man.
It wins, but how to put it, like, not by much. And I say not by much because like there's a close second, but Taiwan is obviously the better of these two options. So
there's one place.
The close second for me is Vietnam. I'm just saying.
Oh, okay. Well, for me, actually, the other major alternative is still technically in America, and that's Hawaii. Because yeah. Because my feeling about Hawaii is this. Look, like voodoo, Hawaiian culture has so fucking integrated with America, you forget that there's a point at which one ends and the other begins. And I love that shit. Like, the mythology of fucking Hawaii has changed to accommodate white people. the mythology and folklore has changed. Because when Pele shows up in your fucking neck of the woods, she doesn't show up. She shows up as an old white woman. She shows up as an old white woman. She asks for one of two things: food or cigarettes. So if an old white, so the tradition is, if an old white woman comes to your door, knocks on it, and asks for either food or cigarettes, the answer is yes. Because that might be the volcano goddess.
And we don't want to fuck it up.
And you don't want to fuck with that shit because she's a beauty. She's wonderful. She got a bad temper. You know, if you want, like, do you want her to go like, oh no, that house fucking burns down to the ground? You know, you're like, why do that? Because they wouldn't fucking, they had like fucking half a pig and they wouldn't give me any. Fuck those people. They're fucking done. It's like they had half a pack of Marlboros and they wouldn't fucking spare one. What the fuck?
Fucking magma rock shooting out there.
Yeah. Magma rock is going to shoot down. It's going to destroy your house. Not everybody else, just your house. And that's a real fucking, thing. Like, that is a real fucking Hawaiian folklore thing that is there today. That's not about like 100 years ago. That's not even from like Captain Cook times. That's a modern thing because you have to think about all the things that have to come together in order for this to happen. One, you have to have old white women. Two, you have to have rolled cigarettes.
Not really a thing, like, before Captain Cook. Not really a thing.
No. Like rolled cigarettes, that was wasn't really a thing until like the 1800s.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, as a time stopper, it's like, yeah, no, not really a thing.
Would she accept some fine cigars or a doobie? It depends. You'd have to ask her. If you're like, I don't got any cigarettes, but I got a doobie. You want some doobage? And if she's like, sure. Then then yes. Then the answer is yes.
So man, can I get my doobage?
And it's really interesting because like it's another great example of a people who live their mythology. It's really interesting. Like, but it's not something a lot of people will notice, like, especially, Westerners. I noticed it because I had been exposed to the way Taiwan does shit.
That being said, I think now that I think about it, I think why Hawaii would be definitely on my list is because, how to put this, look, I'm one of those people where if I even think about going to a new area, I consider like, okay, how would I be able to live in the best case scenario, and how would I be able to live in the worst case scenario? And not gonna lie, being homeless on Hawaii is kind of okay.
It's not bad. I mean, granted, you might die. You might drown in monsoon season.
Yeah.
You might get hit by lava.
It's not an ideal situation, but at the same time, it's like example. If you were to ask me, like, okay, if you had to be homeless in any of the 50 states, where would it be? It's like
Hawaii. Yeah. It's like, because you can theoretically just live in a hut on the beach. Like,
they have a thing.
Theoretically, you can do that.
They have a thing in Hawaii where, because again, and they can do shit like this because there's so much money that gets poured into the government anyway from the fucking tourism. But and the exports and shit, but
I actually went. I was actually got to take a couple of classes with the woman who actually designed the official Hawaii hula girl.
Oh, the little shaky on the
yeah. There's an official Hawaii hula girl. Like, all others are fucking knockoffs, and it was done by a woman named oh god, hold on. What was the wing of the school called? Not Barbara Boxer. Barbara Bradley. It was done by a woman named Barbara Bradley, who is, I think she's actually dead now. But she died at like 190 or something. I mean, she was old. You know, she lived in San Francisco in the Bay Area, and she designed the official hula girl. You know? Yeah, you wouldn't think that there would be an official one of those, but there is.
Why would there not be?
Yeah. Well, it's weird because holy shit, did someone actually do? Oh, okay. I thought. Oh, okay. That's not. Sorry, I saw. It's like, hey, there's a documentary about an old woman in the hula girl, and I'm like, oh shit, is that a documentary about her? No, it's somebody else. Yeah.
But yeah, like they can do this because there's so much fucking money that goes in for the tourism and the exports and like the bananas and coconuts and shit. But they have a thing in Hawaii where if you are homeless and you need to sleep on something, there are first of all, one, they have public showers and amenities for homeless people. And then two, they have
public
a thing.
Shower?
Yeah, there's like showers and shit like that for, you know. But then also if you're homeless and you have nothing to sleep on, they have things around the islands of Hawaii where they're like these like storage, these like public storage containers, and they have those, you know, those blue fold out mats that you would get like in gym class and shit.
Yes.
Yeah, they're just full of them, and you take one out, you lay it on the ground, and you sleep on it, and then like you get like a Sani wipe that's also on the thing. You wipe that shit down in the morning, you fold it back up, and put it back in the storage container.
That makes a lot of sense. Like,
I know, right?
Like, because it's not like there ain't space. It's really weird. It's like Hawaii is tiny, but if you are homeless on it, like California can't export its homeless problem to Hawaii. So yeah, there's kind of an ocean in the way.
Also, if you're a homeless person in Hawaii and you go to a government office of any kind and say, I'm homeless, I live here, but I would like to go back to the mainland, please, they will pay for a one-way ticket for you to get on a plane and go back to anywhere on the mainland.
Wow. They're like, yeah, just get out of here, dude. Like, you want to go? Done. Let's get you the fuck out. We've got limited space on this bitch.
Yep.
So anyone who wants to leave can just go. That's socialism at work, let me tell you. Like, that's some thinking.
It's like, we will pay you to now be California's problem.
Yep. But to be fair, I much rather, how to put it, we don't have fucking like Hawaiian Pacific Islander homeless people. They all become bouncers.
Those fucking like Samoans in leather jackets, man.
Yeah. Samoan dudes in leather jackets, just there to beat the shit out of dudes who get out of line. It's fucking awesome.
It's like, brother, why you bothering that girl?
Bro, what you been? What the hell, bro? You know, like, fucking. I love the way they say, bro, because it's not bro or bruh. You know, it's very different. It's like, hey, bro, what's up? It's like,
and I think the best thing is,
you know, like.
I think the best thing is when they say the whole world when they say the whole word, because instead of like hey brother, that, you know, what do they say, brother?
Hey brother. Hey brother. Yeah. Yeah, like it's really weird. Like I actually always loved hanging out with those guys, with Samoan guys, because you'd be sitting there and it's like when, as far as hospitality goes, it's like an entire culture made up of nothing but fucking Hispanic grandmothers. Like imagine you sweet talk Hispanic grandma and she likes you, and so she just invites you to everything. You know, she invites you to every family member's fucking birthday party, and everyone's like, the fuck is this? Oh, that's Jack, he brings the paper or whatever, you know. Like, but like,
that's a thing though, that happens.
Yeah, that's a thing that happens. But like, with the fucking like big Samoan dudes, that kind of feels like everybody they just kind of like. It could just be anybody, you know? It's like, as long as you're not like a prick, you know? It helps to not be white, but that's not necessarily going to keep you out of the club.
No, because, you know, chill white people exist. I mean,
yeah, exactly. They're just a little, like, you know, extra selective.
I might be proof of this. I don't know.
Probably. You know? Like, well, if you look like you do, I mean, I'm pretty sure that they're like, all right, I don't think this guy is going to fucking raise property values or anything, you know?
Not intentionally, anyway.
Yeah, you know? Although, you're probably going to you might get some shit for that vegan.
I can put up with that.
Yeah. I get some shit for that.
I'll just eat the poi. It's fine.
Well, like, it's so weird, like, seeing it's so weird, like, listening to these guys talk about, like, things that would happen in Hawaii. Like, a couple of my favorites. One was, they're just like, yeah, let's just go get a pig. And I'm like, what? Well,
they are like the #1 like fucking like stockyard animal on the island.
Yeah, they totally are. And it's one of those things where you're like, how? Like, I don't know how to put it. You don't hunt pig. You kind of just find one and kill it. But apparently you have to make sure that it doesn't belong to anybody, or it has to wander onto your property. Or more, because now it's your pig. And yeah, and so you're just sitting there. So you're talking about a guy talking about like, yeah, we had this one pig, like blah 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 blah, you know, and he's describing this like practically it sounds like a boar, you know, and then one of them's like, ooh, how big's your family, bro? And he's like, it's pretty big. There wasn't enough to go around. And I'm like, wait, you're talking about like a 120-pound animal.
Yeah.
Damn, no wonder you guys are so big. Like, what the fuck? You know, it's one of those things where, like, having people actually, like, no joke describing, like, yeah, okay, we just fucking kill a pig, they just grab a pineapple off a tree, everything could be great.
Look,
and I'm just sitting there, like, it's the island of the gods, man.
Man, it is. What can I tell you, man? It is.
It's like, no wonder people stay here despite the imminent threat of fiery death. You know?
It's like, oh no, it's okay. I get too hot. You just go out into the water until it cool down. It's fine.
Yeah, but the other thing that I loved was, talking to a guy who was a surfer, and he lived there. He was a local, but he's Japanese. He's a surfer, and they would figure out an area. They would carve out like the area for themselves away from like all the tourists and all that shit. And they found this one near like an abandoned power plant. You know, a power plant that was never activated. You know, it's like they built it and then they stopped building it, which is actually a lot more frequent on islands than you would think. You know, there are a lot of nuclear those like nuclear fucking Simpsons cones, you know, in places
that don't got shit in them.
Yeah, don't have shit in them, you know. So this is one of them, and one of those type of things. And one day, there was a shark in the area, and to most people, a shark is a shark. But to these guys, that shark had a name. His name was King. And he's a tiger shark. You know.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. So he's not like you know, it's not it's a tiger shark, which is that's not a great white by any stretch of the imagination, but it is scary looking, and it does have the potential to fucking rip you apart. You know, it's a big dangerous fish, and one day
they go fucking nuts for seals, man, like more than other sharks. It's kind of amazing.
Oh yeah, they'll fucking like you don't know. So anyway, one day King, this shark, fucking just swims into what would normally have been the place where they dump all the wastewater.
Mm-hmm.
He swims in. All the surfers are like, "Surf's his, man. That's his today." It's like, what are we gonna do? I don't know. We could cook. Let's get something. Grab a can of Spam, bro. It'll be, dude. Holy crap! They eat Spam there. Oh my god.
Yeah, man.
Ah.
Yeah, you make you fry up a little Spam. You put some hot sauce on it. You put a fried egg on it. It's delicious.
I know. I mean, like, I no, that shit terrifies me. Spam terrifies me.
Wait. Hold up.
Mm-hmm.
Have I, the person who currently eats no animal or animal byproduct, eaten an animal byproduct that Jack Shen has not eaten?
Oh no, I've eaten it.
Okay. Have I enjoyed a product?
Yes, you have enjoyed it. Yeah, that's one of those things where you're like, wow. Like when you're like a fucking, you know, broke motherfucker, you're like, wow, this looks like this will be great. It's cheap, it's meat. How bad can it be? And if you're me, the answer is I'd rather starve.
How did you eat it?
Heated?
Dude, you just like fry the shit out of it.
That's what I did. And that shit is so fucking salty, man. I'm sitting there going, like, fucking, my lips are about to fucking become my anus. It's so salty.
Well, yeah, it's potted meat. Of course it's salty. Dude, the trick is you put a little hot sauce and like a pinch of sugar on it in the frying pan, and it like fucking equilibriums that shit out. You're fine. It's kind of like how, like, when you do stir fry, right? Like you put a little tiny bit of sweetener in it just to like offset the salt and the soy sauce. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I do know what you're talking about. I'm just still on the Spam thing. Spam musubi is good. Oh my god. I thought I knew you people. Fucking.
Reality is a lie.
Fucking hell. Yeah, best part of living in the rural north was doing the same thing. Massive bonfire, pig on its steak, pint of moonshine.
Living in the rural north was doing the same thing.
Yeah, bro.
Oh man.
Actually, now that I think about it, it's probably better for my career and my life and my health that I don't live in a tropic or subtropic climate that's near a beach, because I gotta be honest with you, if I ever learn to surf, that's it. Like, all aspirations of actually doing shit with my life are gone.
Well, like, no, of course.
I'm just,
gone. Like, no, man, like, I don't know how to put it, look,
I live in a Winnebago and I eat coconuts.
There are two reasons why I engage in capitalism even to the degree that I do. And that is because people expect money to be able to do things like live in a house, and I don't know how to build a palatial fucking Playboy Mansion type fucking estate without money. If those needs are met, capitalism can fuck itself. Like, I don't like seriously, it's just like, hey Jack, you get a fat palatial fucking Playboy estate with like a grotto and all that crap, and You just have the money and take care of it. Do I need capitalism after that? Nope. Nope. Not at all. Not even a little. Fuck that. Now, of course, the practicality is I probably do. But
in the sense of like in your heart of hearts, do you? No.
It's not like I don't like the idea of working for other people. I never have. I'm bad at it. Because I refuse to take shit. And when you're working for people, you kind of got to take their shit.
Here's my question though. Do you like the idea of like a small group of people coming together to work on a mutually to work together on a project that's mutually beneficial and then to leave?
And then to leave?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Congratulations, on some level you're a communist.
Well, yeah, because like I said, man, like look, the only reason I feel the need to work is because there are things that I want that I don't have. I'm not the one thing that but one of the things I constantly struggle with is this whole like toxic masculinity fueled by capitalism we got in America.
Oh, it's shit.
So insidious. It's so fucking insidious. Actually, Flashman brought up a while back that the reason white nationalists are turning into Islam is because Sharia law is popular among incels. Because, of course, it would be.
Well, yeah, like when you can own a woman.
Yeah. It's like, oh, you could own a woman, and I'm like, I don't want to own a woman. Then you have to take care of them. It's a lot of responsibility. Like an actual sex slave is a real responsibility. Like that's work.
It's really.
I would rather provide the opportunity for people to take care of themselves.
Oh,
I can't be responsible for like a 50 sex slave, entirely responsible. It's like, no, fucking do something around here. Pick up your own underwear. What the fuck? Like fucking do something. Like, do it. Don't just shit in the grotto and leave it there. What the fuck? Like I think about the daily fucking things that I would have to do. And then this is what makes me realize how much of a fantasy it really is. It's like, you really willing to fucking put all the work into it? I'm like, work? No. It's like, well, then you'll need money to pay people to do it. God damn you, capitalism. You got me fucking coming and going.
Oh, but you know what's interesting is that, speaking of like the whole thing with like
ooh, I like where House Rage is at. He's like he's like, I think a better idea is the term sex intern.
Sex intern.
Mm-hmm. No,
I'm okay with this.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I mean, as long as that's completely understood. It's sort of like, oh no, you're here to intern for sex. Like, what's the payment? No payment. You're an intern. You're like, what do I do? Fuck.
This is why we have contracts.
Is this do I get college credit? Sure. If your fucking advisor will sign off on it, fuck yeah.
Oh my god. But no, like, because like we were like talking about that though. What's funny is, okay, so when I was in high school, and I was like looking at different religions and shit, at one point I came to Islam and I was just like, okay, it's interesting. It's a little different. Because how to put it, it's one of those things, what I'm about to say.
Yeah.
You know what I'm about to say. It's one of those things where it's like the way they sell it and then the actual fucking fine print are two entirely different things.
Oh, it's Fire Festival, man.
Exactly.
It's Fire Festival. That's pitch is.
Fucking I'm surprised Ja Rule doesn't sell Sharia, man. But anyway.
I know, right?
But still, like, so that's one of those things. Like, so I started to read, like, do you know how long into the Quran it took me before I was like, nope, this entire system has no fucking redeemable value whatsoever?
Page 20?
Oddly enough, no, it was chapter 4.
Oh, okay.
It's chapter 4. because the 4th chapter or surah of the Quran is called Al-Nisa, i.e., in English, the women.
Oh,
and it's exactly what it sounds like.
Yeah. Like how to put it? Christianity has like 16 lines, something about like it doesn't have too terribly many. It has far fewer lines in it that pertain to what women are supposed to do, but we hold on to them really fucking harshly, which is complete bullshit. But yeah, no, apparently Islam got a whole chapter of that shit.
Oh, dude, it's amazing. It tells you how to properly beat your wife.
What?
Oh yeah, no. It sets forth the guidelines of what is considered excessive beating and what's considered like acceptable discipline for your wife.
Oh, not like I thought you said meeting. You said beating.
Oh yeah, no.
As in to beat an egg. Like okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Like it has instructions for that. It has an equation in it for making sure that women never inherit as much as men. Because in that chapter, it states that a woman is worth half as much of a man. Her testimony in court is considered half of a testimony. If there's anything that she votes on, it's considered half a vote. And if there's any money matters, she's supposed to be financially worth half. So they have a fucking equation in there for, hey, if a man dies and he has multiple children, both male and female, we do this to make sure that she gets half of what her brothers get.
Hold on. Flashman's just he's about to bring it.
That's beautiful.
Let us all bask in the statement. Come on.
I didn't know they have lobsters.
I didn't know they have lobsters in the Middle
East.
Yeah, I think they're called camel spiders.
I was going to say they're called scorpions, but okay, cool.
Okay, yeah. All right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, camel spiders.
But but here's the thing. So you want to hear a fucked up thought? Think about this. So the Quran says that a woman is worth half a man, i.e., she's half a person. So think about this, right? Under the 3/5 compromise, a slave was more of a human being than a woman in Islam.
Oh.
Think about that for a second.
Awesome.
That's fucked up.
Yikes. Yes, babe? Oh. Hey. Spaghetti.
Oh, spaghetti's awesome.
It's a meat sauce. Whoa, it's hot as shit. I gotta let that cool.
I fucking saw the steam off that shit.
Yeah. All right, I actually have to go take a leak. Can you and then we'll bring Zarian in. Do you want to
I can entertain for a minute.
Entertain for a minute? Okay, great. Awesome.
I can. The town eccentric spaghetti with spam. Oh, I love it. Let's see. Oh God, so do the women in Islam need to get 40 acres and a well, she's allowed to have 40 acres as long as her brother has 80. Oh, let's see. How am I doing tonight? I'm okay. I might. No, Caleb Langley Brown. My response to you is ravioli, seize all the proper tolly. So come on, everyone, ask me fucked up questions about world religions and see if I know them. Come on. You want fucked up answers? Let me give you a fucked up answer. Let's see. Oh, where did the 40 virgins things come from? Well, cause women and men don't go to the same heaven. Let's see. Oh, if someone asks if you're a god, you say yes! Let's see. Oh, you dig the painting behind me? This one? Thank you. I did that like in senior year of high school. Never sold it, so I just kept it. How do I feel about the dude being in a beer commercial for the Super Bowl? Well, how to put it, as a dude of faith, I feel slightly conflicted about it. I don't feel that the concept or the idea of the dude or his abiding nature is able to be commercialized and at the same time not privatized. So it's one of those weird things where it's like, people are allowed to do what they want, man. How do I feel about it? What religion is the closest to Lovecraft? Not really sure if it's a religion, but chaos magic. I've known a lot of chaos magicians who like work with that kind of shit from time to time. So closest you'll get probably. Let's see. In your opinion, are the three Abrahamic basically faiths the same when you get right down to it? Well, that's interesting because they start off the same, and then where they fucking end up is like three radically different areas. Best goddess Kali.
Yay. That was about half a liter. It's pretty good.
Oh,
I'm feeling a little lighter.
And to House Rage, seriously, how do you break an anti-love spell? I think my ass is cursed. Simple. If you're a believing man, you find a deity who's really good at just taking witchcraft in general and breaking it over their fucking knee.
Yeah. Well, what makes you think that you got a love curse on you? Oh man.
Well, the guy 493. Of course, you respect every religion except for Scientology, because that's not a religion. Yeah, that's a cult.
Yeah.
That's a fucking brainwashing.
That one
scam.
Is so weird.
That's a brainwashing corporation. It's essentially okay. Scientology is essentially if like a pyramid scheme was able to get tax exemption status.
Yeah, pretty much. The thing that really fucking weirds me out, about the whole Scientology thing, is I get the. God damn it! I'm trying too hard. That's what makes me mad. I'm trying too hard. Like I'm trying to sit here and link things up and try to understand what my beliefs are and all that shit. No, apparently you could just fucking put on a Navy hat and tell people planes fly in space and fucking salute, and that just happens. Can you imagine? Yeah. Hey, Zarian, can you imagine what it would be like for the archaeologists who dig up the Scientology temple? They're gonna have no idea what the fuck is going on. They're gonna be like, was something about airplanes. Did they worship airplanes? What? Oh, airplane.
No,
you know
no,
what? No. You know, like, damn.
You forget. They're going to know absolutely everything about LRH and his writings, because you forget about the existence of the Church of Spiritual Technology. You forgot. You know exactly. No. Come on. Please tell me you actually know what I'm talking about. I know Zara knows what I'm talking about. Jack, do you know what I'm talking about?
Pretend that I don't.
So, did you know that all of the writings of LRH, i.e. L. Ron Hubbard, the founder, savior, prophet of Scientology, have been painstakingly transcribed on things such as solid steel plates, and have been embossed on golden, like literally made of gold, records, and put in capsules that are protected by in protective capsules that are made out of the same fucking metallic alloy that protects the goddamn space station.
And right next to it, they have a seer stone.
Yep. Literally, they have spent billions of dollars defeating time. They have spent billions of dollars.
Sorry about that.
It's all right. But yeah, billions of dollars to make sure that there will always be a surviving document of every single thing that LRH ever said or wrote.
Now see what you did, Yogi. You made him cry.
That upsets me on no matter how many times I relearn it.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I can't take this. I can't take it. You know, like.
So you basically pretended not to know to educate the children because Yogi says it best. Okay.
Think about it this way. Because of the amount of money they've spent on making sure that it's on these fucking nigh indestructible substances, literally, when my great-grandchildren are dead, these things will still be perfectly legible and intact.
Yay.
LRH, through LRH's writings, will outlive all of us. And that should make you lose faith in a lot of humanity.
Well, the thing that's so weird about it, like, the thing that's so weird about it is how sterile it is. Like, when I think of cults, I think of, like, you know, smoky brooms, maybe, like, some incense, like, group sex and shit like that. Nope. Turns out a cult can just be, you know, white uniforms and how's. I'm just like, oh my god, why?
Every time I hear the word cult, I'm always going to remember the first cult I ever learned about as a kid.
Oh, which one?
And that was the Hail Bob guys.
Oh my god, yeah, that's another one.
I was single digits, and I'm like watching the news with my mom, and I'm like, what's the deal with all these people
we need you to
we need
you to perform ritual. We need you to always wear Nikes and perform ritual circumcision on yourself.
I mean, at least the purple jogging suits were cute.
Oh, sorry, not circumcision. Fucking
castration. They eunuchs.
Yeah, they cut their balls off, man, and I'm sitting there going, why? It's like, oh, so we can be transported up to the spaceships when they come by on the comet. It's like, I don't want to hear shit from anyone when I talk about the little, I don't want to hear shit from anyone about me believing in the little people or fucking spirits or anything ever the fuck again. Because are you fucking kidding me? Who told you this? And how? What makes? What? How? How? It's like a guy who sends us a videotape every month told us. What?
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
White Applegate.
Okay. Okay.
You know what I think is even better?
Right.
Technically, right, what I think is even better is that technically the Heaven's Gate Church still exists.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm not sure if you oh, how? Because there was one guy who was told not to commit suicide with the rest. He's the only remaining monastic of the Heaven's Gate cult. He lives to maintain the website, to make sure that everything is intact, and what he was told was that, oh yeah, no, like, don't worry, we'll come back to clear to essentially clear the planet, and you will be the person to prepare the way.
Sounds like every mission I got slammed with in my youth from my church.
I know, right? It's
like, we trust you the most. Now, please go do the shittiest job we have available, because no one else will do it, and you're nice. I hate to say that. That just smacks of something so familiar to me. I hate that I can say that.
I refuse to do mission work because I was like, I don't want to go to Africa. It sucks there. You know, they're like, you want to do mission work in Ethiopia? I'm like, no. You know, no, I don't want to do that.
The only part that does, there's only two parts that don't suck. Parts of Ethiopia and parts of South Africa, but they still kind of suck in their own right.
Yeah,
well,
right.
Heck, that's actually the reason I don't have a passport. Because when I actually that face. Okay, so there was this phase early in my teen years where I was like, okay, you know, I want to go on a foreign missions trip and all this shit. And my mom was so anti my father's religion that she basically blocked us from making sure that I could get a passport or do anything before I was 18. And by the time I was 18, I had lost interest.
That's a great strategy.
Yeah, this is also the same woman who gave me a 280ZX, knowing full well it couldn't drive out of state. Because she wanted me to go to college in state. Preferably Northern California, where she could keep an eye on me.
Some insidiousness right there. I love it.
My mom was a bitch and a control freak. Something we can all commiserate on, on either side of Yogi.
But someone's talking about the Count Jackula cult. Yeah, I'm trying.
How is it? You know? How is it that technically I've started mine before you? What is this?
You're not married.
That's a very good point.
Mm-hmm.
Or, you know, or better yet, that you're not married and the Countess is not polygamous.
Yeah, exactly. You know, there's certain things I have given up to be in a relationship with the woman I love.
That's right. Yep. Which I was very happy to finally meet her.
Oh, I don't.
Sort of. That was a treat.
You better.
When he freezes like that, it freaks me out.
I know, right?
Why?
Because I'm married too. I know that face. It's the whole, yes, honey, I will do everything you absolutely tell me to right now. I'm ignoring everyone else, I swear. It's good husband face is what that is.
Yeah.
No, but kind of calling back to the two things
the vagina's
we were talking
good,
about before.
So, you know.
Two things you were talking about earlier. One, if you can't handle spam made by yourself or made by someone of some sort of Polynesian persuasion, trust the Caribbean women, man. Because I hate spam. And at a Super Bowl party a couple of years back,
the gun is bad.
Where this Caribbean
the
friend of mine was
orgasm
catering,
is good. So saith the Lord me.
Zardoz.
Yeah.
This Caribbean woman made spam sandwiches, and I ate one, and I didn't realize what it was. I said, "Hey, what is this? This is good." And she just looked at me and went, I went, "Hey, what is this? This is good." She looks at me with this like crooked smile, and she just goes, "Spam." And I'm like, "Bitch, you tricked me." Because I told her up and down how much I hate spam, and she fucking tricked me. I don't know what's in the sauce of those sandwiches, but it doesn't make it taste like spam.
Dude.
I'm like, it's that Caribbean kitchen witchcraft shit.
Dude, man, the Pacific Islanders and the Caribbean Islanders, man, they will put a hoodoo on you.
Oh, she made goat curry that was out of this fucking world.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. And then back to like the whole Samoan thing, how you were talking about like, oh, they're just big like bouncers, but you know, they kind of have that whole like teddy bear demeanor with how they speak and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, so story about that. I was friends with Samoan chick in junior college, and we took the same aerobics class together for phys ed credits and stuff like that, because they made me do that at the junior college. And so the room they had us in, between there and the locker rooms, was the basketball court.
Okay.
And her cousins would always be playing basketball when we were done with class. And so she tells me about 2 months into the semester that one of her cousins has this big ass crush on me. And I'm thinking, I look like this all over campus, only more so goth. And I'm short and I'm fat. And every time he's seen me, I am red from head to toe, sweating like a goddamn pig. What the fuck do you even mean he has a crush on me? Are you stoned?
Well, I am, but that's not the point.
And I'm just like, whatever. I just didn't listen to her. Well, he winds up crossing our paths one day when we were just out about on campus. And he keeps insisting to try to invite me to lunch. Now, I suffered from that big girl syndrome of, you're just doing this to embarrass me. Please stop.
Okay.
So I kept telling him, no, you're fucking with me. No, leave me alone. And he's like the third day he does this, he's like, we're going to lunch today. I'm like, not on your life. He picked me up like a sack of flour and tossed me over his shoulder.
Oh my god.
Hey,
all
we going to lunch?
All 7'4" of him, and he told me he was going to put me in the bed of his truck and we were going for chicken. I told him, I kept like beating his back. Let me down. My friend is just following us. She's laughing her ass off because she's like, you didn't believe me, girl. And I'm like, shut up.
All right.
And
so this actually brings up an interesting question. So if you being real honest, what is the thing that keeps that from being sexual harassment of the highest level?
The fact that I won.
The fact that you what?
Won.
What do you mean you won?
Well, I'm beating on his back, telling him like, put me down. And he's just laughing the whole way. He thinks it's a big game.
Right.
He thinks I'm playing a game with him. And so he thinks like, oh, I just got to show, be more manly and all this other stuff, because apparently my friend's a freaking psycho.
Okay.
And told him like, she's just real sheepish. You just got to let her know how much you really like her. And he does this shit. And he's just like, oh, quit, freaking out and stuff. And it's like, he's not touching my butt or anything. He's just got me by the thighs and over his shoulder. So I'm not feeling that. He's got you
in the caveman.
Oh, yeah. And I'm just like, you son of a bitch. And then I suddenly realize as I'm pounding on his back that his hair keeps getting in my mouth because he's got this huge fluffy ponytail.
As you do when you're of those people.
So, I nab this sucker by the base of his neck, and I pull straight down his spine.
Oh, ow.
Put me down. He hit his knees.
Oh.
We both tumble to the ground, and I roll onto the grass, and I get get up, and I'm like, great, now I got grass stains. And he's like, I don't know how you can tell on all those black clothes. I gave him the finger, and he left me alone.
Oh my God.
But still to this day, every time I see a Samoan guy, I'm like, you know, you look like a fun, swollen Mexican. And
racism.
Like, hey, that's a fluffy joke. Leave me alone. Yeah. I'm not the first one to come up with that shit. I cite my sources. But,
that was Iglesias.
Yeah, he goes, I go there, and everybody's like, because everybody told him for the longest time, you're like, dude, are you Hawaiian? And he's like, I don't know what the fuck people are talking about. Then he goes to Hawaii, and he's like, and I get off the plane, and I finally figured it out, because Hawaiians just look like swollen Mexicans.
Yeah.
And I'm just, and so it's like, I was raised by my dad, and I grew up around
a lot of pigs on that island.
Yeah, like I'm used to like guys roughhousing with me or just treating me like a dude, and not really thinking about the sexual harassment factor at this point in my life. But good God, have I never ever, except for in the rare cases where I was wrestling guys, I had never been picked up like that. And to be 5'6" and then suddenly 7'4" up in the air, horizontal, is not a fun day. But it's just like, they're like, I see those guys, you know, I'm like, you're nice, you're flirting with me. If I see you move quickly, I'm like fighting stance, because I'm like, these fuckers can pick me up. Most people can't do that.
I still keep thinking about. Is there any more?
Yeah, you want more?
Yeah, I would like a little.
I still keep thinking. Is there any more?
Is there any more? I still keep thinking
it's
about
that second
like
spaghetti stomach.
Well, like. There are some women that I have met who are, well, shall we say they are very, like, Jungle Janet, very Sheena the She-Devil, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I keep imagining what it must have been like when they were in high school and acting the way they do as adults, you know, because how to put it, like, there are a lot of girls out there who are, some of whom are physically quite strong, who believe biting is just what you do.
They're not.
It's just what you do.
Those girls.
It's like you know, it's interesting. I always just found it really, really, really interesting, because as much as we complain about the way men treat women, particularly strangers,
yeah,
the communication between the two genders, for the most part, in America, is completely broken entirely.
Always.
Yeah, it's just that we worry about the man's side because the consequences have such a bigger potential to go wrong.
Oh yeah,
especially
know, legally speaking.
Well, not even before we get to the legal shit. We're talking about like just the damage that
socially,
can be done.
Yeah.
Yeah, the social and physical damage that can be done. You know, that's scary, you know, but we absolutely do not teach boys and girls how to deal with each other. Like at all.
The only reason I know as much as I do about dealing with men was just because I was surrounded by an abundance of them.
Yeah, yeah.
And I was always that tomboy girl when I was very little. Like, I still played with dolls and shit, but if my dad came home and needed to fix the car, I dropped everything to go be with him and hold the flashlight.
Right.
I was that girl.
Yeah. What I'm getting from you is running, jumping, climbing trees, putting on makeup while you're up there.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. It's like I want to rough and tumble, but I want to look cute doing it, which is probably why I'm into kink.
Makes sense. Makes sense. But like, it's one of those things where like, how much better off would we be if American culture allowed for your whore aunt to give you the talk?
Oh, I know, right?
The one aunt who everyone thinks is maybe a little too loose, her legs are a little too open,
Honestly,
be like,
Jack,
look, the kid's asking about sex, I honestly don't know what to say. What could you talk to her? Because like, ugh.
It's already happened amongst my friends, and I'm that aunt.
She likes sex and she gave the talk anyway.
What?
How much better would it be if nobody thought that about her and she gave the talk anyway?
It would be even better. That would be awesome.
Exactly.
Yeah.
She'd be just as loose and not have people look down on her for her sexual choices.
Well, yeah, but
I love you, Countess. Thank you.
Meh.
Yeah. Exactly.
Meh.
Yeah,
Meh.
See that, Jack, with your sexism?
Yeah.
Meh.
Because I'm right.
See,
sexism. Meh.
It's so
That's
funny.
The sexism alarm. Meh.
There are two insults from back when I was very young that I don't take as insults anymore. And that's when people call me a whore, and that's when people call me fat.
Okay.
It's just like, okay, by your standards, I'm a whore. But everybody has different standards. You can go bark up somebody else's tree. Who gives a shit? 2, bitch, I know I'm fat. I own a mirror. You think? Oh, and the part that gets me the
every fat person. Basically, what you're saying is, look, every fat person knows.
It's like, come on, you're gonna throw something at me I don't already know. Like, you think I don't already know this? Really?
There's
like,
no.
And the thing is like, I always get that response when people think I'm being mean or they think I'm being stupid.
I know, right? Like, what the
fuck? And it's like, oh yeah, like if I say something catty or sassy that somebody doesn't like, oh, you fat blah 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 blah. I'm like, what does my weight have to do with this argument?
It doesn't, but because of the sociological way in which America works, they can do it to tear you down or try to. Anyway.
Well, they treat it as an enhancing adjective.
Exactly, it's fucked
as
up.
If being mean and being stupid isn't bad enough. No, I'm a fat idiot. I'm a fat bitch. And it's like, my weight does not. My fat cells do not store extra hate.
You know what your fat cells store? Your fat cells store extra. I know how to have a good time. Fuck you, skinny bitch.
Oh yeah, especially right up in here.
Yeah.
But
wait.
I hate it when people sling that insult or they sling the whore insult because I'm just like, yeah, tell me something I don't know.
Well, I mean, I understand the whore insult because obviously, but I'm hearing something I didn't really consider, which is, wait, this is something like, that's just like if you're overweight and someone's like arguing with you, they'll just throw your weight in.
Mm-hmm.
As an insult, yes.
Yeah, they do it
all the time. Ever since I was 5 years old.
Wow.
I mean, I receive a fair share of that because I'm not sure if y'all have noticed, the gay community is really ageist and really into body shaming.
Oh yeah. I mean, this is basically why I hung out with nothing but big drag queens and bears.
I know, right? We're the fun people.
We always go out for nachos after. Like that's how I always did it.
Oh god damn it! Now I'm thinking about fucking. I know I got like spaghetti here, but now I'm thinking about like fucking the hot dogs wrapped in bacon they sell outside the fucking club.
Don't fuck those, Jack. That's a good way to get gonorrhea.
Don't fuck the hot dogs? No, you got to get it in you. If it tastes as good going in anally, I say do it. Because those things are heavenly.
Fuck you for making me snort on your stream. God damn it, dude. Fuck you. Oh, this is gonna be recorded for posterity.
Yeah.
By the way, just as a fun aside, so I bought a new incense recently. It's called Latin Lover, and I don't know how to describe it. I don't know how to quite explain this except to say that it smells like what it says it smells like.
Oh, kind of like when you get black love incense and you're like, oh my god, this smells like hair oil and baby lotion.
It's really weird. If I burn Latin Lover incense in my room and it wafts through, I'm like, it does smell like I just had sex with a Latino man in here. It's really interesting.
I feel like that every time I get black love incense. I'm like, I feel like I just got out of the hot tub with my ex-boyfriend.
I know, right? What the fuck?
Like, how do they wind up condensing this human smell?
I no idea.
I have no idea. I'm honestly shocked. Like, I have there's an incense that I occasionally burn called Midnight Lover, and I only bought it because of the name.
But does it smell like Midnight Love?
I don't know. I don't know, because I keep finding myself. It smells faintly of artificial grape and lavender.
Racism.
Oh, you son of a bitch! No,
I was about to say.
Oh, god damn it! No, it's not even. I didn't even put that shit together. No, it smells like lavender with a little bit of the spritz of artificial grape, and I don't know how else to describe it. But if they had called it like grape tang incense, I'm sure it wouldn't have sold very well. I wouldn't have bought it. Actually, I might have.
Can I use this as an uncomfortable segue?
Sure.
So I had to thank Yellow Cerberus for letting me do this, because I haven't smiled since yesterday.
Oh, geez, what happened?
At all. And this is just fun. I found out my aunt, who's in the middle of a medical crisis, has to uproot with my uncle and move to Texas by the 19th of February. Because he got fired.
Oh
shit. Where was he working?
He does like warehouse management, and he was doing it over like in Fremont.
Oh.
Not far from you.
Yeah, really? I was about to say, like, Fremont's like right around here.
Yeah.
I thought for sure this was. I thought it was gonna be in like Southern California at least.
Yeah, no. I'm the only one down here from my family.
Okay, all right.
I'm the only Moron who lives over the Grapevine.
Got it. But, you're the only one eating the grapes of wrath, like, okay.
Yeah, sure, the ones that fall right off the Joshua trees.
Yep.
Heading out to California.
Head out California way.
I still think it's hilarious that the whole, like, the rumor I hear all the time here in town, I don't know if this is true, but if it is true, God, this would be a great historical story, is that I live just north of this place called Palmdale. And the reason it's called Palmdale, according to the locals, is that a bunch of German immigrants got sent this direction, and they wanted to live near the ocean.
So they just called it Palmdale?
No. I'm nowhere near the ocean. I'm like over an hour away from it. But there's lots of Joshua trees here. So somebody described to them what a palm tree looks like. They saw Joshua trees, got mistaken, and then called this place Palmdale. Where there's not a palm tree at all.
Okay, yeah, I was about to say, okay,
like,
so...
I'm from Red Man's neck of the woods right now.
Yeah, actually, I had a question. Do palm trees actually grow near Jerusalem?
Hell if I know.
Well,
because I was just thinking about this, because, like...
Yes.
Maybe now.
Yes, they do. No, hold on. Yes, they do. Because technically speaking... palm fruit technically includes figs and dates, and those are things.
That's true. They are part of the same tree family. But no, the reason he got fired was because apparently he was talking to one of his underlings, and his underling asked, how much work you got for us today, boss? He's like, tons. He's like, how bad is it going to be? He said to them, we're going to work you like a slave.
Whoa.
And somebody apparently overheard this, didn't like it, reported him, and now he has no job. And he's in his mid-60s.
Wah, wah. Oh, dear.
And here's the kicker. So he used to tell me that as a kid. Like, he just means the generic freaking term. Now, I don't know if the underling he was talking to was anything other than white. I really don't know, and I kind of don't care. But whoever overheard this, according to my aunt, apparently was sensitive and got his ass fired. So I'm just like, yay, PC culture.
Oh, no.
Like, it's just been that ever since I heard about it, and I'm like, so now I gotta try and, like, miracle some situation into seeing them while she's sick as a dog and he's trying to pack their entire apartment, because driving up to Fremont to be like, I love you, I hope I get to see you again, because this trip may or may not kill you.
So when was the last month that they paid rent?
I don't know.
Well, if this
she doesn't like talk.
Yeah,
December.
Yeah, okay. Oh, it did happen in December.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Yeah, they have to give you. You have to give you 30 days.
Yeah. No, I found out about this. I found out about this late, mainly because of two reasons. One, my aunt's been sick, and my uncle forgets shit a lot because he had a mild stroke about 10 years back.
Yikes.
So he's always had a bit of an Asperger's thing, but he never got diagnosed with it. It's just, I'm a psychology student, my aunt was a psychologist, so we fucking know.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then he had that stroke, so it's like, he's not neurotypical. His bosses knew that, and yet this was not like a warning or anything. This was just fired on the spot.
What company did he work for?
Fuck, I don't know. I didn't think to ask. I was just upset by the entire freaking thing, and I've just been a big old downer since yesterday.
Geez, yeah.
But she's dealing with an impacted bowel situation and can hardly walk, and now I'm like, now you have to drive all the way to Texas.
So
Texas?
So why do they have to?
Why Texas?
Why Texas?
Oh,
yeah.
Because my other uncle, this particular uncle's brother, has a lake house that they can stay in until they find someplace they can afford.
Right.
So it's a free place to live practically indefinitely until they find a place they want to stay. And
yikes.
They've done several cross-country moves throughout their lives, but never when she's been this sick. So I've just been...
Yikes.
I've just been like, ugh, fuck, I need to do, like, anything not to think about this at all.
Yeah. Well, oh, geez. I'm looking at this,
So when Cerberus was just like, hey, you sound down. You want to hop on? I'm like, yes, please.
Yeah.
Mostly because I haven't heard your two's voices in forever.
Yeah.
It made me almost miss...
I'm curious if he worked in the Tesla warehouse.
I think the warehouse he was in mainly dealt in food distribution, so probably not.
Okay, so probably not, yeah.
Yeah.
But, like, yeah, Fremont actually turns out got a big white supremacist problem. I didn't know that.
That would explain a lot. Actually.
Yeah. It's like, I didn't know that, but I was looking up, warehouse. I was trying to see if that made, like, some kind of news. And,
it wouldn't fucking surprise
I didn't think so, but I was like, let's see. But what I do find is a lot of, hey, here's some racist shit that happened in fucking Fremont. you know, and there's a lot of it, and there's a lot of like, yeah, let's put a swastika and the N-word right here. It's like, oh, geez. You know?
Well, that explains a lot, and I'll have to watch my mouth the next time I go to Nations.
Yeah, that's one of the... Wait, Nations Burgers, or...
Yeah, I love their pie.
Well, what's wrong with Nations?
Nothing's wrong with Nations. I said I'll just have to watch my mouth the next time I'm in there.
Why?
Because I'm about as lily white as it gets.
Oh, okay.
And I make bad jokes all the time.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh.
Dude.
Did your chair break, Yogi?
No. My chair didn't break. I was just looking for something. My chair's just loud.
Oh, okay. I was a little like, what's going on?
It's like I'm sorry. This is a wood chair on a wood floor in a wood building.
Oh, the acoustics on that shit is terrible.
Oh no, it's great. I don't have carpets. That means more to fucking clean. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I kind of...
I have area rugs. I roll them up. I take them outside. I beat the shit out of them. I put them back down.
Basically, here's the situation, Yogi, if I may. This is the situation you're living in. You know that period of time when you were a little kid and you decide that you're going to make an apartment in, like, the attic of your parents' house, and so you string together like the Christmas lights, so you have lights, and you sleep up there with the pink foam insulation and shit. That just kind of never ended for you.
And the best thing is, it's my house. That's what makes it even better.
Yeah.
And he made it look fabulous.
I know, right? It's like, hey, so it's like you know that. What if you like went towards the attitude of decorating an entire house that way? That's how my house works.
Yeah. Well, I was just imagining it'd be like The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, but instead of the wardrobe, it's the attic. You know?
Yeah. Like every time I see footage of your house, Yogi, I get super jealous because I'm one of those people that wants to cuddle with everyone, which is I know kind of weird and kind of creepy, but it's just my inclination as a human being. Like some people want to like fuck everything in sight. Some people want to see everyone else naked. I'm that person that just wants to cuddle with everyone, and when I see like piles of kittens and puppies, I get jealous.
Fair enough.
And so when I see like a house that has a lot of like fabrics everywhere, it reminds me of that like cuddly, like nuzzly feeling. And so every time I see like you moving through the curtains and shit, I'm like, I would just go to Yogi's house to visit him, and then all of a sudden he'd find me asleep in a corner somewhere. Just pass the fuck out. It's like, girl, you high? No, just it's comfy.
Fuck yeah. Do what you do.
There was just one, you know.
But I was gonna say, you know what? Here's what I will do to make both of y'all feel better privately. I will not do this over the chat because all you fucking people haven't earned this. These two have earned this. What I will do is that privately, I will send you. I'll send you a gypsy recipe for a nice spicy sauce to put on your meats and shit.
Ooh.
Because
I like that idea.
Yeah, because like we don't tell gajos how to fucking make our food.
Okay. All right.
we don't do that.
Giggity dude. Something that
I only said that so you could goody my geschmoy.
one of the I was sorry, you were Zarian was talking about some people just want to fuck everything. I'm like, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Dude, you've told me about wanting to fuck your dining room table while you were high on acid.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying that didn't happen. You know, like there's a part of me that's like, ooh, look at this. You know, like, but there was a comic that I heavily identified with. It was an issue of Tarot, Witch of the Black Rose, which of course I read that comic. Yeah. You can all look it up, and you could be like, "Oh yeah, that's it's gonna be a Jack thing." There's this one issue where the main character's boyfriend gets possessed by the Green Man.
Oh no.
Yeah, he gets possessed by the Green Man, and he's running around the fucking wood, and this is one of those like woods that got like, you know, fairies and shit in it.
Yeah.
So he's running around, and everything he's fucking touching like it becomes a woman. Like everything becomes female. You know, to the point where like
just don't tell Oddly that he touched a snail. I really don't want to hear him be happy about that.
Well, like no, it's literally like one of those like he find, you know, if there's a slug there, it turns into a woman, he has sex with it. You know, he finds it, he's leaning on a tree, it grows boobs, he has sex with it, and it gets to the point
now
where
I'm just
like
thinking of the last unicorn.
Yeah, but it gets to the point where like the whole idea was originally supposed to be he gets fucking possessed by the Green Man and then chases his girlfriend, who is the main character, who is Taro.
Yeah.
Taro, however, kind of screws it, like fate intercedes. And so things do not go according to plan. And so she has to hunt him down. Like, the idea was supposed to be that he was going to hunt her down. Now she has to hunt him down. And she's constantly talking to, like, like, everything. And so she's basically having to follow his sperm trail through the fucking forest. You know, because he is having sex with everything, and things will not fucking stop telling her about it. You know, they will not stop telling her about it. You know, it's just like, oh yes, and then he did this thing. She's like, yeah, okay, I know, okay, yeah, thank you. No, you know, you really should like give it. You know, you really should give him a ride. It's like I have. It's like, oh well, then you know, it's really good, and like, but. Imagine, like, you're doing that, but you're talking to, like, bees. Like, bees. Because he can become whatever size he needs to be to get the job done.
Bees, man.
Bees, man. They're like bee chicks. Who are like...
And suddenly, just like that, I was back in Graveyard Tramps all over again.
Again. Yeah, the bee women. You know, like, yeah, no shit. There's like a little subplot where the idea, where the bee girls are sort of like, all right, we're off to the queen now, but they've got like a bucket of semen. Yeah. It's weird. It's super weird. I actually loved that comic for the longest time because it was so beautifully absurd.
Well, I mean, come on, Jack. What receptacle do you keep gallons of semen in? Huh.
Oh, I never thought of a honeycomb. I really hadn't. I really had not considered that possibility. You know, but someone did, and that man was Jim Ballant. He had considered this.
Royal Jelly.
Exactly. No, that's the joke they make.
Oh no.
Yeah, it is. And you're just sitting there going like, what? You know, because he's possessed by the Green Man, it's just whatever fertilizing thing needs to happen. But in order to make it happen, he has to fuck things. And because he's the Green Man, like, every female thing is just sort of like, yeah, sure. Of course.
Why not?
Strange man in the woods. I'll fucking let you fuck me. Because apparently that's how that works.
You idealize being.
And I idealized that. I absolutely idealized it. I was absolutely like, God damn it. I wish that was a real thing, and I wish it was me. You know?
It was funny. Like, I was trying to explain you to somebody who had no idea who you were.
Yeah.
Now you have a way.
No. It was even worse because, like, at the time, I was trying to figure out. I'm like, okay, so he's a satanic movie reviewer who happens to do live streams with a Hindu man who I happen to be friends with both. And the Hindu guy is white, so it's kind of surreal, and all this stuff. Like, dude, how do those two guys? I'm like,
only kind of. I am not succeeding enough.
No. And so it was so funny because they were like, wait, how did these two guys find each other? How do they get along? I'm like, well, they have two things in common. And they're like, what's that? And I'm like, well, they both really, really love horror movies, and they both fuck as if they are forces of nature and not men.
I will take that as a compliment. Thank you.
Aww. Because honestly, like, there are like man sluts, and then there are men who fuck as if they're trying to give their life force back to the entire planet. I slept with most of these men in college.
Yeah, I can't say. I know we've never done anything, but I can't say that you're wrong. You know,
dude,
I can't.
One completely casual platonic conversation with your wife and all the conversations we've had, I don't need to know. You know what's really scary is every time I think about that conversation I had with your wife back at Son of Monster Blues, I'm like, yeah, this is me in the future. I mean, I know you were tired and you were like really out of it that day, but at one point we both turned our heads and said the same thing to you, which was basically to butt out of the conversation. Your eyes just went like this, and you're like, okay, I'm going to sleep now.
Yeah. I remember that. It's just like, we're talking here, girl time. I'm just sort of like, oh, okay. I'm going to fall asleep next to this giant Splice poster. Oh, no, Split. It was Split poster. And then
here and enjoy my cupcake.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden, I think fucking Joanna fucking was like, hey, do you want any whiskey? And I'm like, yeah.
Dude, this was long before whiskey. We were outside in the smoking area at the con.
Outside in the smoking area?
Yeah,
really?
That little,
I thought this was. Oh, I thought this was like something that happened like at night.
No, I haven't partied with you yet. Unfortunately.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You know public me. That's about it, which is kind of a shame.
Oh, okay, got it.
I keep waiting for the day I'm gonna have an opportunity to just be like, Jack, let's just hang out.
Yeah. Well, Yogi's done that.
I know, and I'm so mad.
Wait, what?
The thing was, I didn't have
the party.
I didn't have the money at the time to come up when Yogi was there, and I'm still kicking myself in the ass for that.
It's one of those things where, like, how to put it, that party was great, and it was what was the greatest thing about that party really is the simple fact that for Jack and I's relationship, it was the first blow thrown in a friendly wizard battle.
In a way, yeah.
Yeah.
In a way.
Jack brought me down to the lower realms to fuck with me. And I've pointed this out to him multiple times that, okay, it's going to happen again, but this time I'm bringing you up here and you're going to have to deal with this shit.
Yeah.
No.
To which he's begrudgingly... No, you have begrudgingly gone...
With all the shining lights and the rainbows and the glitter.
Oh man! Well,
I shall bring the Monkey King back into heaven.
But here's the thing you have to realize, Jack. There's boobs on both sides.
Well, no, I'm not. That's not the issue. It was just like, it was one of those weird things that just kind of happened, despite the fact that I completely had not intended to. You know, it was. It's really hard to describe. You know? Flashman was there. He was right there, actually.
I saw a few pictures from that party, and it's like, I know that Yogi's super tall, but I had no real concept of how tall Yogi actually was, because I know he's taller than my husband. And my husband's already pretty fucking tall.
Yeah, you're like 6'5", right?
He's 6'3". I'm 5'6".
No, I was asking Yogi, actually. You're like 6'5", right?
Yeah, I'm 6'5".
Okay.
But I had no concept of Yogi's actual size, because at one point I wanted to buy him suspenders, but I was afraid they would be too small.
And then you saw like a full body picture of me standing.
No, not even you standing next to anybody. You're crouched on Jack's floor next to his cabinets.
Yeah.
and your head is taller than the counter. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
There's a weird picture floating around somewhere. I think I still have it, that came from that party where it's from like a downward angle, and I'm in the kitchen, and I'm just kind of like moving around as you do. But
yeah.
It's weird because my if you look at my neck in this photograph, you can, in a straight line, clearly see like the top of the counters through my neck, as if my fucking head is disappearing into another plane of existence, and I still can't explain
this motherfucker crossing over into the shadow realm.
It is a weird picture. I know the one you're talking about.
I have no. I've looked at it. I've held it up to friends of mine who do photography, and I'm like, "Can you explain that?" And they go, "What the fuck is that?" I'm like, "I don't know. Explain." What are the physical properties of what I'm seeing?
All I can think of at that point is that you are, transitioning into your new incarnation while you're still alive.
This is not your final form.
This is not your final form, and before you know it, you're just going to be a green floating head in Pee-wee's Playhouse.
Did somebody say wish?
Wish?
Oh my god!
And instead of granting wishes, you just send them pages to that app, Wish, for all the Asian dollar store shit.
I'm just like, it's just my floating green head in a box, and it opens up, and I'm like, Mecha Lecca hi, Mecha God, I fucking hate you.
That's when he starts rolling his eyes and go, what did I do in my past life to deserve these?
Oh my god. I keep oh god. I'm kind of enchanted with that image now.
Of me as a floating green.
Yeah. As you as essentially Zombie the Genie. Oh my god.
Trev, get on your Photoshop.
We would definitely. There's one thing you would definitely need, which are really big fake eyelashes.
You act like he doesn't already have those.
They're somewhere.
Okay,
all right. I've seen you do skag.
Okay, all right. Then all right. Then we got that handled. Awesome.
No. What's worse is we'd have to we'd have to do him all up in green before we actually dolled him up, so that way we could put his face on anything like they did with Jenna Marbles on the green screen.
Yeah.
Just put Yogi's faces and his eyes, his nose, and lips on shit.
Actually, God, sorry, thinking about genies, it reminded me of this. So many creative projects I attempted. Okay, a lot of fantasy settings that I've written out were created out of spite.
This doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, they're created out of spite, but it's not the kind of spite that you would think. A lot of them had to do with personal fucking grievances I had with other RPG writers. And one of the big ones, the ones where I was like, everyone's like, oh, this is the best, this is the best, this is the best. I read it and I was like, God, these guys are horse shit. AEG. Alterac Entertainment Group. They, oh God. Okay, you know how one of the big problems, one of the big fiction tropes is the culture that wears a hat. The culture does one thing and everyone's like that. All Japanese people carry katanas and wear kimonos. All Chinese people eat rice, which yes, but so do you, so fuck off.
All white people are here to kill you.
All white people are here to fucking kill you and enslave black people, and blame them and make fun of them for eating fried chicken, which is something that they themselves came up with.
Tell me about it.
All gypsies, travelers, and Romanis are here to steal your shit.
They're here to steal your shit or be exotically beautiful.
Yeah.
You know, like
sexist shit right
yeah,
there.
that stuff. But the thing is, imagine entire game settings where it's nothing but that. And I don't mean all elves are tall and beautiful. All dwarves are this. No. Imagine that you have that fucking everything in Asia is Japan and Japan is all kimonos and katanas and like that's pretty much it. And every setting they did was like that. Where it was like every setting was the culture, the town of hats. But there was only one town, and they all wore the same hat. And you're just sitting there going like, so there's no fucking variety. There's no real variety. And you're like, oh, well, these people are samurais because they're scribes. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? What kind of fucking bullshit interpretation of the... Yeah, what kind of bullshit interpretation of fucking samurai is that? You know, and second of all, and we're not done. But here was the thing. I don't know how else to put it, but imagine... Oh, wait, no, I got it. But this only will kind of make sense to, like, people who are into Egypt. Okay. Imagine a fantasy setting based on Egypt, but it's based solely, entirely on the works of Budge. Exactly.
Yeah, no.
Exactly. So imagine a fantasy setting that is basically fantasy Japan, but everything's based on the book Shogun.
Nope.
Yeah.
I once read a fantasy story so shit that it actually made me chuck a book against the wall.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it had a samurai who knew the ancient Japanese martial art of kung fu.
Oh, awesome.
And I was just like, if I had a fireplace, that's where this book would end up. I don't care if it belongs to the library.
You're
At that
doing
point, I'm
the
doing
library a favor.
service. No, you know what I would like to see? I don't know if you guys would be familiar with this stuff, but like if somebody did like a fantasy, whether it's an RPG or a book or anything like that, that ganked all the mythology that what's his name? Trumbulo Melchizedek.
Who?
Built up. Like
is a guy. I actually don't know who this is.
Like basically when you go like deep into New Age, like you find out about this guy.
What's his name?
I think it's pronounced Trumbulo Melchizedek. He wrote the Flower of Life books.
Okay, hold on. The Flower of Life books. It's going to show me Time Life books. I just know it. Let's see. The Flower of Life. Wait, Wisdom of Astar, Denise Jarvie? Wait.
No.
Take a journey with Astar, a loving energy consciousness whose energy permeates this deck with gentle wisdom and insight. Now this can't. This sounds like this isn't the right.
Yeah, no. So wait, hold on. So I think I got it right here.
Oh, I found it.
The Ancient Secrets of the Flower of Life. Wait, isn't this that dude who like talks to a disembodied consciousness in the back of his head?
I do
and
that.
Believes it's an agent. No. He believes it's an agent of Thoth.
Well, I do. Me too.
Kind of. Okay. Wait. Okay.
Yeah, but you don't believe all men are Martians and lived at Atlantis.
Okay, fair enough.
Like
Jack,
this guy's mythology about the beginning of the world is so off the chain, like off the bonkers, like crazy. I just want to see somebody build a fantasy universe in his mythology because it's so nuts.
Like Jack, think of it this way. You and I talk to gods, spirits, demons, and other such things in our heads.
Yeah.
But we acknowledge that it could just be a dialogue of our own parts of our own psyche.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be real or it could be that, and either way is fine.
Well, yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, it's like people are like, well, God's just an imaginary friend. And I found myself going, what if that's both true and it's real?
And it's, why does it fucking matter? But
yeah. Because if it doesn't, if it matters, it matters. And if it doesn't, it doesn't.
Exactly. So one, we both recognize these two things, and then on top of that, you and I don't attest that what we experience in that is supposed to be transplanted onto actual history and archaeology.
Yeah.
Well, no. Like that's like
he does.
Oh,
he does.
Yes. Yes.
Oh.
No. How I found out about this guy was through that YouTube channel, Spirit Science.
Yeah, it's part of that shit.
Wait,
yeah.
what?
You want to talk about a rabbit hole that's really fun to go down.
Spirit.
No, Jack. That's that thing. That's that thing I showed you with the Martian Jews.
Yes.
Oh.
The Martian Jews and the Lucifer experiment, and Atlantis used Kabbalah.
Kabbalah, yeah, and that really horrible explanation of sacred geometry.
Yes, all that shit.
Yeah. Can I? All right.
Like,
I just want to break this down for you. It's like, what is sacred geometry? And I'm like, it's just geometry.
It's Pythagoras and Euclid.
No, Jack. It's ill-applied geometry.
Ill-applied geometry?
Yes. It's geometry applied in a way that does not matter, but we ascribe it to actually mattering, which is basically what a mental illness is.
It's just math.
No.
The sacred part is that you can chart the course of the stars with it, because that's celestial.
No, Jack, because Euler's formula, Jack.
Oh! Oh, Yogi. Now you're just giving me PTSD. Fuck you.
Oh, fucking.
Oh! Ooh!
Oh.
You had to go there, didn't you?
The reason I had to be fair, the reason I had to be fair, is because I showed a friend of mine who had never seen any of your work before. I showed them one of your movie reviews, and I showed them your 2 rant videos about that shit.
Yeah.
And after watching both of them, they looked at me and they went, "Okay, 2 things. 1, that dude with the half crow makeup is fucking retarded." And I went, "Yes, he is." And I'm like, "What's the second thing?" And they're like, 2, your friend's a fucking genius. I'm like, "Yes."
Oh, what made them think that was genius?
The combination of 1, I showed them your I Spit on Your Grave review.
Oh.
And then also it's like, by the way, let me show you him taking down bullshit.
Well, like that fucking thing fucking gave me a fucking I don't even know how I found that.
Suffering.
I don't know how. I don't even know
from the aneurysm. We can tell.
Oh my
it's
god!
In your speech pattern right now.
Well, yes, because like okay, like another example. Like it's one of those. I can't not look at it. You know, it's. Here's
the thing that
it's
really
the box that contains the worst thing ever.
It is.
You know, and you're like, I've got to understand it. Which A is true, but B, yeah, it's also Pandora's box. It's a double-edged sword. You know, as you stare into it, oh, you better believe it stares into you. You know, so I look at that stuff and I just sitting there going, why? Like, how do you so fundamentally misunderstand this stuff?
Because Jack, as you yourself pointed out, the Black Serpent who destroys all reason. There he is. Point to his name.
Wait, they reincarnated L. Ron Hubbard?
Well, I was talking about Morg in that one.
God. Oh my god, what if he is though?
The reincarnation L. Ron Hubbard?
I gotta do some backtracking and figure out where one died and one was born.
I know, man.
I will figure this out. I promise.
Oh God! But like
he was reborn as a blonde goth and then got dropped on his head.
So sense, I found on Twitch last night. I can't. This is like one of those. I don't know what to fucking call it. I keep thinking maybe I'm going to turn into a segment for the stream, which is finding really weird Twitch channels. Because I found one yesterday that just, I don't even know what, but it was like morgue levels of like, oh my God. But it wasn't even like logical fallacies. It was Sasquatch. Which is just...
That sounds beautiful. That doesn't even sound infuriating. That just sounds beautiful.
Okay, well, that's
like
the subject material. It probably was if he's being strung along by a girl with a very high squeaky voice and a pink wig. Like, I was trying to figure out what kind of bizarre fucking performance art I was watching.
Because it can't be real.
No, it's like, no, this cannot be real. Like, and I find myself going, wow, this girl is simultaneously one of the best and worst cam girls ever. You know, it's amazing. You know, like,
I love finding those girls and guys.
I
oh
know.
My God.
But here's the thing.
It makes you feel like you're staring into a different dimension.
Yeah. But here's the thing. The entire time I'm watching this, I'm like, this girl is fucking with people on a level that I didn't think was possible, which is all day, every day. Her entire online persona is this girl who believes in Bigfoot. But the way, so she's got this guy who saw a skunk ape, which first of all, I was like, skunk. Yeah, exactly. First of all, I was like, okay. And I'm trying to figure out if the guy is in on the bit. I'm trying to figure out whether this really is some lonely, like, fucking dude out in the middle of, like, you know, like Winox, Colorado or something, you know, who fucking thinks he saw Bigfoot, despite the fact that I keep going, like, there's no Bigfoot, man. There's no way.
No,
I have hurt my brain trying to figure out what kind of animal behaves like Bigfoot and why it would do that. And the only thing I can come up with is, if Bigfoot is real, then Harry and the Hendersons is a documentary, and the events were filmed in real time.
I kind of like the
Have
idea
you
of the
ever
universe where that
heard?
happened.
Have you ever heard some of the fucking shit that Bigfoot's supposed to have done with eyewitnesses? He stood there. And I'm like, okay, and then what happened?
He walked away.
Walked away.
Well,
why does no one ever shoot Bigfoot? Like, are you fucking kidding me? Why does that never happen?
You see,
this is America, goddammit!
At least, okay, at the very least, in Legend of Boggy Creek, people have tried to shoot Bigfoot.
Well, like, how to put it?
Mormonism.
Well, how to put it? In that Boggy Creek legend, that's at least in the world, I don't know how to put it. That's in the world of legend. That's like, you know, and I saw him over there. Was it the creature from Boggy Creek? And you're like, yeah, probably not. It might have just been a homeless guy. But good enough! You know, like, you know, good enough for the story. You know,
it's also a fun movie.
Yeah. It is. But
I think the trippiest story I know about Bigfoot is the fact that he's in, like, one of the books that are the tenets of Mormonism.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bigfoot's in Mormonism, and apparently he's Cain.
Yeah. You didn't know that?
No. Bigfoot in Book of Mormon.
In Mormonism.
Bigfoot is Cain, according to some Mormons.
Yep.
The church takes no official stance on this, but some members believe that the legendary Sasquatch or Bigfoot... Oh, my God. I'm going to fucking fill my coffee cup. Like, I gotta be fucking kidding me.
I broke him!
I'm proud of you. I'm so proud.
I've only ever done that in private. I finally broke him on the stream.
I'm so proud. I was trying to figure out how to do it. Because that is my job here. That is what I do. And by the way, I just noticed the tapestry behind me forms like an elephant halo around my head. That's fucking amazing. Does. Anyway, like that's that's what I do. Is I make his brain go. But I'm so proud that you did.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for the cheers. I swear I've done it before. It's just never been with an audience.
Exactly. I'll go more into this when he comes back, but I just realized something. If Morg the Hyperion wanted to claim, I just want to point this out, to claim that there's a possible mathematical proof of an eternal field of consciousness, that actually exists. It's called ORC-OR, or orchestrated objective. I can't. It's orchestrated objective, reverb, something like that. But it's actually a school of quantum thought within actual physics. It is a thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. It's one of those weird things where I'm like, you don't need to search that hard to find that.
Nope.
I mean,
it would be okay. Like the whole Euler's formula thing. I was like, wait, really? It would be easier to bullshit Fibonacci like everyone else.
Yeah, no. Here's the thing about it, too, is that okay, we have talked to people who have bought at least one of his books, and he doesn't.
Oh dear, really?
Yeah, no.
Somebody gave that man money.
I know, right? But here's the thing, though. He never explains it. You could, how to put it? It's one of those things where it's like, the whole thing with Hyperionism is you don't learn about Hyperionism unless you buy the book. Holy fuck, he actually might be L. Ron Hubbard.
I know, right?
This is making these things shouldn't make sense.
That's been the big joke in my house ever since I showed my husband the whole Hyperionism thing. He's like, dude, is this guy just jerk off every night reading L. Ron Hubbard or something?
Oh, to answer your question in the chat of Morg wrote books. Yeah,
Morg wrote books.
What he does is he does this whole online, cult of me thing. And what he does is he gets you intrigued in it. And he has a secret online library that only opens up twice a month. And when it opens up, you rush in and you order and buy copies of his, he has maybe 4 or 5 books that supposedly describe or explain Hyperionism. And the thing about it is that one, all hail the cosmic otter, because that's a thing. Oh, no, it's great. He explains his version of reincarnation, and the graphic that he has is like here's a wolf who's thinking of base things like instinct, mate, prey, that type of thing. Because he's going with, okay, part of the thing about any official version of reincarnation is that when consciousness is in what we would consider lower animal states, it's ruled by instinct. It doesn't have the higher
when the moon is as far from the 7th house as it can possibly fucking get.
no, it makes sense. It's like one of those things where it's like, yeah, no, what's the difference between animal consciousness and human consciousness? Is that, well, when consciousness exists in a human being, we have the ability to self-reflect and wonder about the universe.
Well, it's one of those things like, well, that already exists within us. It's the root chakra. Like,
you know,
it's already there.
But so here's the thing.
We have more tiers to that shit.
Exactly. So he has like the graphic of here's this wolf thinking about this, and that's supposed to be the example of, yeah, you know, like an animal thinking animal things. It's like, okay, cool. But then next to it, it has like the graphic of an otter with a thought bubble, and it is contemplating the structure of an atom and the cosmology of the universe in the thought bubble. And I'm like, all I could think when I saw it was like, you know, it's like, we are the otters, hail science, bring me the chosen one, I shall crack his head open and eat it on my tummy. Like, that's all I could think. No, Allied Atheist Alliance, then it has 3 A's. All I could think of.
Dude, I love otters so much, and now you just made them better.
I know. Like, I love how, like, Yellow Cerberus, by the way, he's like, Jack's never coming back, is he? Nope, it's our show now.
Yeah, that. Oh my god. Oh, is it okay? So I read one of your tweets from earlier today, and all it made me think of was that treasure map thing that my aunt used to do to me growing up, like going on a treasure hunt, X monster spot. She's like doing all that shit on your back and then talking about cracking eggs on your head.
Was it the oil thing or the?
Yeah, like I'm reading it and I'm getting literary ASMR. It's like I'm reading it and I'm just like. You okay, man?
I saw Bigfoot once.
He was kind.
And like, what does Bigfoot do? You know, like, what does that motherfucker do? When people see
the same
Bigfoot,
thing most men do. He goes into his cave, he does whatever the heck he wants, probably plays with his dick and scratches his ass.
No, that's not the story. He does stupid shit. But
no,
not like.
You asked me what he does. You didn't ask me what his significance was.
This is what he does in every fucking eyewitness story. He stands there, he gets really close to people, and then he disappears without a trace. And I'm just like, okay.
Not in the Mormonism story. He has a full-blown conversation with a frontiersman.
Wonderful.
He has a full-blown intellectual, spiritual conversation with an early.
I'm not sure.
You know,
whatever.
Here's the thing about this.
Yeah.
Here's the thing about this is that, like, Mormonism ruins a lot of things. I never thought I'd see the day when I was like, Mormons have ruined Bigfoot.
I know. But like,
never thought I'd see the day.
It's
like certainly the most unique legend of Bigfoot I've ever fucking heard.
Well, it's the whole Bigfoot thing fascinates me. Not Bigfoot itself, because I'm like,
but the phenomenon.
No, but the phenomenon
and the culture that surrounds Bigfoot.
Exactly, that shit fascinates me because I keep fucking
yellow
I
Cerberus.
keep looking at it. What did Yellow Cerberus say?
He stands there and asks you if you want to hear
the word of Christ. Oh God, that's like God damn it, Bigfoot! Look, we work for our money in this family. We don't give money away. I gave him $1. She gave him $1. You know?
Darren, God damn it, you beat me.
Hello, my name is Elderfoot.
Oh.
Actually, no. Oh my God, no. I've gotta send an email. I am actually gonna do this now. I'm gonna send an email to Matt Stone and Trey Parker being like, hey guys, I know you probably won't listen to a fan email, but there's some shit you gotta know.
Yeah. Well, like, I hold on. Twitter Bigfoot girl pink. Let me see if I can fucking find.
Oh God,
this
please,
person.
yes, because I want to see this weird world you've discovered.
Well, it's very
amazing.
weird. It's very weird because, like, God damn it. I know I followed her on Twitter. I know I fucking followed her fucking Twitch channel, but I can't find it.
You know who? Here's the thing about this. You know what I love more than the American Bigfoot idea? It's because literally.
No, I was reading the whole Loch Ness Monster tree fitty thing going on in the chat.
I was like, and then Bigfoot show up, and I look up and I say, "What do you want, Sasquatchian monster?" He looked down and he said, "I need about tree fitty."
Yeah, like God damn it. Yeah, I can't find it. It's not Pink Sparkle, or is it? Or is it? No. This is a girl going, "Please fund my plastic surgery because I want huge tits." And I'm like, you know what? You're doing the Lord's work. But that's not
I guess
her.
I did that at 12.
Yeah. I mean, like, you know, Mother Nature gave her many things, but tits
were not one of them.
Tits were not one of them. She has to come to science to achieve those. Which,
well, that
you know,
means she'll
whatever.
She'll just be proselytizing science and medicine.
Yeah. You know, it's like, I want new tits. Okay, science has given these to me. You know, which I find, I'm telling you, like, science has created tits. I don't know what more people need.
It's weird though, because, like, okay, so legit, something I respect honestly more than the American Bigfoot thing is Brian Blessett's belief in the Yeti.
Well, that's his cousin.
For some reason,
when he talks about it, I believe him.
Yeah. Like, I don't know how to say it, but, like, there's something about fucking Yeti where I can let go of that shit that I can't for Bigfoot.
Well, because how to put it, like Brian Blessed himself has pointed out that the American Bigfoot legend makes no sense because of how, like, you know, like, there's so many people throughout all of the country. How could we not have found Bigfoot? And then he starts talking about the Yeti, and he's actually talked about talking to, like, fucking people living on the Mongolian steppe, describing to him Yeti migration patterns.
Yeah, that sounds more legit to me.
And I'm like, you see, here's the thing. That's the thing that fucking American Bigfoot doesn't have. Like, with fucking, like, Yeti legends, there's, like...
Yeah, Yetis do shit. You know, even if it's complete, like, weird mythological shit, it's at least, like, the Yeti does something. You know,
if Sasquatch had a discernible mating call, then maybe he'd feel more real.
Yeah, or something. It's like, oh, this is what Sasquatch does. Like if Sasquatch had some sort of tie to any sort of actual physical thing that happened, you know, then it wouldn't be so retarded. But it doesn't. You know, it's like the Florida lizard man, where it's like, no.
See, every time
you know, I don't mind the stories. I like the stories of the Florida lizard man. I like the concept. But if people believed in the Florida lizard man like they believed in Bigfoot, I'm just like, no, dude.
Well, the thing is, like, every time I hear a story about Bigfoot, I'm reminded of that test they did that they talk in, like, quantum physics classes, where they talk about the atom that appears and disappears out of existence, whether or not it's being observed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, superposition. Yeah.
Yeah. So I often think to myself, is like, is Bigfoot just from another dimension? And
is he just made of that stuff?
Like, yeah, he's just a quantum being, like, popping in and out of our dimension.
I think that was a plot point in the Illuminatus trilogy, actually.
Because that wouldn't surprise me if that was the case.
I can't remember because there's a lot of shit that happens in those books.
It's like that actually wouldn't surprise me at all if somebody made that claim. It's like, no, Bigfoot is an extra-dimensional being that pops in and out of our dimension because of some weird fuzzy thing in the forest that allows him to pop it through the veil.
Well, here's the thing. The real Ghostbusters made that claim. The real Ghostbusters were an episode that was like that basically came to that conclusion.
The real Ghostbusters? I haven't heard of this.
What?
It was
the Ghostbusters cartoon?
You deserve
that.
It was the cartoon that was based off the Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I just forgot it was called the. Okay.
Yeah, the real Ghostbusters is called Real Ghostbusters.
I don't remember that episode then.
Okay, so they go off into the woods and they find Bigfoot, but turns out Bigfoot's like from a parallel dimension, and him being on Earth creates temporal waves and shit, and the Ghostbusters have got to put him back in the hole. But that's basically the plot. I'm sure I could find it.
Maybe that's just something I subconsciously remembered from childhood because I used to love that fucking cartoon.
It probably is. My Way Ghostbusters Sasquatch.
Like I used to think Vision of Escaflowne was something I made up in my own mind until somebody showed it to me, and I went, "Oh, good, that wasn't a dream. Yay, give me the series so I can watch it all."
My
brain does that to me.
Best of the worst suburban Sasquatch. No, it ain't gonna be no Harry and the Hendersons. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Suburban Sasquatch. Are you sure the dude just didn't walk into your neighborhood?
No, I'm not sure. Okay, so yeah, well, I just want to say this again because this to me is very important.
Okay. Tell me.
What does Sasquatch do?
Nothing.
Stupid shit.
Yeah. Like, why is he there?
He's just that dude.
What connects
in your grandmother's basement?
What connects him to anything that is anything?
Sasquatch makes Jack gassy.
It does make me gassy. So all right. I'm sorry. I'm like reliving watching this Twitch channel, and it's impairing my brain because it's fucking okay. So imagine this. You find a Twitch channel, which you click on because there's a cute girl all in pink and you want, hanging out online in just chatting, and you want to see what that's all about.
Yeah.
What you're
it's
not
like, the magical pixie woman. What are you about?
Yeah, exactly. So actually, I wonder if I no, okay. Man, a lot. Whoa! Turns out there are a lot of Sasquatch channels. There are like 99 of these.
Wait.
Captain Laser says, "Well, I met Sasquatch, and once I have a different question. What has he done for me lately?"
What has Sasquatch done for me lately? Jesus Christ!
Wait, Zarin. I have made an important discovery. LRH died in 1986.
No.
Morg was born in 1989.
Wait, Morg is younger than I am?
Yes.
Morg's the same age as my sister, and that's kind of scary.
He may in fact be the reincarnation of L. Ron Hubbard. Come back to fuck us over.
That is a minimal but proper amount of time to pass.
This can officially be a conspiracy theory now.
No. Don't.
Hey, Jack. Wait, no, Jack. Think of this. This gives you a wonderful realization if you think about it. He's that much younger than you, and he looks like that.
Yeah, true enough.
True.
Like I'm a good
Behold.
15 years older than that dude.
Oh God, don't remind me of age. My birthday just came and went.
And he looks like shit.
Yeah, he kind of does. You know, I mean, granted, maybe he's kind of got that, you know, that Mick Jagger thing going on. So, you know, I'm sure he can.
Not even.
Sure he can. Well, I'm sure he can make it work. You know.
He just needs to, no, dude, he's got that Keith Richards.
Dude. Oh, so Jack, just so you know, I made it 1 year closer to fuck it.
1 year, 1 year closer to fuck it 40.
Yeah, I'm 35 now.
Okay, yeah. When you get to 40, you start to care a lot less about things, and it comes as something of a relief. Because before,
I just hope I go weird like Madonna.
Just don't use British accent.
That's
never.
That was the only problem I had with that.
Yeah, that's my only complaint about her as a person.
I feel like I just feel like I need to bathe in light after fucking Yogi's comments. It's like, nope.
Like, don't talk with a British accent now. You're an American.
Be gone with that Hyperionism bullshit. Be gone.
Yeah.
See the light.
So, God, I can't even get to the real like crux of this fucking channel because I'm like my brain. Okay, so all right, so there's this girl and she's sitting there and she's talking to people who have quote unquote seen Bigfoot, and her whole shtick is she does the oh my God, it's so interesting. Oh, that's scary. Does Bigfoot have a penis? You know, like she's like very obviously talking to very socially inept dudes, unless they're actually in on the bit. Unless this is a bit and they're totally fucking in on it. But
no, dude, you know it's just a bunch of drunk rednecks talking to her.
Well, yeah, but the thing I thought was actually really incredible. So I watched this thing for like an hour. Well, more like I kind of half watch it. But one thing I do notice is that bitch don't break character.
Oh.
She can just keep doing it.
And that starts to make you wonder, how real is this?
Yeah. And I'm like, that's kind of the beauty of whatever is going on here, which is because she never breaks character, despite the fact that you're like, you are totally fucking... If this guy is for real, you are completely having a laugh at his expense. But it is complete and total commitment to this persona. This pink fucking girl who believes in Sasquatch. And I found myself going, this is a persona someone can have. I don't want that persona, but I am fascinated because perhaps I had not truly considered the full range of possibilities that were in front of me.
Jack, look what Flashman just wrote.
Where it's called kayfabe, Jack. What?
It's called kayfabe.
Kayfabe?
Yeah, the universe of wrestling that only exists within wrestling. You never break kayfabe.
In professional wrestling, kayfabe is the portrayal of staged events within the industry as real or true. Why do they call it kayfabe?
I believe it's an abbreviation of a French word. Like, it actually comes from, like, where, when they actually invented pro wrestling in France.
Etymology. Various sources have suggested different origins for the term kayfabe, but the actual origin is not known with certainty. Ooh.
Yeah, I've heard different theories on it.
I like mysterious etymologies. It makes me it makes me feel like, oh, I'm going on a language adventure.
Yeah. But how to put it? Yeah, no, that's totally. This girl was totally doing that. You know, and I'm sitting there and I'm going like, I couldn't do this. I don't possess whatever stuff is required to be able to fucking negotiate this level of complete and utter bullshit. And I somehow feel like less of a person.
Oh, by the way, speaking of complete and utter bullshit, just a general question for the chat. Is that guy who thinks he might be under a curse still in here? Is that guy still in here? I'm just curious.
Wait, there was a guy who thought he was under a curse.
Well,
was that House of Rage?
It was House Rage. Yes. Are you still around, bro?
I've been in and out of things lately. Been really bogged down with the podcast since the holidays. So I haven't.
Kayfabe, yeah. Whatever you do or say, stay in character. Yeah, no. Yeah, like this girl had this shit fucking down. She was effortless with it, despite the fact that she's talking in like. The only thing that might have been natural is maybe she just naturally does have helium voice, but I am not convinced that's the case.
Like, oh my god.
Yeah, like she's always talking like this. Yeah, like she's got that very fake sounding high pitched voice.
Oh my god.
But yeah, but it never broke.
Don't ever do that again. Don't ever do that again.
It never broke.
Sorry, Yogi. I didn't mean to like distort your vision of me. I'm sorry.
Oh, Joseph All says kayfabe is basically carny talk. It's a pig. It's kind of a pig Latin thing that says of be fake.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I love all the different ideas of where kayfabe came from.
Yeah.
Because all of them seem plausible.
Oh yeah, no. What the pink-haired Sasquatch girl is doing is high-level professional trolling. No, like straight up, like that. Yeah, exactly. I didn't know that's a skill you could have.
Dude, when was the last time you were in the pit?
What? Look, if you were to tell me that you could make an online presence out of being a pink-haired girl that believes in Bigfoot, I would have been like, what?
You're fucking bullshit.
Yo, what? That doesn't.
Yeah, yes, I could, but I'm not an asshole.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like I'm watching this, and I'm like, there are 2 people in this chat right now. Actually, 3.
I mean,
people who are in on the joke, people who get the joke, people who are buying this 100%, and me. Who is sitting here like going. Who's banging his head against the fucking table because nothing that Sasquatch guy is saying to this girl makes any fucking sense. You know, because he's also been anally probed, by the way. And I'm like...
Yellow Cerberus.
I'm always like, okay, I'm not saying aliens didn't come down and fucking probe your ass. But aliens did not come down and probe your ass. Like, what? I don't know what else to say. It's like, no, that didn't happen. It's like, why? Because someone would see something.
What was... Oh my god, wait. Now you're reminding me. What was that movie with Christopher Walken? And it was based on a true story.
Communion.
The one about the guy who claimed to be abducted by aliens?
Yeah. Whitley Strieber.
And it's so obvious from... And here's the thing, like, I thought that movie was just, like, taking the piss. And then I read, like, his actual...
Then you read the book.
And then, like, yeah, I read his actual accounts, and I'm like, oh my god, you had a gay gangbang and are just in denial.
Maybe.
You had no, because that's totally what that seems to be suggesting is just like you had gay sex, and you're in such denial that you have actually fabricated.
Well,
to the point where you believe.
Well, here's the other thing. He also believes that the alien is
the weird lights, the pain in my asshole.
Entirely.
That just says I wandered into a gay club, had an experience, and then psychologically tried to wipe the disc, and it didn't work.
And he also believes that the alien is synonymous with the goddess Ishtar, which only makes it more likely that it's gay sex.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
No. Gay men love Ishtar, you know.
You know, that Egyptian goddess Ishtar, who, by the way, is fucking Sumerian. What the fuck, movie?
Yeah.
Ishtar, Isis, they're kind of the same thing, right?
No, they are not.
Oh, I know they're not. I just love I love it when people say that shit to me.
Yeah. Oh, communion.
Shut the fuck up.
Because how to put it, like that scene of like him on the ship, I'm like, this is an orgy. He's fucking the aliens. The aliens are fucking him in the ass. Then I read the book and said the same thing, and I was like, holy shit, this dude didn't want to admit that he fucking went to a P&P orgy. Like, he didn't fucking know.
Entirely possible. Like, I don't. One of the biggest aliens and Bigfoot, man. Now, I'm not saying that aliens don't exist. I'm just saying that if they're coming down to just anally probe people, what's endgame here? You know, it's like, what's endgame? You know, is the anal probe the end game? Is that sort of like, this is how we like get off here, or we have
Jack,
a pact?
Did you ever see that episode of Bullshit on UFOs?
I did. It's really upsetting.
They painted those anal beads silver, and then she's like, "Oh yes, this is just like the probe they used."
How stupid some people actually are. How little people like. It's one of those things where I'm like, is there like how to put it? It's one of those things that makes me go, maybe intelligence is overrated. You know, just like it's like, oh, those humans, they sure are smart. They can open doors. Well, you know, that's like magic. You know, like, oh my god.
Yes, Hello Cerberus, I am.
Yeah, and like, okay. Like, I kind of get that. You know, like it seems we must have, animals must look at us and think we have magical powers sometimes. You know, but no,
either that or the E. coli bacterium is some sort of magical cure for a galactic disease.
No, that'd be mitochondria.
I don't know how they're gonna fish that out of feces, but okay, dude.
Well, hey, Jack.
Yes.
Jack, if pink-haired Sasquatch girl and anal probe aliens are kind of making you go, what? just kind of remember. No. Hold on. Just kind of remember that thing that I tweeted yesterday that you liked and retweeted. Because allow me to paraphrase it here for this exact reason, which is like, I am an individual facet of a quantum field of consciousness that projects itself through 11 dimensions across a multiverse to experience itself subjectively. And yet there's also a pink-haired Sasquatch girl and fucking anal probe aliens. If that doesn't make you laugh,
yeah,
I can't help you.
I did really like what you did say, which is, and yet we lose our shit when Netflix goes down. Like, well, it's like it's
laugh, damn it.
It's one of those things that like kind of like it's one of those things that makes I love. This is why I love stories of gods and old heroes and things like that, because you keep thinking about it, and if you think about the Greek and Roman pantheons, it's the most high school shit ever.
Oh yeah.
You know,
I think that's why they make them study that shit in high school.
Someone doesn't invite the goth chick to the fucking party, and so she plans to get her revenge by throwing an apple in there so that all the fucking bitches are gonna fight over it, and then start a war on Earth, so she could just stand there and be like, "Fuck you."
Yeah, no.
Fuck you, bitches. I'm out.
Eris is my girl. What can I say?
Yeah. Fuck you. I'm out. We're out.
And then people are like, "Oh, Maleficent is so petty." I'm like, you do realize she's based on something else, right?
What was that?
Did you just light up more incense?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow.
I don't have any incense. All I got is my Palo Santo. I'm like pissed. I ran out.
Well, you know, Palo Santo, you know, like purify the air of that bullshit.
Yeah.
All day, every day.
Oh my god. But yeah, no, it's kind of funny. I was actually having Zarin, I was talking to you a little bit about this when Jack like fucking like went to go.
Oh yes.
Fill his coffee mug, and that was and there was the idea of like I actually had an argument with someone about like the idea of like quantum consciousness. I actually had an argument with someone about this.
Okay.
And they were just like, "That's not a thing," and I'm like, "It might be. It might be a thing." And they were like, "No, that is impossible." And I'm like, "There's an entire section of quantum mechanics and mathematical theory now dedicated to the possibility that consciousness may exist as a quantum field that simply uses material to manifest. This is a thing. There are actual physicists working on this." No, you were just trying to... No. There are papers about this. Just deal with it.
I have a question.
Yes.
We have possible answers.
What is this?
And he says this, and I honestly had to play it again.
Okay, it's a bit by a guy called Christopher Titus, and this is one of those. Okay. I had forgotten this because of all the other shit that happened.
So we're listening to the speech, and he says this, and I honestly had to play it again. I was like, well, what the hell is that? He said about the wall, he goes, the
wall needs to be see-through.
Because,
because drug dealers will take 100-pound bags of drugs, put them on catapults, and hit Americans in the head with them.
Shoot them over the wall.
Yeah. No, he said that.
Hit innocent Americans
Trumpy
in the head.
said that. He did. He said that. He did. He said on the campaign trail.
First,
and on some level, he realizes that that's impossible. But he said it.
Yeah. I don't know what to say. I've come full circle.
If it makes you feel any better.
I don't know that it will.
Last year in elementary.
Yeah.
They actually had Sherlock in the background explaining working a case where somebody catapulted a bale of marijuana from Canada into the U.S. I'm pretty sure with a direct reference to that.
Because someone was like, "This is the stupidest plan I've ever heard of."
You have to find the catapult before another innocent person is killed.
Yes. I just... Why?
Trebuchet, man.
Yeah, well, like, what?
Varen is not here to lend us his trebuchet.
Like, no. Let's say, like, no. Western civilization's fucked. It's over. It's over. It's over. Like, it's over. Like, the great experiment has failed.
Dude, it's especially going to be fucked once the green man comes into your penis.
Green man comes into my penis. I don't give a fuck about Western civilization. I will be building that from the ground up, one offspring at a time. You know,
follow the semen trail.
Yeah, follow the semen trail. Like, people are like, you know, like, people are going to follow me around, and whether or not I realize it, I'm going to be responsible for an Earth that's made entirely of living furries. You know, and that's going to be weird, and everyone's going to be like, oh, you must really like furries. And I'm like, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah. And I'm a little weird about it, actually.
Hey, but you know, think about it this way. Okay, so
just start with the bears. We need more cubs.
Boo-boo.
Oh God, no! I have to make this joke now. Hey, boo boo, let me open up that enlightenment basket.
Hey.
But
we've gone from Sasquatch to Hyperionism to Hanna-Barbera.
Oh no! And not only do I do the Yogi voice, not only can I do the Yogi voice, but I don't think the Ranger's gonna like that, Yogi.
Whoa, that's good.
Dude, get somebody who can animate that shit, incorporate it into your gay channel.
Oh, I know, right? Just be like, hey, boo boo, here's that enlightenment basket. I don't know if the Buddha's gonna like that, Yogi.
Yogi.
No, that's what I did as a kid, dude. I would watch like Hanna-Barbera cartoons, and I would just like imitate the voices. This is how I learned to do this shit.
By the way, speaking of which, did you know like for the last 10 years, Matthew Lillard has been doing the actual voice of Shaggy?
Really?
Yeah. So in a lot of the more recent Scooby-Doo cartoons, it's Matthew Lillard.
That's amazing.
Like, I'm pretty sure he was the voice on Mysteries Inc.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, just like Casey Kasem before him, that's like a lifetime gig apparently. You know, once you get it, it's yours. You know.
I think it's because there's a certain pitch and cadence to Shaggy that's really hard to get right. So it's like once they find somebody who can do it and do it to a point where it's like, no, that's it. It's like, no, you're stuck with this job forever. Please don't leave us.
Yeah, one of the, I think about it now, and I think I should have known that there was a problem over at Channel Awesome when Nostalgia Critic didn't like Scooby-Doo.
What, the movie?
Yeah. Now, granted, that movie is weird.
That movie's dumb as fuck.
It is. It's super dumb.
Here's the thing. That movie is dumb. It's reductive. It fucking does not properly live up to its source material.
No.
But if you hand me a bag of Funyuns and a spliff, I will watch the shit out of that and laugh my ass off.
Abso-fucking-lutely. And the only thing that is as good as that is the sequel, because it has the one thing that the first movie didn't deliver on that everyone fucking wanted, and no one had ever gotten until that moment, and that is Hot Velma.
I know, right?
Mm-hmm.
See,
it's always Hot Velma in your life.
Yeah.
It's weird that we're talking about this movie because it was actually that movie that made me realize I was going to mentally check out of Christianity and basically never go.
How?
Okay.
How?
Yes,
I believe you, but I am intrigued to understand.
Okay. So picture this. I'm an older teenager. It's like I'm this close to 18. I'm helping out with the youth group and stuff, so I get stuck on going on these trips, taking kids and teenagers who can't quite afford to movies and stuff to keep them from doing drugs and other dumb shit.
Mm-hmm.
I see one of the moms from our church there, and she's got her 10-year-old little girl with her. And I'm like, hey, whatever, let's all sit together. And then she stands up in the middle of the movie and starts dragging her kid out, kicking and screaming. And she's like, "We're leaving. We're not watching the rest of this movie."
And you're like, why?
And and because I'm kind of sort of an elder and my dad's a deacon, like of course I couldn't keep my nose out of what was going on.
Right.
Because I was just raised that way. And so I follow her out, and like her daughter's just like, "No, Mom, I was enjoying the movie. It's, she starts yelling at her daughter how it's got witchcraft in it. And how, she's not going to let her be exposed to the rest of this movie because it's got witchcraft in it.
Oh,
and,
God.
and like, I'm just watching this scene. I'm not even interacting with it. And she's like, "Oh, Mom, it's just a little bit. It's not a problem."
It's just a little bit of witchcraft.
Well, 10-year-old logic, right?
I love
it's like, we haven't seen the rest of the movie. How do you know there's witchcraft in all the parts of the movie? Her mom literally takes the soda and said, "I put 1 drop of poison in this. Are you still going to drink it?"
Oh yeah, that's the example that they use.
And I'm like, whoa, bitch. Because like my great grandmother like had a freaking fit when my dad took me to see Snow White when I was like 6 years old.
What?
Because, yeah, my great grandma's like, the witch in that movie's gonna scare her. She's gonna have nightmares, Michael. Just like giving him shit because this is his grandma, and this is very Protestant grandma.
Right.
On top of it all. And he's like, "I know that my daughter knows the difference between fantasy and reality. If she wakes up having a nightmare about sleeping, about Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs, she's gonna realize it's because of the movie. Sorry, Grandma, but I'm taking my kid." And I'm like, here is this 10-year-old who clearly can distinguish fantasy from reality. And yet her mom is more toxic and regressive than this 10-year-old girl who can clearly tell the fucking difference between these two things. And I'm just like, at that point, like, that was the last, like, big event I did. I was just like, nope, I want no more part of this. I want no part of these people. I've heard some dumbass shit in my years of attending this church. But at that point, I'm like, wow, woman. A little girl, a fourth your age.
Yep.
Is making more sense than your ass right now. Out of the mouths of babes, if you will.
I know, right?
It's like,
babes.
That's one of those like self-reflective moments of like,
Yeah, that I mentally checked out of Christianity because of Scooby-Doo.
Yeah.
That and I went, and then I went back into the theater and went, wait, Hot Velma. I didn't know I wanted this.
Yeah. Hot Velma's something you need. You need that shit.
I was struggling with my sexuality a lot at that age.
Fair enough. Also, can we point out the fact that I love the fact that that movie has Scrappy-Doo peeing on fucking Daphne as a way to kinkily mark his territory.
Yep.
Because he has a I'm a fuck you face while he's doing that.
Yep.
So apparently Scrappy-Doo's into water sports, and it's okay for me to say that because if you remember, right after Velma tells that dude that story, he goes like, and the funny thing is, he wasn't even a puppy. He just had a pituitary issue.
Yep.
So
I forgot about that part, and thank you for disturbing me once again.
Yep. Scrappy-Doo is an adult, and he wants to fuck Daphne.
Yep. I don't know what to tell you.
Thank you, movie.
That's a movie. That's the thing that happened. Well, like, it's one of those things where, like, I don't know how to put it. Scrappy-Doo was a level of additional repetition that graded the longer it went on. If he just showed up every once in a while, I'm sure it would have been fine. you know, it would have been like, oh, okay, Scrappy Doo's here this weekend. All right, whatever. You know, like, that's fine. But it's like, okay, so we're going to get rid of Fred and Velma. Wait a minute, what? Why are we getting rid of Fred and Velma and putting in Scrappy? It was, but basically, that's the whole, like, fucking thing about Poochie. Like, that whole thing is based off of, like, the decision to put Scrappy Doo and Scooby Doo.
And then what made it worse, what absolutely made it worse, is that then 13 Ghosts of Scooby Doo came out.
13 Ghosts of Scooby Doo is awesome.
No, hold up. Everything else about 13 Ghosts of Scooby Doo is awesome. The Vincent Price character, the fucking Boo Brothers, everything about. No, that's all great. The fucking trunk, it's all great. I love all of it. Except the fact that not only do we have Scrappy Doo to deal with, but there's Flim Flam.
Oh, God.
You know I'm right.
You're right.
All right, so for those of you who don't know, Flim Flam is a little Mexican kid that hangs out with Scooby Doo.
And it's racist because they're like, oh, you're a young Mexican boy from the streets. Your name is the name of a con.
Your name is Flim Flam, and you're like, okay, but remember, this was like, I'm pretty sure this was like the same year that they came up with the Rubik's Cube cartoon. If you remember that shit, where basically a fucking alien that looks like a Rubik's Cube with Yoda's face on it. I'm not kidding. Look this up. Rubik the Amazing Cube falls into the hands of a bunch of Mexican kids, and I forget what the conceit was, but it's like if you solve the Rubik's Cube, he grant you a wish or something. You know, that's not quite it, but I can't remember like why you had to solve the puzzle.
Oh, and to Yellow Cerberus AT in the chat, do I remember Scooby Dumb, aka Southern Dumb relative of Scooby and Scooby? Yes, I do. I do remember that Cracker Pecka Woods Scooby Dumb. I do remember that fucker.
I also remember the Hanna-Barbera cartoon where they took all their fucking like ancillary dog characters and put them in a single show with Blue Falcon. It was weird.
It made no sense.
Yeah. It was like Scooby Dumb, Astro, Dino Mutt, and fucking like there are a couple of others.
But that's okay because that led to the Blue Falcon joke of Harvey Birdman, attorney at law.
So yeah.
That's fine.
So it worked out well in the end. Malkadon says he thought Flim Flam was supposed to be Middle Eastern.
Either way, the point is, hello, brown ethnic boy. You're a con artist and your name is Flim Flam.
Yep.
Racism.
I feel like I have to prove to everyone.
I feel like that's even worse.
Yeah, it is.
Because that's like on the same level. I don't know if they have a word for it, but it's like, you know how they talk about Pan-Asianism, where people have this idea that all Asian cultures are the same.
Well, it's Flim Flam is the short round of this show.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
He's the short round of this show.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: the reason that I said, oh, it's not just Scrappy Doo, it's Flim Flam, because Flim Flam and Scrappy Doo would fucking hang out and be buddies, and they were equally fucking annoying.
Yeah.
So you had two annoying.
Always had to deal with both of them, and I don't know how to say it. He was fucking Mexican or whatever he was supposed to weigh, the way Haji was Indian.
And short round was Chinese.
At least, well, how to put it? At least, all right. Actually, short round's actor was Japanese, but yeah.
He's the Asian.
yeah. He's the Asian. And by the way, just in case, because I thought maybe some of you wouldn't believe me, there it is, Rubik the Amazing Cube. Yep. Existing exactly as I said. It is a Rubik's Cube with Yoda's face on it.
That fucking face, man, it haunts my dreams.
I know. And it talks like this. It says Rubik. Oh my God, Red Herring, best Scooby-Doo character ever. All right, you got me there.
Red Herring. And then one episode, it was actually Red Herring.
Yeah, they had to do one where it actually was Red Herring. You know, like you had to.
I never saw that cartoon. The image just popped up for me. I'm like, oh.
What?
Oh no.
Which one? Rubik the Amazing Cube?
The Rubik.
Yeah, Rubik the Amazing Cube. It's bad. You know, that shit lasted for a season. Because they couldn't cancel things faster than that in those days.
Actually, now I'm kind of wondering if my husband's heard of it because he collects Rubik's Cubes.
He might have heard of it.
He probably, if he collects Rubik's Cubes, he probably has heard of this show.
He tends to like be interested in things and collect things in a very oddly specific way. So it's like he'll be like, "Oh no, I really like the puzzle. Fuck everything else."
Well, yeah, but I'm sure he knows. I really
like the book. Fuck all the adaptations.
Yeah. But I'm sure he knows it exists. You know, hey, and by the way, Rubik they have a Christmas episode where Rubik has to dress up as Santa Claus and get big.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. And there's a talking cat at some point. Actually, I forget. Does the cat actually talk, or does it just like do the Muttley thing?
Cat?
Yeah, I can't remember if the cat talks or if it does the Muttley thing of just going like, like making those kinds of like doing that kind of shtick.
It might do that. Hanna-Barbera did a lot of that.
Yeah. It was. I can't remember. Like I don't remember I remember a lot of details from this show, but like the two shows that I really remember based on classic '80s properties. I'm not saying these are good, by the way. I'm just saying that they existed. One was Pac-Man.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, because before the Super Mario Brothers Super Show.
Oh God!
There was the Saturday morning Pac-Man cartoon.
Fucking quality.
I don't recall
Pac-Man. Pac-Man.
I just noticed something.
Yeah.
It isn't me. Does anyone else find it funny that so first you had like Scooby-Doo, and like Mr. Scooby-Doo. And then 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo, which only featured Shaggy, Daphne, Scooby, you know, like that shit. But then, so you have like, how to put it? You had Shaggy in 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo. Then Matthew Lillard does 13 in Ghosts, and now he's Shaggy.
Yes. There's a connection. I don't know what it is, but there's
a connection. Something here. There's
something
here.
Yeah, there is something here. Oh my God, they have a fucking Rubik's Cube that is 13 by 13 by 13.
I hope that thing has metal innards, because God, that would be a bitch to move.
Well, it can't be made the way that the other one is.
Oh no, it would have to have some sort of metal mechanism in there.
Yeah. It would have to.
I've helped take those things apart, and the bigger the puzzle gets, it's like with those plastic innards, it becomes impossible to move.
God, how many hours did I spend physically prying Rubik's Cubes apart and solving them that way?
I had a friend. I had a friend when I was still in Boy Scouts. His name was Marlon. He was this Filipino kid who also like actually like legitimately studied martial arts.
Yeah.
And I loved that kid because he was a huge nerd, and yet he did shit like that. And I'm like, I love you. Let's go fuck with people. But he had like Rubik's Cubes, and the thing about him was that he could solve. You could literally take like either a 3x3, a 4x4, or a 6x6 Rubik's Cube. You could take it out of his hands. You could mix that thing up for over an hour.
Okay.
He would then take it, put it behind his back, and say, "Start the timer." and it would come out from behind his back perfectly solved in under 30 seconds.
He had that formula down then.
See, that's the thing. One day I asked him, how the fuck do you do that? And he's like, oh, well, it's all based on an algorithm, and I have memorized the algorithm for each of these things. And I'm like, so wait, do you even really enjoy the Rubik's Cube anymore? And he looked at me and just went, sad part is, no, not really. But it's a thing that I can do. And I was just like, knowledge has killed the Rubik's Cube.
Yeah. It's like,
well, it's like
everything is magical except to the magician.
Well, yeah, because at that point, that's why magicians perform.
Yeah.
It's not that the thing itself amazes them anymore; it's the reaction.
Yeah. The reactions will get you.
Is the entertainment.
Well, like, because I keep thinking about that, and it's one of those things where I know what I wonder what the algorithm is, actually.
I know that I remember I looked it up at one point, so I know that he's not shitting me. I know it exists. I know it's.
You want to know the sad part about it is, it comes in the instruction booklet with the cube now.
That's hilarious. That's also horrible. I hate everything.
When I saw that, I'm like, wait, they tell you how to solve it when you buy a new one now? What is this lazy millennial bullshit? Like, that's all I could think when I saw it. I'm like,
I don't know.
And the thing that still gets me about it is if you give one to a younger person, you're like, here's this Rubik's Cube. Oh yeah, I've seen it on all this thing and this thing. Like they know all like their 80s entertainment and shit. They pull it out and they automatically start doing it and they're like, how do you solve this? And they have to go look it up on Google. I'm like, the piece of paper is right there.
Oh my god, like what?
By the way, to the horror guru who just said there have been 37 animated Scooby-Doo movies, that is true, and my favorite one to date is still Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island. You cannot change my fucking opinion.
Fair enough.
I don't think I have a favorite. I just have the one I remember the most.
Fair enough.
And that's the one where they go to the all-girls monster school.
Oh my god, Scooby-Doo and the Ghoul School.
Yes! Oh my god. That one was just like my jam growing up. I think my mom recorded it off of TV. And I wore that VHS out the thinnest ribbon.
That was the most gloriously bullshit villain I've ever seen in my life.
Oh yeah.
For I am Revolta, the witch of the web. What the fuck are you doing? I am evil. Yeah, yes, but why? What are you doing? Silence.
She was the worst. But all the girls that went to that school were so damn cute. I just couldn't, like, it was Monster High before Monster High.
This is the Ghoul School, right?
Yeah, the Ghoul School one. I'm like, it was funny because when I heard about Monster High being a thing, because my friends have children and I'm required to know about their interests from time to time. Like, I heard about the whole Monster High. Yeah.
It's like bullshit. The 80s did it better.
I was just like, wait. Monster High is a thing. Didn't they do that in Scooby-Doo? They're like, and then I showed it to my friend's daughter, who I call my niece, and she's like, wait, you had this sort of thing when you were a kid too? Yes, I did. There is nothing new. There is nothing original. The world is recycling upon itself, and you will not be any more different than your mother by the time you hit puberty.
You're not unique or special.
Although I will say this, she has outstretched her mother.
Oh.
Her mom. Yeah, because her mom is kind of a slutbag like me.
Oh, okay.
In the best possible way. But her daughter did one better and took after her auntie. Because she is also pansexual. And she figured this out when she was 13. So I'm just like, your daughter's more like me than you.
Oh my god. Someone made a gigantic Rubik's Cube that looks like SpongeBob.
No.
But they made it out of one of those.
Don't show me that.
But they made it out of one of those, like, liquid plastic pens. Now, this is both.
Are you sure it's not 3D printed?
No, it's not 3D printed. Like the video is watching the guy make it.
Oh dear.
Yeah. So I'm looking at this damn thing, and he is literally making a Rubik's Cube that it looks like SpongeBob SquarePants. And okay.
I don't.
Oh wait, he's cheating.
Oh, how's he cheating?
He's cheating. He's building it on top of a Rubik's Cube.
Asshole.
Less impressive.
Yeah. I thought he had built the entire thing, and no.
You're just making a decal.
Yeah. That seems to be what he's actually doing. Which it's one of those. It is impressive. It's just not as impressive. You know,
Jack. No. It's not even that impressive. You want to know why? Because that's just the 3-dimensional version of copy this image onto this grid that they used to give you in coloring books as a kid.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, it's still interesting to watch a guy actually do it, because the reason most things don't get made is because people just don't put the time into them. You know?
Yeah, no.
And I'm always fascinated when someone decides to do something. I don't even know how to say it. Like when someone decides to do something that just kind of makes you go, huh?
But why?
But why? You know, yeah. and you realize that wonder is kind of what I don't even know how to say it. Like that me going, but why did you do this? Is kind of one of those things that's the mystery of existence, man.
Dude, you're making the same face my stepmom used to make at me when I was a teenager when she would ask the same question.
Which
but
one?
Why?
But why?
But why? No, like she had this thing where she would tell other adults, like, especially in my early teen years, she's like, I never know what that girl is going to come out of her room as. Because I was just taking my wardrobe and making cosplay, like, before cosplay was ever known to me. Like, I would just come out looking like an alien because I got into my makeup and decided to go crazy. Or I would take as many skirts as I owned, which was all of, like, 3. And I would be like, time to dress up like Esmeralda today because I had no friends. And so...
Oh, dear.
Like, I didn't really have female friends until high school. And even then, it's like, I was that weirdo kid who was like, oh yeah, the only 2 girls who identify as witches in my campus. Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, Zarin, I must ask, because my Hindu senses are tingling. Is that a portrait of Kali all the way back against the wall behind you on the bottom?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I was like,
and
wait a minute.
And this is the candle I use, nice little gold bowl, and in front of her, actually, I'll just bring it up.
I was like, wait a minute, my Vedic senses, they are tingling.
Yeah, there she is.
Nice.
And yeah, because I have the Kali with the Durga arms.
Yes.
And I thought it was funny that out of all the things my grandfather left me when he passed away recently, is a fucking tiger.
Why? Okay.
And so I use it for my beads to sit
all right.
on. It's always in front of Kala Durgi.
All right, I just want to say this because this is definitely one of those "did I stun a bitch" kind of moments. Guess what's back on my computer somehow?
Is it
your mom?
I don't know. Is it pink-haired Sasquatch girl?
No, it's Skype.
Didn't you uninstall that shit?
I did. It's back.
How?
I don't know.
That shouldn't happen.
I know You are damn right that shouldn't happen. You are so right that shit shouldn't happen. That should not be a thing.
Go into root and dismantle it like Cortana or something?
Dude, I'm gonna have to perform an exorcism. You know, like what is going on? Toolbox, protect, speed up, clean, manage. Let's see. All right, if we go to dashboard, oh my god, I'm just gonna be haunted by that fucking Skype sound. Why is there this madness? Gravedale High. Oh my god, I remember that show.
Chaotic Doctor asks if you have Windows 10.
I do have Windows 10. Why?
Oh no, he just asked. Hopefully he will give us an answer momentarily.
That's not Skype, that's your Twitter notification? Oh. Oh. But Skype is back on my computer because it's in the little system tray.
I have not seen Gravedale High.
Sexy.
But it sounds amazing.
Sexy swimsuit bunny cubes.
What? Wait, what?
Is that a sentence?
Yes. Okay. So get this. In order to torture me, for some reason, Horror Guru has gone, you know what? Jack hasn't dealt with enough weird shit today. Why don't we let him know that there are Rubik's Cubes that are fucking dead or alive characters?
I can see that.
Yeah,
Guru,
like
I love
it's not the worst thing. It's just
why?
Yeah. It's like, do you
shit.
do you paper doll that shit?
Jack. Okay, so Windows 10 has the same problem the original Windows 8 had. Essentially, when you install Skype, it's already pre-installed with the OS. So you have Skype, the actual Skype, and then you have the Windows app. So you had two versions of Skype on your computer and you just weren't aware of it. I'll have to check that out, Cerberus.
And somewhere right now, Bill Gates is laughing at your pain as he masturbates in a pool full of $100 bills.
Because it wasn't until they brought it up in chat I had the same problem. Because I had the Windows 8 Skype app, which was bullshit, and then I downloaded actual Skype. So you're not being haunted by this ghost of Skype. It's just Skype's whiny little cousin that you didn't know was there, hiding in the closet.
All right. Okay. Yeah, sure. That's the way we wash our hands. You know, like.
By the way, hey, Zarin.
Mm-hmm.
So what you essentially said to that child of like, yeah, no, everything's recycled. You're not special. Nothing about your generation is unique. I did something similar recently to a kid who likes Dragon Ball Z.
Oh dear, let me hear this. This is
now
good.
Here's the thing. Let me presupposition this with I like Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z. I know it's stupid. I don't care. I love it. It's a Japanese acid Western version of fucking Journey to the West, and I love it. Love everything about it. This being said, so there was like situation where I'm talking to like a small cousin who he's like he's about 8 and he's just like, I love Dragon Ball Z, and his talking was just annoying. So I was like, let me ask something. Who's your favorite character in Dragon Ball Z? Goku. Aw, that's nice. You like when he goes Super Saiyan? Yeah. You want to be a Super Saiyan? Yeah. You can. And he was just like, what? I'm like,
damn, dude.
No, hold on.
Cold-blooded.
I was like, okay. I was just like, okay, but here's the thing, little man. I'm saying that even if that shit was real, you could never be a Super Saiyan. Well, what are you talking about? Well, okay, here's a question. Who are the big male fighters in Dragon Ball Z? You know, he like starts listing all the characters, and I'm like, I think you forgot one. And he's like, Krillin. I'm like, yeah, you would never be able to beat Krillin.
I don't know enough Dragon Ball to get this.
He's Yamcha.
You see, here's the but here's the thing about this. Here's the thing about this. And he was just like, well, what are you talking about? I'm like, okay, what species is what is Piccolo? He's a Namekian. Yeah. What are Vegeta, Gohan, Goku, and by extension Trunks? Well, they're Saiyans. Yeah. And what are number 12? They're androids. Yeah. Who are the humans? Who are the humans? And he's like, oh, there's Master Roshi and Krillin and Yamcha. Yeah. Who's the strongest of them? Krillin? Krillin is the strongest human. Meaning that you, as a human, even if that shit was real, you can never get higher than Krillin. And look how often Krillin gets his ass kicked. You can't play Super Saiyan.
No.
Wow. Wow, dude. Damn. That shit is cold-blooded.
Yeah, I was not in a good mood.
You're not feeling
everybody.
You're not feeling the Christian consciousness, is what you're telling me. Not that day.
Nope.
Well, I mean, you could argue the idea that he brought the kid back down to Earth and reminded him of his humanity, so he wouldn't do something so stupid that only a Saiyan could do, and then he would die.
I just
also, yes.
Like some children do.
I just farted. I did.
Dude, at least when I do that, I have the decency to mute myself.
Nope. Oh, that's weird.
Is it bad that I want to go full-blown fucking Cletus from Nutty Professor and be like, he's tooting his butt trumpet.
Tooting your butt trumpet.
No. Hallelujah, Yankee Doodle.
I'm gonna take this knife and throw it right between the crack of your ass.
Bread gloves. Bread gloves. Bread gloves.
Come on, Cletus. Come on, Cletus. Come on.
I think you killed her. I think you killed her.
Now.
Breathe.
Now.
Breathe, you fool.
Oh, now, Simon, ain't nothing to be ashamed of. I used to have relations. You know, when I was a young girl, if a nice young man came over, brought me some flowers and candy, took me out to show me a wonderful evening, I would bring him home and give him hot, loving relations. Woo!
What the fuck is this?
This is Grandma from Nutty Professor. I have not seen that movie in over 10 years, and I remember.
Oh, you're talking about the one with Eddie Murphy.
Yep. Not the good one. The one with Eddie Murphy.
Oh, that's why I was lost. I was like, I was like, someone must have turned 2 pages at once on me here because I don't remember this part of Nutty Professor.
No, yeah, you're thinking about the one with
yeah. I'm thinking of Jerry Lewis.
Fuck you.
Wait, what?
Wait, who?
Yellow Cerebus.
Oh, Yellow Cerebus. I hear the word Cletus. I always see that picture of the short animation. Cletus the fetus. Yeah.
Oh god. This is not revenge. I didn't mean to hurt Jack.
Hey, Zarin.
What?
Sherman gonna have relations.
Yogi, you're fabulous, but you're killing me.
Oh my god, now I think about it. Wait a minute. Does that movie? That movie.
You never brought a girl home. At least
Hold up.
let us talk to her.
Eddie Murphy.
Yeah, I'd like to get to know her a little better myself.
Out Tyler Perry. Tyler Perry.
Before Tyler
Perry.
Perry.
Tyler Perry can't live up to Eddie Murphy. That's a thing.
No black comedian's ever gonna live up to Eddie Murphy.
I don't know. Chris Rock's pretty good.
Then I would take him home and give him.
Well, like, yeah, Eddie Murphy plays every member of this goddamn family, doesn't he? More or less.
Yeah, except for his brother's son. That was his
You know,
well, yeah, because that's an actual kid.
Yeah, little Hercules.
Oh, look at me, my little Hercules. Oh, baby.
Oh,
yes.
Yogis, so when are we like getting together and having the early 2000s bad movie marathon?
I know, right? This needs to happen. Like,
oh god.
I love
I ain't paying for no big ass wedding. Oh,
I don't know why, but for some reason the one scene in that film that gets me fucking cry laughing, and I don't know why. It's that one, you know, like towards the end.
Oh my god! I just realized something.
What?
About the dinner scene in Nutty Professor. Okay, so the main character's brother.
Mm-hmm.
That's Eddie Murphy doing an impression of Charlie Murphy.
Charlie Murphy, yeah.
Yeah. It's not actually Charlie Murphy, but
yeah. But it was like for a split second, I was like, "Wait, is that Charlie Murphy?" I'm like, "Oh no, that's Eddie Murphy impersonating his brother."
Mm-hmm.
That makes it brilliant.
Yeah. And I'm just
like right down to the fucking speech patterns. It's like
yeah, exactly. Yeah, because you know,
and you want to know what kills me? His brother character in that film reminds me of my Uncle Russell.
Oh, jeez.
And his name is actually Russell.
That's beautiful.
I would tease my uncle all the time.
Your family got any money?
I
ain't paying for no big ass wedding.
That's beautiful. I love everything about that. Oh, but yeah, for some reason, I don't know why, but one scene of that movie that makes me fucking cry laughing. I don't know why. It just does. I think it's like some type of weird shit from childhood, but like, so you know, like that scene towards the end where it's like Sherman and Buddy Love like fighting over it, you know, like that last thing, that last thing when he's simultaneously playing his dad and his mom, and his dad saying shit like this is some scary shit. Someone call the exorcist, and his mom just keeps fucking fainting, and he keeps picking her back up. Yeah, keeps picking her back up. Like, girl, you gotta stop! I ain't here picking your fat ass up off the floor all evening. I don't know why.
It's crazy because it's like, well, even though it's called the Nutty Professor, what it really is like it's almost an Eddie Murphy one-man show. You know, that only vaguely has something to do with the Nutty Professor.
Although even though it's like the same movie, but again, I actually enjoyed the sequel more. Thank you, Janet Jackson.
Well, that was what's that? Nutty Professor 2 or the Clumps?
That is the same thing.
Okay, it's the same thing. Okay, got it. Never mind.
And also, let's not forget that the sequel.
That's the one in goes to space, right?
Let's not forget that in the sequel, there's hamster rape. Beautiful hamster rape. At the end of the movie, which, by the way, it suggests that the dean and the hamster are an item now.
Yeah.
That's a thing that is suggested in that film.
And it's done by and that guy, the dean in that film is the same guy who plays the neurotic dad in 10 Things I Hate About You.
It's great. I love it.
Oh god, I love that guy.
I just to hear him I'm not gonna scream it the way he does, but just to hear him say, you know what happened to me today, Clump? A little kid on the street pointed at me and said, "Look, mommy, there goes the hamster's badge." I'm like, just to hear him scream that.
Poor Jack. There goes the hamster's badge.
You're like, oh my god.
There's just something about that. In that one moment, I was like, there's a kernel of genius in here somewhere.
Oh God, it was
well, like
beautiful.
it's like, how to put it? There are a lot of things that aren't. This is actually I was talking. I forget who I was talking to this about, but like, I think it might have been GL earlier today in the stream, because like it's been 7 hours.
Jesus, Jack. I was wondering when you got started, because everybody was saying you got started early.
Yeah, we got started at 3 because I was talking to Mars Girl about Vic McRapey pants, like, and like that's some weird shit, because we're going to the whole like cult like atmosphere of like its fan base, and like it's so bizarre because squeaky froms are everywhere. That's all I can say. The squeaky from is not a fucking fluke.
Also, how is Mars Girls doing, by the way? Because I have not seen like a sign of her in a while. Like, how's she doing?
Oh, she's doing okay. Like, she's doing all right. Like, she's largely tending to like the daily activities of like paying rent, and so she works. Okay, so get this. She works a night shift at Netflix in their translation department.
Okay, like translating that makes sense. From Japanese, or
yeah, subtitles. She does subtitling. She is a professional subtitler. Yeah. They've got like, they apparently hire a bunch of subtitle people to do the subtitles, which makes a certain amount of sense, but like it's one of those things that you go, oh, I guess someone really does have to go through all those movies and go, at this time stamp this thing happens, at this time stamp this thing happens.
The thing is they have the people who translate the scripts, and then they have the people who encode the subtitles onto it. Those are actually two separate jobs.
Oh, okay. Well, she is a translator. Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure she's one of the people that actually like writes the translation.
Yeah, because it's much faster to have those two processes going on simultaneously.
Yeah.
Just having people encoding while others are translating, because the turnover for subtitles now has to be so damn quick, especially with anime when they're doing episode by episode.
Oh god.
Because now we're getting same day subs.
Yeah.
Like, it comes out in Japan, and then 12 to 16 hours later it's coming out in the US already subtitled.
Yep. Yep.
Like, that shit is like, because I watched so much like mid 90s through early 2000s anime, I'm just like, I remember when like fan subgroups would slow to a fucking crawl, and I'm just like, now a lot of these people are working in that professional sphere, doing what they used to do when they did fan subs, but now they're getting paid and they have better deadlines and better resources now. So I'm like, go you guys.
Dude, yeah, no. Yeah. Like fucking Netflix has been doing that lately with fucking Bollywood movies that I've been wanting to see for like the past couple years, but I could never get my hands on like good like English subtitles. And like, no, I'm serious. Just like last week, I was looking through Netflix and I found that a goddamn movie I've been trying to like find in English, or at least with like either as a dub or as a sub, since fucking 2012, just suddenly popped up on Netflix, and I was like, what the fuck? What? Who wanted this? I mean, I did, but there can't be more than me. Who the fuck wanted this?
Yeah. It's oh yeah, Jorge was pointing out that one of the subtitles that she worked on was the Fire Festival documentary on Netflix.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That one, yeah.
Yeah, like, oh my god, like, have you seen those? Have you seen those two documentaries?
I haven't seen the Netflix one. I've seen the Hulu one. I know I need to watch the Netflix one, but it's one of those ones where I was like, I didn't know how I felt about watching it because the guys who do fuck is that company? Fuck something.
Fuck Jerry.
Fuck Jerry are the producers of that, and I'm like,
yeah.
I don't know how I feel about. You know what I mean? I'm just like,
I know exactly what you're talking about. I know exactly what you mean. You know, like how to put it. But here's what's kind of interesting about it, which is they do that thing where they try to lowball their own involvement, but their own egos get in the fucking way. And so by the end of the Netflix documentary, Fuck Jerry looks really super fucking culpable.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah, you find yourself going like, wow, you guys are fucking assholes. You know, like, you guys are fucking assholes. Fuck you guys. You know,
Malkadon, a bunch of us have.
Who's Mr. Wait, what are they talking about? Let's see.
He said, I lived through the era of crude bootleg Japanimation.
Fuck
yeah, a lot of people in this group have.
They used Trent Reznor's music for like 3/4 of that film. They did?
What gets
was
me
it back
though,
from his Ghost album era?
I have no idea. Netflix, Fire.
It makes me happy that he said that because I was listening to Pretty Hate Machine on the way home today.
It's really interesting. It's really interesting though because like you look at someone like Billy McFarland and it's just like, wow, he's kind of like a douchey straight millennial version of like Steven Russell.
Yes.
It's really interesting. And because he's that version, it makes it much less compelling and much more satisfying when he's in prison.
Yeah, well, like the Hulu documentary like kind of makes it clear like the main person it blames, even though it does not shy away from blaming everybody, is Billy McFarland. They're just like, no, this motherfucker is responsible. You know, but the Netflix one goes more into, wow, why isn't Ja Rule in jail?
Why isn't he in jail?
Yeah. You know, absolutely.
I mean, good lord, he would go around shouting murder all the time.
Well, no, like fuck that. Just for Fire Festival.
Yeah.
Like just for that, you know, because actually my man, but the most damning thing that is said about the whole thing comes from the Hulu documentary, which is everyone's turning a blind eye because they're making money. And everyone thought, well, I'm not responsible, right? And so no one was.
I love when the fucking like production company pulls out at the last minute because they're just like,
yeah, it wasn't really fraud. It was more like false advertising. That's what fraud is. You piece of shit.
Also, I just gotta bring it up because I love that they brought it up in the Hulu documentary, but I just gotta say, who gives a fuck what Ja Rule thinks? Like this?
Yeah. Well, that was the funny thing was like I didn't even.
I'm scared. I need to sort some shit out. What is Ja?
Where's Ja Rule?
Where is Ja?
You know, but like I'm like this, motherfucker. Who cares? Well, like that was. Okay, so Fire Festival. One of the things about that freaked me out is Fire Festival is one of those things that I was under a rock for until the festival actually happened. I had not heard shit. I thought I knew it. Seen shit. I did not know anything about this. I didn't give a rat's fucking ass. because, and I had never heard anything, and everyone's like, "Oh my God, the reports of Fire Festival." I'm like, "What is that?" You know,
See,
like,
I thought I knew what you were talking about, but I realized I don't.
you don't know what the Fire Festival is?
No.
Okay. So basically, imagine. Okay, Zarin, do you remember that like a few years ago, there was like that weird like millennial hipster credit card company based in New York? Like Rick Ross did a fucking commercial for them a couple times.
Oh, that's what that was?
Okay. So imagine that the fucking douchebag who came up with that company, after it fell through, and then after he ran like several different scams simultaneously to try to pay off backers, he then went, "Hey, I've got an idea. I'm going to make Coachella on an island in the Bahamas." And the whole idea for it was because he thought of an app called the Fire app. And the idea of the Fire app was, it was kind of like, imagine if you were like a rich millennial or a rich person in general, and you wanted like an actual like like a famous like musical act or something for a party or an event you were throwing. What if it worked like Tinder? Like where you could like, all these fucking artists would be there, and you could just swipe right on them, and you could tell, and by swiping right, you would tell them what you'd be willing to pay them for what event, and they, getting that notification, would either agree or disagree to do it. This like streamlined process of hiring entertainment for expensive parties.
So expensive Fiverr.
Yeah. But not even like, yeah.
And there
but,
were,
oh God.
and to be fair, there were like groups that were interested. There were like actual famous performers and bands who were interested. And so this guy, Billy McFarland, was like, okay, so I'm going to make this app, but to sell it, I'm going to have this basically rebranding of Coachella mixed with Lollapalooza on an island in the Bahamas that will happen every single year. And this will be the big promotion for the app. And then he said he was going to do that, and had no idea how to do it, didn't ask anyone how to do it, didn't raise any of the funds beforehand, and in January announced that it was going to happen in April. And essentially, in doing so, fucked everything, fucked an entire island's economy, and then on top of that, kept going with it even though like the bands dropped out, the housing wasn't done, the food wasn't prepared, anything, and almost effectively left several hundred paying customers to die on an island.
Yeah, like no. Yeah. Absolutely. This is absolutely what happened. And of course, like the majority of the people on that goddamn thing, involved in that goddamn thing, were Instagram models.
Yeah, you know, like influencers.
Yeah, Instagram
influencers.
And yeah. So imagine a bunch
So those poor babies couldn't think their way off the island.
No. Like, they ended up, some of them ended up having to stay overnight in the airport, and
one guy passed out from dehydration.
Yeah, one guy passed out from dehydration. And another, and so they lock them in. So the local officials lock all these people inside the airport. And when asked why, they were like, look, we don't need nothing else happening. We don't need someone else going out, getting a cigarette and lighting up the airplane fuel or something. No. Then we got a bigger problem.
And,
oh dear.
And I think that the thing about this too is that, like, when I said he pretty much fucked over an island's economy, it's because he pulled so much local labor into this and nobody got paid.
Yeah.
Nobody got paid for any of their labor.
You know what? I never want to hear anybody bitch about TanaCon ever again.
What the hell's TanaCon?
this, like you said, influencer, Tana Mojo decided she was gonna run her own con simultaneously with VidCon.
Yes.
That whole debacle.
Yeah.
Hey,
I remember that. What
Dude,
the fuck was that about?
Oh god, dude! Like I looked into it so freaking deep because I'm just like sitting here because the thing is like normally I don't give a shit about topical crap, but the big thing is that so many fans who tried to get into this con were left outside so long, and I saw them on like Twitter and Instagram and shit showing off the sunburns that they had from standing outside for like 5 hours straight, where there was like nothing to cover them, no water, no nothing, because they were being held outside of this hotel and not being let in. And I'm just like, oh, being my ginger pale self, of course I empathized with these poor girls, you know, most of them between the ages of like 14 and 18 who are just fried from the sun. And I'm just like, what the fuck even happened? And basically she hired this dipshit and also simultaneously tried to weasel enough money for herself in the whole process that she got a venue that was supposed to hold at max like 1,500 people.
Okay.
And then tried to get 5,000 people in.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And the whole thing she was doing was, okay, you can pay for a VIP pass if you want, but anybody can get in for free. And the thing is that
whoa,
yeah, that's why there were so many fucking people there.
What?
But here's the thing. Everybody who was there, outside of a handful of people who got in for free, like maybe a couple dozen, like everybody paid to be there. So they oversold. Nobody really got in for free. And then like 2/3 of those people never even got into the event.
Okay. So they pick a venue that can only hold about 1,500 people.
Yeah, it was like some Marriott ballroom thing. Yeah, it was terrible.
So, what was the purpose of this event?
The purpose of it was she was considered for a time to be a feature creator for VidCon, but then she was denied. So she held this con out of spite.
Because, you know, the best things happen out of pure spite.
Yeah. Like, even one of Shane Dawson's early documentaries was on the whole debacle with TanaCon.
You see, that right there, that is a social measuring stick right there. That's a social yardstick. If Shane Dawson can legitimately look at you and explain how you're a shitty person, you might be a shitty person.
Yeah,
that's
we're pretty down the food chain on that one.
Well, and the whole reason he did the documentary on it was because he was supposed to be one of the feature creators at TanaCon because he and Tana are friends.
I'm hoping not anymore.
Oh, no kidding.
It's debatable whether or not they're friends because not a whole lot of people have seen
Oh man, I found it. Oh boy. Tana, that girl ugly cries.
Oh no, all the time, and they're always big ass crocodile tears. That bitch is so fake.
But I'm like looking at it, I'm like, but it's so ugly. Like I'm not kidding. That girl like ugly cries. It's kind of amazing. Yeah. Totally.
I'm just when she cries. It drives
me nuts. Obviously, if I want to get the full experience, I'm gonna have to like watch one of these goddamn things. But
dude, it's so bad.
Somewhere between playing Darkest Dungeon, running streams, fucking writing a role-playing game, and studying up on Mithraism and its connection to Western culture and all this bullshit.
What the fuck is Mithraism?
Mithraism. It was a Roman religion.
It's a Roman mystery cult based around the god Mithras, who is kind of a Roman reappropriation of a Persian god, but by the time he gets to Rome, he doesn't really have anything to do with it.
No! Turns out that it's
different origin.
Kind of. All those elements are true.
Mm-hmm. But not in the way I think.
But not in that order.
Okay.
So there is a bit of like, hey, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Well, we're in a situation where we actually know what the answer is. So I don't, okay. A couple thousand years ago, there is a dude, and his name is, there's a dude that they write about, and his name is Perseus.
Right.
We know Perseus.
Turns out Mithra has a lot to do with Perseus.
Oh.
And it also turns out that Perseus retroactively becomes synonymous with being Persian. But this is after the fact.
Okay.
Yeah, because Mithra is the Mithras cult absolutely has nothing to do with the Zoroastrians and the Persians. Absolutely nothing.
It's just a retroactive name grab, essentially?
Yes.
Okay.
For some reason, there's a retroactive name grab. And they have figured out what the bullfighting scene is all about.
Oh, where he's slaughtering the bull, and it seems to be like his followers are feasting on it around him?
Yes.
Okay.
It's the constellations.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. There's Scorpio, Taurus, and everyone's like, okay, well, who's the guy killing the bull?
Mm-hmm.
It's assumed to be Mithras, but
yeah,
it's
with
actually
the weird hat thing, yeah.
Yeah. But it's actually Perseus, because Perseus also has that weird hat thing. Because retroactively, he's retroactively Persian.
So it's Mithras, but by Mithras we mean a Persian name for Perseus that was grabbed by the Romans.
Kind of.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, kind of.
That sounds like a lot of things we're developing simultaneously, and nobody can figure out which happened in which order.
Yeah. It gets weirder.
It does not help that these people didn't fucking write really any of their shit down. So we're honestly piecing together shit.
Yeah. There's very, very little lore written about them, but there are countless artifacts. You know, this is one of those.
You're literally putting together a puzzle.
Yeah, they're literally putting together a puzzle that this is a thing that happened. It existed. Otherwise, there wouldn't be, what? There's like 500 Mithras caves spread across Europe.
Yeah, they're called Mithraea.
Yeah, the Mithraeum. Yeah, there are hundreds of these damn things.
And I have to bring this up. Malcedon in the chat. No, that is incorrect. Mithraism is not a proto-Christian religion.
No.
The early Roman Christian church and the Mithraea existed simultaneously at the same time. They were actually rivals. We know this because there are early Christian writers who talk about the filthy debauchery of the Mithraea.
Yeah. Now, there are a couple of weird things about the Mithraea that are known. One, men only.
Mm-hmm.
And it's which it was weird.
Was.
Yeah, and it was weird because that's one of the things that kind of made them stand out, because like that was actually quite rare. You know, it's one of those, it's not rare for there to, a bunch of guys together be at the top of a mystery cult and be like, blah, 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 blah. No women allowed up here. Blah, 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 blah. That's not unusual, but to not have women at all, that's unusual. That's unusual.
It's less unusual to have an all-female one.
Yeah, there were a few. Yeah, because there were a few of those.
I mean, you know, like the Persephone cult was mainly in Greece, was like mainly female led, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was almost exclusively female, but it's not known whether that was by doctrine or just because happenstance. You know, it's one of those like, oh my god, you know, like if there was a period of time when every My Little Pony fan was a girl and there was almost no guys, you'd have been like, okay, like imagine it's the 80s, right? As opposed to like the 2000s, you know, be like, wow, this My Little Pony fandom has a lot of girls. You just be like, yeah, that's the way that works. You know, so we don't know if it's that or by doctrine, or at least I don't.
What's weird. Also, what's weird about it is that like within like the reaches of the Roman Empire, a lot of the Mithraea are like connected to things like baths.
Yes.
So I'm not saying that there was gay sex,
but there might have been.
But there might have been gay sex.
Yeah. It's
the Mithraea is the proto-gay bathhouse.
Yeah, but the other thing that it definitely maybe.
I think I just made Yogi's day.
Yeah, but here's the other really weird part. The other thing that they have figured out that the Mithraea are planetary observatories.
Yeah.
Yeah. So isn't it that supposedly within the Mithraea, like within the Mithraea cult, there are different like levels of membership, and each of them are associated with like one of like with a constellation, aren't they? Yes.
Yeah.
With a constellation or actually, no, some of it's no,
or social archetype. I don't.
Kind of. The very top is father, but father in the context of all this discovery is assumed to mean Perseus, because the one under him is Perseus' son, which is Perseus. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but whatever. Yeah. So. You've got that. Okay, now here's the other thing.
The mystery Perseus.
Yeah. The so the most well understood image of Mithras, quote unquote, has been the lion-headed god. It's a sculpture that's known primarily as the lion-headed god. They found that there are bunches of instances of it. Let me see if I can find... Oh, that's the Pteroctony, or the bullfighting scene. Yeah, like these things have been excavated, you know, to hell and back. Let's see, where can I find... God damn it! Oh, it would fucking just goes to...
Whoa! Wait a minute. That...
What?
That looks suspiciously familiar.
Oh, you talking about the lion-headed god? Yeah, it does. Like, I'll get it up on screen.
The fact that he's coming out of like a pillar stance doesn't make it any less confusing.
Yeah. Like, I'm pretty sure I know where you're going with this. But there are a couple ways you can go with this.
It looks like one of mine.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Okay. Lion head. Serpent around the midsection. Wing. One hand up, one hand down.
I wouldn't even think about that. But
yeah. That's the pose of Baphomet. And one might think, okay, what the hell is this? And some people have thought maybe it's like, you know, it's Mithras or, you know, or something. I'm currently reading a book that has a much more interesting theory.
I'm just seeing the image you put up. Holy
yeah. Oh yeah. By the way, one of the translations of the name Baphomet means the son of Mithras. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Now here's where things are gonna bake a goddamn noodle. One of the
Please bake my noodle. This sounds amazing.
All right. They've always referred to this as the lion-headed god.
Right.
However, they are starting to think that this is not technically a lion's head.
That is what?
A gorgon. That it's Medusa.
That was that was the thing that it kind of looked like to me. I'm like, that doesn't really look like a lion.
Yeah.
Like
now, the thing is that this figure is undeniably supposed to be male.
Yeah, I mean, his balls are right there.
Yeah. It's got cock and balls right there. But one of the things about the old Gorgon head is that it has way more in common with the old Gorgon head than does our interpretation that largely comes from like Clash of the Titans. You know?
Yeah, no, if you actually look up like the other Gorgons that are said to be Medusa's sisters, like they're more classically
Eurythale and Stheno, yeah.
Yeah, they're more classic like succubus looking characters.
Greek.
Like with the wings and like the monster faces and all that
yeah, shit. Okay. Yeah, all right. Here's a picture I can use. Plus
So wait, are you telling me that it might be that Gorgons weren't snake women as much as Gorgons were just chimeric style monsters, of which there could have been multiple varieties?
Yeah. With one thing being reasonably consistent, which is the serpent hair.
Yes.
The serpent-like hair, which depending on how you deal with it, could mean any number of things. Now, we're gonna continue to get really weird here.
Like if you look into different like tellings of like different Gorgons, which obviously Medusa's like the most popular. She's got the most.
Well, she's the one who actually does shit. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Uriel and Stheno are really only mentioned.
Yeah, but in like certain descriptions of theirs, it's like, you know, Medusa's got like all the hissing, like really active snakes, and then the middle sister, like they're just kind of swirling and writhing, and the oldest one, like all of them are slick back and asleep. They're all, you know, their snake hair is very representative of each of their personalities and how they preside over things.
Yeah. Hold on, where is it? God damn it. I really wish I could just pull graphics onto the goddamn thing. It'd just make things so much easier. Oh, okay, yeah, there we go. Yeah, like here's another picture of a Gorgon.
Yeah.
Now, we've got this, but there is another picture that we can pull out, which comes from a much older civilization. Which, hold on. God damn it. Come on. Don't give me shit. Here we go. All right. I'll give you a little running head start. It's Babylonian.
Oh, God damn it.
Yeah.
And clearly hermaphroditic.
Don't bring up Pazuzu. Please.
No. It's not Pazuzu.
Okay.
It's not Pazuzu. It's not Pazuzu. It's Lilith / Ereshkigal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Lilith / Ereshkigal. Gorgons. Okay, that
yeah.
I see that.
Yeah.
I see that.
Yeah. So we're not so somehow they're theorizing that somehow there was like a migration of this idea of this female monster that Perseus kills, right? You know, because that's part of the Perseus legend. He kills Medusa.
Mm-hmm.
then becomes king of some place, accidentally kills his granddad with the discus, and then some shit happens, because that's kind of where the story ends. So it looks like the sun calendar face of the Aztecs. Well, technically speaking, the sundial face of the Aztecs, I think, that's supposed to be Tezcatlipoca, isn't it? The jaguar god.
So. Yeah.
So if the head, this face here, is supposed to look like vaguely lion-esque, that it would make sense. It would make sense that a god in a culture like an ocean away, but is still also related to a large feline, would be somewhat similar.
Oh no, the all-consuming pussy is coming to get us.
Yeah. And so you just, the all-consuming, the evil female thing that we are afraid of. And I just keep, it's that whole, like, going back, it's like, I don't know how else to say it, which is this just all like...
The whole thing with like the Aztecs and the jaguar and everything was that the jaguar was supposed to come back down and essentially devour the people in the world. And be like this super destructive force, right?
Well, that's Tezcatlipoca himself.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. He's the jaguar god, But he's also got, funny enough, he only has 1 foot.
I know, right?
Yeah, he only has 1 foot because a giant fucking Aztec crocodile bit it off. An ancient primordial crocodile bit it off. And turns out, I think it was a Mayan hero. A Mayan hero finds the giant severed foot of Tezcatlipoca and like uses it like a shield. Aztec myths are weird. The Central American myths are super wacky, and they love dismemberment. Like, there's dismemberment in other places, but they're not in love with it like the fucking Central America is.
But so I gotta ask this to get semi back on track. I gotta ask this. Okay, so
sure.
I get how Eresh Kigal, especially because of location and the whole like name grabbing with like Perseus, Mithras, Persian, Babylon. I get how this can transcribe to Gorgon. Now, where do they think this fucking male figure comes in? Like what?
Well, are you talking about like how the figure becomes masculine?
Yeah, and like what the importance is.
Hard to say. I haven't gotten to that part. I haven't finished the book, so I don't know if they ever address that. But it is interesting that the son of Mithras starts to become more feminine again. Because Baphomet has boobs. At least a lot of the depictions of him does, because he's supposed to be the balance of forces.
Well, I mean, this might be really simple and really reductive of an idea, but you could deduce that the whole masculinization of that particular figure has to do with the fact you got a bunch of freaking men who are really into this.
Entirely possible.
No, maybe. No. It always goes back to that thing with Greece, thinking that the female form is essentially a bastardization of the male form, that it's lesser than the male form.
Could be, except technically the Mithraeans are Roman.
I know, but that also carried over into Roman culture.
Yeah, possibly.
Like the hyper masculinization of what used to be female things, or just effeminately male things across Greek and Roman history. It's just something that just happens a lot.
Yeah, no, I think you might be onto something here. I wouldn't be too surprised if the truth of it was that there is a connection between this masculinization of a female form as a central statue in their ritual connecting with the lack of women members. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a connection here.
Yeah. We just don't necessarily know what it is because we don't have, we have no writings.
I love how the more research is done into the Mithray cult, the more that I come to just go, you know what, Bill Maher's full of bullshit.
Bill Maher? Wait, what brings up Bill Maher?
Oh, you know how he referenced like the Mithraic legend in Religulous.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, how he did the Zeitgeist bullshit, and he just combined all these fucking things. Like,
man,
Jesus is just a real. I'm like,
no,
not that simple.
A bunch of stuff is happening at once, and a lot of people are starting to think that it's pure speculation, you know, and the book says as much. It's like, this is pure speculation, but it is possible that due to the popularity of Mithraism, that is eventually what kind of causes Christianity to make a similar change. It's entirely possible.
It would make sense, especially if you think about the fact that like Greek and Roman Jesus is literally just like fucking like Dionysus with a new like dust cover on him.
Yeah.
And how to put it, the Dionysian cult was like not that sexist.
No, it wasn't.
So it would definitely, that has to happen.
And especially when you consider the whole Dionysian thing of like, oh, who are their main congregates and cult members? Oh, well, mainly women, people who are not of high stature,
women, slaves, weirdos,
like, the entire like outcast of society. And Jesus surrounded himself with whores, tax collectors, and drunk fishermen.
Yup. Yeah, the fishermen extremely important.
I think these lines don't necessarily ever intersect. Parallels,
hey,
parallels.
Is everything okay?
Yep, just no more incense.
No more incense tonight.
Is it giving her a headache or something?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. It's okay. Yogi will just light more for you.
Yeah. Like how to? Oh God, I would
not be surprised if you have a foot chest in your house that has nothing but incense in it, dude.
Who, me?
Just like mason yeah.
Oh.
I would have just expected to find at the foot of your bed a freaking foot chest that has nothing but mason jars upon mason jars full of incense.
Who has told you of my ways?
I got one of these.
I know the internet does not have smell-o-vision, dude, but I can smell it.
Dude, you can smell it.
My incense box is now empty, or at least my cones. I have no cones anymore. I still have my little bowl of frankincense. Although I gotta tell you, oh man,
did you let that shit dry out?
Well, no, this is like resin. This is resin incense.
Oh, okay.
The only problem I have with this stuff is this stuff gives me a headache. You know, the stuff in the sticks and stuff's in the cones, that's fine. But the resin,
the resin incense is like concentrated, dude.
Well, also, of course, it gives you a headache. You're a Satanist. Why are you using Catholic Church tools?
I don't know, because the Indian store sold it to me.
Oh, so you're running into the problem you did with the freaking black 7-day candles. You're just using what's available.
Well, it's gold.
Or not available.
Well, it's gold.
It's gold. I thought it would be okay. You know?
I just...
I tried myrrh at one point. That was weird.
Just don't light that shit on fire and have an unfortunate smelting accident. That's all I'm asking.
Hey, Zarin.
What?
Hey, everyone! My Vinky was a key!
Isn't that strange? I'm from Holland.
Only a bloody Dutchman.
God, where is Dutch when we need him?
It's like all right, go. Remember, there are two kinds of people in this world that I can't stand: people who intolerant of other people's cultures.
And the Dutch.
The Dutch.
What? Take your Faja away. Dictator.
Oh my god, Yogi, you know what I just realized?
Probably several things, but what did you have in mind?
Varen's never seen those movies.
Varen Kimball?
Kimball.
Oh.
Yeah. He's half Dutch.
Wait, how do you use frankincense oil for cancer? What?
Oh, get that. Get that.
That sounds like bullshit to me.
Oh my god, no, that's an essential oil cures everything logic.
As someone who believes in actual natural medicine, that's bullshit.
Yeah, I was about to say I never even heard of that crap. You know, like maybe they're just like, oh,
I got your natural medicine right here.
Oh, by the way, how is it legal where you are yet?
The green stuff?
You. Yeah. Yogi.
No.
Nope.
I'm so mad because what's going on is that the governor's going, we really need to legalize it, and the state senate's going like, I don't care if the vast majority of the state wants to legalize it, and I don't care if that was one of our campaign promises. And the governor's just going, but I have the bill. The bill's ready. Sign the bill.
Oh my god, are you fucking serious?
Yeah, some bullshit.
Wow.
I mean, good lord, even a place as freaking backwards as Arizona can get on the fucking ball making it medically legal. Jersey, get your shit together.
I want to point this out. We have medical marijuana. We keep expanding the program. We keep expanding. We're decriminalizing, and we keep expanding like what technically constitutes as like shit you can get a medical card for. But for that one thing, the fucking state senate's dragging its goddamn heels. And here's the thing about it, though. New York is trying to legalize it. And Murphy, like, our governor is essentially just going, guys, if they get it first, that's where all the money's going to go.
Mm-hmm.
Even if we're second, all the money's going to go to New York.
Yeah, well, no shit. Yeah, but
meanwhile,
it's New York.
Not to mention, it's like, if Jersey gets it first, they get all that sweet New York money before New York can get on top of that shit. And then everybody's going to have their favorite places in Jersey to pick up their shit. It's only a train ride away.
Yep.
And you know them New York bitches are going to buy in bulk.
I want the ability to have a blue dream plant growing in my terrarium window, and I want to name her Sheila.
Why Sheila?
That's specific.
Like, I don't question the rest of it, but why Sheila?
You know what? I will find it fit to explain myself if you can legitimately tell me that it doesn't somehow on some level make sense for a blue dream plant to be called Sheila.
Oh no, I think it makes sense. I just want to know your particular reasoning behind it.
Oh, there's no reasoning. It came to me out of the fucking ether. It just implanted itself in my brain, and I was like,
"It's okay, dude.
It's named Sheila now."
Dude, yes. It's okay. My pearlescent 2011 Toyota Highlander is named Buffy. Why? Because I saw her on the lot, and her name was Buffy. Like, I got no other reason for that shit.
Yeah.
I've got a Highlander named Buffy. I used to have a Mustang named Madison. I had a 1981 Toyota Cressida named Misty. Jack is just looking at me like, you owned a 1981 Toyota Cressida?
Yeah. I refuse to name my cars. I make a conscious.
It just happens for me.
Yeah, I refuse. I consciously refuse.
You just can't get too attached.
Not to a car, no. Like, I my brain doesn't quite work that way. Also, if I'm gonna name a car, I don't even know what I would name it.
See, neither did I until recently.
Oh.
Which is the now. Here's the thing. You saw the other day. You saw my Life of Boris face tweet.
Mm-hmm. I did.
You saw that.
Yep.
You saw that. It's like, hello. So
I didn't. I gotta go look this up.
it's like one of like the last couple things I tweeted. You'll see it. But so that's the thing, because like recently I've been having to wear that fucking hat while sitting in my car and realizing my car, because I drive a '99 Ford Explorer.
Yeah.
It's kind of a tank.
Yeah, Ford Explorers are kind of tanks. Yeah.
It also it handles ridiculously well in multiple terrains.
It does.
And weather conditions.
It does. What year of Ford Explorer?
99.
Oh wow. Okay.
Oh yeah, it had less than 1,000 miles on it when I bought it.
I love the fact that even though you've got the ski mask on and you've got the freaking hat on, I could still know it's you from like 20 paces because
of the
you
line.
got your tail kick.
Well, yeah, because how to put this? I put this on every. Well, yeah, no, because I put this on every single morning, and it was just one of those things of like, oh shit, it's cold. It's time for balaclava and ushanka, because I had to work outside.
He's wearing a balaclava, you know. Scambc got.
Oh my god.
But
how did? God damn it, Twitter! You always like tell me about the wrong fucking tweets. Thanks.
I can't tell you, algorithms are bullshit. But
yeah.
But yeah, no. So I was. So because like I've had to like be being dressed like this because of the fact that it's like low of -4, high of fucking 7 over here lately. No, seriously, it got down to like 2 the other day. Like my hands went numb going from my car to my front door. That shouldn't happen. That shouldn't happen.
See, I'm just laughing because I've got some Bostonian relatives and I know they're getting it just as bad.
I know, right?
And I'm sad you have to suffer, but I'm so glad they're freezing their nuts off. I don't like them. They're those asshole Catholics in my family.
Oh, but yeah, so like because of this, I've been with the mixture of wearing the fucking Soviet Ushanka and driving this fucking tank of a car through a frozen wasteland. I realized I'm like, my car's name is Kompot 1. That's the name of this car. So that's the thing. I've never named a car before in my life, and I'm like, no, this needs like some type of bullshit militaristic nickname designation. and that's just my car now. Kompot 1, yes.
Love it.
Got it.
Because she is large in charge and as red as babushka's kompot and the Soviet blood.
Oh my god.
It is. It's like an apple red. So it's
no.
Oh yeah, no, it's an apple red. So I'm just like, nah. Like I need to like put a sound system on this bitch and like fucking like blast like the goddamn blast like Katusha like out of the fucking speaker.
Hello, cheeky bricky.
Im donkey. Even no, just imagine it. Just imagine it. It's like the frozen wastelands of like this like global warming winter freeze out in New Jersey, and like just from over the hill, you just vaguely hear Tripolowski, Tripolowski, triple, and then that shit just comes over.
Oh, even better yet, it does that thing when it crests over the hill and it slightly jumps, and then like does like a hop and a skip in the snow, like it's a fox. It's going floop, 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 floop.
Hello and welcome to driving.
Oh
welcome to driving with Yogi.
Today we are picking up my go buy Simichki.
Oh. What is wrong with us? We have
so many things.
So you may be asking, where is Vadim? Vadim can go suck a dick. And here is my co-pilot, Artyom. It's just the cat and the freaking passenger.
I love how like during like the fucking Christmas video, it just like in the subtitles it said in brackets like destructive cat noises, and then he was just like, Artyom, what are you doing?
I fucking love that cat.
I know,
like that cat tried to take away a piece of pork butt twice the size of its head in his most recent cooking video. I'm just like that kitten, man.
That cat knows his place in life, man.
What
what the kitchen killer.
You know,
question. It started with what?
It starts with what? What's the name of the show again?
Life of Boris.
Oh. Life of Boris. Okay, that's right. Mystery meat, cooking with Boris. Oh my God.
Hey, you see, best breakfast is butterbrot with some salted pig feet. I love that goddamn guy so much.
Man, what kind of camera does he shoot with?
One that makes my Chromecast cry.
Yeah. Damn.
Same.
Because good lord, the frame rate that man gets on shit. I'm like, God damn it! How did you smuggle that shit across the border?
I know, like, I tried to, like, watch it on my Chromecast, but I'm just like, no, I just have to watch it on my phone. Fuck this.
Yeah, because it, like, tweaks out every, like, 2 minutes.
As long as it's not just me. But,
No, it's not just you, like...
Oh, but God. It's... I think, no...
Little kitten.
I know. But, no, I think that is legitimately, like, that is legitimately a highlight of my life, is the fact that, like, when I put up the fact that, hey, look, I made borscht, but with Life of Boris recipe, and I tagged him in it, and someone was like, wait, what's that cream on top? And the answer is vegan mayo, you know, because you need mayonnaise with borscht, you just do. And Boris retweeted it, and he added the comment, mystery cream of the West!
You never told me about that. That's fantastic.
And I was just like, my entire life has led up to this moment. I can die now.
And then you remembered all the dicks you have yet to suck.
And
then you realized you would live.
You're not wrong.
With the WMCA? Don't you mean YMCA?
Come down to
YMCA.
Yeah, that.
All right. Okay. I'm thinking is I think it's been 8 hours. I think I need to go.
Your brain looks dead.
My brain is. I think it's coming out my nose, man.
And I haven't eaten in almost that amount of time. So.
Oh, geez, yeah. Okay.
Well, luckily I've got storage. I could survive a winter on this guy.
I'm drought and famine resistant.
Oh, I'm not drought resistant. Bitch still needs water.
Yeah.
Bitch still needs water.
Oh man. All right, everybody.
Okay.
I'll see you guys on Sunday. Zarian, thanks for coming on. It was great talking to you again.
Dude, it's been too fucking long, man. Like,
yeah,
I've been buried under a rock. I haven't talked to you since Son of Monsterpalooza. How fucked is that?
That would be September. Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah.
You know, Yogi, always a pleasure. You know, also want to thank GL Knight for yes.
Oh, I just want to plug myself just a quick second. Don't forget, guys, from now on, Sunday morning, Tuesday evening, RT services live streamed twice a week.
Yes.
Yes.
I've tried to be up early enough for those, but I'm still so much the night owl that it's really hard. And
that just means you'll probably catch the evening one on Tuesday.
True, I could catch. I missed the first one you did, which was exclusively in the morning. But
and also I'm going to be putting up a Patreon soon, so I'm going to be doing a thing where if you contribute a couple dollars a month, every month I will do an Achana service where I will invoke any of the gods that I have on your behalf, and I will direct karmic merit to you by conducting a service in your name as a representative. So
that's cool.
That's just putting that out there.
I'm gonna have to take that advantage of that at some point. Shameless little plug on my end. Zayrin ASMR. One of these days, Jack will say my name right.
Zayrin?
Yeah, you always call me Zarian.
Zarian, yeah, that's what it looks like to me.
No, it's Zayrin.
Zayrin.
Think Mayrin, but just Z.
I don't think of Mayrin. Okay,
I know,
Mayrin,
it's weird
Zayrin. Okay, Zayrin.
Zayrin.
Okay.
Zayrin. Been friends with you for years now. You keep goofing it up. It's funny.
I do.
The pit at one point had a tally list of how many times you fucked up my name, and they lost count at 20 something.
Oh, bad.
Hey, as long as you give me a hug when you see me, I don't give a shit.
You're a better person than I am, because I get real particular about my name, but the way people say my name sometimes.
I've noticed, but
yeah,
makes all kinds.
Yeah.
Got my ASMR channel, which is Zayrin ASMR. We got the Wolf's Den podcast, which is still on Ten Tailed Okami's channel, but you can also find us on Facebook and Twitter under the Wolf's Den podcast, which is the social media I run. So we're covering anime, we're covering music like we have been doing for the past year or so. Yeah. This year we started a new segment called Late to the Murder Party.
Oh.
Yeah, so we found out between myself, Okami, and our newest co-host, Grave Turtle, that we all had one particular thing in common that we didn't know about before, and that is none of us really grew up with horror movies in our childhoods, either for weird political family reasons or for religious reasons. And so we started going back and watching all the horror movies we should have been watching growing up.
Right.
And started doing reviews of those movies from an adult lens, because we don't have the nostalgia goggles for them.
Oh. Interesting.
So we're going to be recording for the original Friday the 13th really soon. So that's going to be fun, because a lot of us are seeing that for the first time. I only watched The Exorcist for the first time as of 3 months ago.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well,
and so that's become a fun, interesting segment. And I know we're going to play fast and loose with the title, because we're going to want to cover newer stuff too. But that was the main premise of it, was, here's these 3 grown-ass people who are now going back and watching these old horror movies for the first time that they didn't get to see when they were kids.
Well,
yeah.
Well, your mother sucks cocks in hell. What can I say?
Oh, I'm sure she does, and she probably loves it.
Oh my god.
She's doing fine. I love getting done in the butt by Satan.
I wouldn't be shocked. I had to get my kinky side from somewhere, and it surely wasn't my father. And if I look at my aunts, I just go, yep, came from this side of the family. You know that line from Practical Magic?
I actually have never read nor watched Practical Magic.
Wait, which line?
The when they're getting drunk on the tequila, it's like, my dear girl, when has being a slut ever been a crime in this family?
Oh, see, I thought you were referencing that one where it's like, when we did that, you were such a prude. When we did that love spell on Alan for you, we had to find it with molasses just to get
to spread.
Oh my god.
Oh, dude, Jack, you need to watch that. You need to watch that movie one of these days. I mean, I've heard people flip flop on the book, but the movie's worth it.
Okay. Okay.
It was a staple of my teenage years. If nothing else, it's a good giggle.
Staple of your teenagers. Jesus Christ. I was in my 30s.
No, you weren't.
Practical Magic?
Dude, we're not that.
Hold on.
Our age gap is
when
not
did that
big.
happen? When did that happen? Let's see. Practical Magic movie. When did that happen?
You forget, dude. I'm not that much.
90. Okay. All right. So that would be that's 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I was in my mid 20s when that thing came out.
Yeah, dude. You and I are not 20 years apart like you keep thinking.
I was 9.
We're only about 10 years apart. I know my face doesn't look it.
Oh.
Oh no, my husband teased me recently and called me a baby face.
Oh yeah.
He pulled an epic move. It recently, you've seen him a few times, Jack.
Yeah.
How he's got that long metalhead hair.
Yeah.
It's all gone.
Whoa, really?
He chopped it all off. He was done. He's like, I've had this hair for 15 years. It's getting in the way. It feels like a foreign object on my head. I'm done with it. And
wait,
he
does he look like me now? Does he look like me now?
No, he's got a little longer bits on
Okay.
top. But yeah, he did the whole high and tight on the sides. And I was teasing him going like, no, now you look younger than me with short hair. He's like, oh, shut up, you with that baby face. And I'm like, I don't know how to take that. Was that a dig or a compliment? I can't tell.
Yes.
Yeah, when you've been with somebody for damn near 11 years, it's kind of both all the time.
Yeah. Okay. Well, at this point, I think I'm going to sign off. Ave Satanas, Disco Inferno. Keep watching fucked up movies. And, hey, remember saying that I love you all very much. It's,
Good night, Midnight Society.
I'm not going out on that. Fuck that. No, man. Go out there. Go out there. Go whoring. You know, one way or the other. It doesn't matter if you're the whore or the whorer or the whoree. I will.
Both. It's fun.
I'll talk to y'all later. You take care.